Hello, everyone. Welcome to the tournament. Yay. I'm not running late at all today. Definitely not. Anyway, we are here, for the, Freakbob's Fenthouse versus SANDJOVER game today. Later on, we'll be doing the 5 Girls, 1 Grungler versus, Ghyghry. So, stay tuned for that. But, right now, we are just setting things up. Both teams starting to slowly filter in to the lobby here. I am going to quickly do some checks on my stream real quick and then join the main NEBVC. We can get things going today. Let's see. I think everything's good. Audio check, video check. Yep, okay, we're all good. Alright, let's join main and see what's going on. Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I too am here for some reason.
Alright. We are still a little bit early for the start of these games, when they're supposed to start at least, so we're probably just going to be chilling here for a bit until the teams filter in and we start getting some teams assigned. Taking a look at who we have in the lobby right now, we have Levy, Cosmic Eradicator, who, congratulations on the new player mentorship, Cosmic Eradicator. Very, very nice to see that you're definitely going to be a nice addition to the club. The fake Cosmic Eradicator and Quiz. More people should be joining this lobby. The password is available. Or at least it should have been sent to the teams.
What's the password?
Oh my god.
Quiz should have shared it to you, or you should have gotten it from the other chat that we have.
I gave the password to our team chat.
That was completely unscripted, by the way. I'm muted on Discord
Nobody
right now.
reads my ad here.
I'm pushed to talk mode. They can't hear me.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Oh god. Well, I'm just gonna chill here and keep sipping on my caffeinated beverage to try and wake up a bit more. Delicious caffeinated beverage. I'm trying to replicate a Pyrope liner design. Any tips? Tip number 1, double DCX. Tip number 2, 3 billion AMMs that are tuned for
we do have
everything.
enough people from each team that I'll flip the coin to decide who starts as faction. Heads, SANDJOVER will start as ANS. If it lands tails, they'll start as OSP.
Okay.
So SANDJOVER will start as ANS, and Freakbob will start as OSP.
Alright. Okay, so that is team selected. I am going to start waiting for people to filter into the teams before I do the betting to see who we think is going to win here. Levy is in Fleet Editor and is currently not paying attention. They need to hop down to Team 2. Once again, just repeating what Ramus said.
And if
Sandover
Lost
takes
Leviathan
ANS.
could get out of the Fleet Editor and swap to the appropriate team, that would be appreciated.
There we go.
I believe they're not in VC. I just pinged them.
Ah.
There we go. All right. So there's Freakbob's Fenthouse team is defined there. It's going to be Cosmic Eradicator, which once again, congratulations on the new player mentorship. Lost Leviathan, the fake Cosmic Eradicator, and Spy Eye. Meanwhile, I have a feeling I know the players who are going to be part of Sandjover. We got Quiz, we got Snipes in here already. I'm assuming Herman and Hunter will be here momentarily. All right.
Is our team here?
3/4.
Oh, cool.
I mean, Nico's on your team as well, and they are in the VC, so...
What?
Aren't they? Or maybe not.
I thought he
don't
was.
think-
I swear I heard him.
Oh man, I'm fucking tripping, holy shit.
I don't see him.
Neko, can we... Wait. Neko's part of Sandjover?
No.
Oh,
Nico.
Nick.
I
Nico.
thought the
Nick.
same thing for a
Zero.
second. I was like, that's not my name. No, someone else.
What is going on?
Sorry, I keep saying Nico in my head, even though it is Nick Zero.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see who you're referring to.
Where'd Nick go?
Oh, wait, Herm's typing.
What's the lore behind fake
I'm
Cosmic?
praying that your team
Um,
can't make it, so we went on default.
The,
Oh, don't you worry. We're doing a 3v4 if they can't make it.
The,
Wait, are we allowed to do
Anyone go to 6K?
No, you're not allowed to 6K, but you can run 3x3000. But you also have 10 minutes past the start time. That's what I have in the rules for getting Herman in here.
It says he is.
After which point...
In the restroom.
Okay.
Well, hopefully that doesn't take longer than 10 minutes.
In the
so.
restroom was a very sugar-coated way of what he typed, but.
Yeah, he's out for dark, whatever.
Okay. Classic.
Oh, we're
Escape, I
ANS
think I sent you an invite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this evil Vadim stacking against.
And
these,
well, for what it's worth, we're still like 3
stacking
minutes of
against
Twitch
your
ads,
new
so
player
you'll have
mentor.
time, right?
Ah, there's Herman.
All right. Levy, are you allowed to gamble? I suppose, but immediately after the game starts, you can't be in my stream for obvious reasons. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and run the gambling now. Once again, Sandjover is ANS, Freakbob's Fenthouse is OSP for this first match on Blood Moon. Take that all into account when you start, gambling away.
Do we hop down to a channel? Like, where's the other team? Who's the other team?
I think most of the other team's still here.
Are we
Okay.
supposed to leave or
Yeah.
something? I'm here.
Yeah, the other team's here. So yeah, actually, maybe we'll get Sandjover into pancakes and Freakbob into sparkles.
Roger that.
All right, Neko, you all ready to split VCs too?
Yep, just about.
All right, I'll head down to your server. I'll join you there.
All right, see you there.
Oh, so easy to disable push-to-talk mode now.
Knowing that little chevron menu's there, yeah, right?
Oh
All right,
my god.
I sent you the invite for the stream together thing, so let's get that going, and then some
Yes.
gamblage, and then see how this goes.
I have already started the gambling.
Brilliant.
Looks
All right,
like
there we are.
currently
Yeah.
who is
And I just
slated
need to
win?
kick on to the actual web
really
screen.
even vote right now. 47 ANS, 53 OSP. OSP with the
Okay.
majority here. Interesting. We will see how that ends up going. Still no
Alrighty,
sign
there we
of-
are. Now we're live, everyone. Just had to hit the button. Okay. I think I got your audio set right, Scape. It was coming a little loud at first, but I think that everything's normalized now, so...
Here, I'll start
Fingers crossed.
talking. I'll start talking, and then you can ask chat if my audio is okay. Hello, Neko's chat. Is my audio okay for you guys? Make sure to let Neko know in a really, really aggressive and very, very annoying way.
Yeah. Your mic's pickup is a little different than... Both completely zonked out of our minds.
Yeah, the caffeine hasn't quite hit my system yet. I'll be fine. I'm always fine. I'm chilling. Looks like Herman actually did manage to finally show up today. Herman, at the last moment, remembering that there is in fact a tournament going on.
So we've got
There has
Sandjover
been-
on team 1 here, and then that's going to be Freakbob's Fenthouse on team 2. So it'd be a fun time.
There has been about
Haven't Mason
200
helped me to
messages
talk to
sent
who
in
references- I don't actually know.
Freakbob's Fenthouse in the past, like, couple hours. It's,
Well, looks like they're just trying to get all their stuff wrangled here. We still have a couple minutes or so, then I guess to wrap up the predictions.
right.
Both teams have gone to their respective voice channels, and I think are just doing their final plannings and setups. So,
This match doesn't start soon. Jaramus is going to start executing people.
yep. We do have a incentive to get a move on for this. Next set of games are not until 3 hours from now, so we have enough time for a little bit of neb throwage and some time killing. We'll do a little talk about the tournament between the games, but yeah, remains to be seen how things end up turning out. Seeing a little bit of last second fleet editorage here, so yeah, looks like I think they're just waiting on Cosmic and the VCs, so should be hopefully resolved soon.
Speaking of Cosmic, congratulations on the new player mentorship, Cosmic.
But which Cosmic Eradicator is it?
Obviously the one with the new player mentorship. Can you believe that they let They're just letting anyone into the new player mentorship thing, aren't they? Cosmic
Are we
Eradicator.
gatekeeping the new player mentorship role?
Oh, it's supposed to be a prestigious thing in this community,
Yeah.
and they just gave it to Cosmic Eradicator of all people. Crazy, huh?
Maybe they thought they were Cosmic Eradicator instead of Cosmic Eradicator.
You can click on their Steam profile. That is Cosmic Eradicator. That is the real one.
Will the real Cosmic please stand up? Good. People in chat saying here against Will need to be rewatching an old YouTube series. Well, speaking of YouTube series, if you want to watch
Why are
the
you-
episodes of the tournament so far,
Why are you here against your will? You don't have to be here if you don't want to.
well, I mean,
be.
it's like a train wreck, right? You just kind of have to see it happen.
Oh my god.
So you can check out the uploads of the tournament so far on my channel, or you can go through Scape both of us have uploaded our perspectives, so you can see a bit of camera 1, camera 2 action there. Same commentary as we both horribly talk over each other and get too excited by all the shit happening in the game that we can't cast for the damn.
I just realized
But
I
that's
keep
our
seeing,
style.
I keep repeating the phrase, now look at this, constantly. I need to remember to not do that, because it's really bad.
No, it's just one of the catchphrases. Don't worry about it.
It's my catchphrase. Oh my god. Oh, I did some more, I tried to do some more art the other night as well. I'm not going to be putting that up on stream today, because it didn't really turn out too well. So,
Alright. I mean, if you send it to me, I'll send back another picture of Milo Thatch that'll be exactly the same pose.
I hate you.
Alright. Anyways, we're just killing time now, as looks like the team SANDJOVER here is ready. They've been known as the Unk Stack, kind of around the shop, as it were.
Yep.
Not sure, was that us that started that, or was that
Who
chat?
knows? These are, it was everyone. These people are old. Look at these.
So-
Old, decaying creatures. These guys were born when the year started with a 19. Ancient creatures.
Okay, now I'm feeling a little called out here. Hang on a second. Fucking future is now, old
It's,
man. I see how it is. Okay.
What's wrong, Neko?
All right. Anyways, let's get this nonsense over with, shall we?
CIC check, says people on Ugstack for why they're waiting so long.
Yep.
Gotta remember to make sure that your ships do have CICs. I know for a fact that multiple people have made this mistake before. It is very hilarious when you drop in with your very expensive battleship and you have a reinforced DC locker instead of a reinforced CIC like you thought you did.
Yep. Common Neb mistakes. Small drive in the big slot. You see things like people take a reinforced mag and forget to fill out the ammo count for all their ships, so they have like a single rail shot, which is always a laugh. It's like, oh yeah, why is that rail destroyer silenced? Well, I fired its one round, sir. Uh-oh.
Hunter has checked their CICs at the door.
Yep.
Cosmic is
To make a ship
hiding.
without CIC,
Uh-oh.
yes. Nebulous, unfortunately, gives you the freedom to edit your ships as you please, which means that more than once we have seen a ship deploy into the battle space without a CIC or drive or other essential components.
If
so
it drops into the battle space without a CIC or an aux steering, it actually just dies immediately. Like, it goes gray and it evacuates. It's really funny because the game counts
I
it
feel
as
like-
dead. It's great.
I feel like lists should almost put in an implementation, like in a check says, hey, this ship is going to instantly die.
That's what
maybe
she
you
did!
can't
What do you think the
No,
warnings
I'm just
are
saying,
for?
maybe when you hit save on it, it'll give you the pop-up instead of the,
Oh my
like, warnings
God.
thing. Just like a very, very blatant, you're being an idiot right now.
Once again,
notification.
Neb players do not know how to read. There is literally a warning system that tells you when things don't work. Dramus got kicked. Uh-oh. Levy is
Uh-oh.
kicked. What?
Yeah, Levy just get removed there for, I think, being in the editor for that. Yeah, we're going to need a sub in then for Team
For
Freakbob's Fenthouse,
yeah,
as they just
Levy.
lost their player, so... Alright.
That was a kick for being in Fleet Editor. We are currently
Yep.
10 minutes. We are currently 10 minutes past. As far as I'm aware, Freakbob doesn't have an alt. I don't think they have an
don't
available one other
know
than
if they
me.
do here, yeah.
Would I have to step in here? Oh my god, are you kidding me?
We're gonna check the player list for Freakbobs and see who we have. Player list for them is going to be Spy Eye, 2 Cosmic Eradicators, Falk Tethys, Levy, and then Max Tastic. Sorry, misread that. And then Scape, you're on the playlist as well.
Yes,
for that,
I
at
am
Colin,
an
so
emergency sub that was kind of added as a joke. I'm not actually supposed to play in this team.
all right.
We don't have an alt. Shit. Okay. Well,
That's well, I think that you might be getting called up for this one. I may have to solo cast this.
okay.
Oh, dear.
Well, shit. Okay. Wasn't expecting
right,
this. You'll have to turn off
For those who want the
shared
first-person
chat.
perspective, yeah, I'll
You'll have to
disable
turn
that
disable
here.
shared chat. I'll drop VC.
All right. Chat, for those of you who want to watch this from spectator view, you can hop over to my channel. For those of you who want to see Scape's first-person perspective along with the team comms there, you can go watch on their side. We're going to turn off the shared chat now, so... All right. That'll be a time.
All right, well, I'll see you here for later then, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Levy needs to leave the other VC. I can't get in.
Yep. We can put that in alt
Here,
chat.
I'll just let him. I'm gonna have no time to actually figure out what I'm doing.
Yeah, this is suboptimal.
This kind
All
of
could have been
sucks.
avoided by Team Fent being on time, but okay. What rules are broken? Glad you all asked. So in this case, we try and get this tournament to go relatively quickly. We had to implement some rules so that people weren't just sitting in the fleet editor for a while, delaying start of matches and such. We do have a schedule to keep today, so we want to make sure that we move this along. Once
All right.
Dramus gives the word.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, well, shit. I have no idea what I'm bringing. Okay, what the fuck am I
Lowest
bringing?
Cape.
What am I bringing?
450 liners.
Look in our VC, the most recent thing that
Shit. 2 times 450 plus 6 capper fleet, that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like that.
Downloading, it's gonna take me a second. Fucking hell.
You don't have your own 450 fleet?
I have my own 450,
Well, no,
but
it's
none
not
with
not with the
cappers. None
Lyrebird.
with cappers. This
Oh,
one,
sure.
that one's a new
Yeah.
one.
You have-
Give me a second. I'm trying to desperately figure out how to get this fleet in.
it's okay.
Oh
We
my
got
God. I don't have your colors either. Fuck it. We're doing this.
It's fine.
All right.
I can
It
tell you what
works.
they are.
No, we're doing
Alright.
this.
Just
They're on
go.
the pin
Just go.
messages. But yeah, we don't have
All right.
time for
42, 42, 42, 212,
Jesus
98, 37.
Christ. Okay.
It's
What is our
fine.
tactic? What's our strat here? Because I have no idea
Our
what you guys have been
tactic
doing.
is have Lyrebirds and therefore invalidate 6k of ANS.
Yeah.
They're probably going to outcap us because I'm the only person
Yeah,
who can...
well, we're light on
kill
cappers.
cappers.
The idea is...
You didn't put a Warbler on these liners. You didn't put a Warbler
Yeah,
on these liners.
correct.
There's a Warbler on those.
No, there's not. There's a Lyrebird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
there's a
don't,
Lyrebird.
why would we put a Warbler? We're
They're gonna
Uh,
run
not
Spider Spans.
expecting...
what am I supposed to
it'll
do
work.
with the Lyre? What's the tactic with the Lyrebird? Jam the rockets? Like,
The S1s.
Jam the S1s.
jam the S1s. All right, because they're ANS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually does not work that well, to be honest.
Okay, then why did you do
No.
this? Why is this our strat? Oh my God.
Well, that was actually independent testing that me and Cosmic did. I don't think these guys did
oh my
that.
that-
God.
Half the team thinks it works, half the team thinks it doesn't. I don't know. We'll be fine.
Fucking Christ. Okay,
have
where am I
faith. I have
deploying?
trap.
Where am I deploying? You guys are microing me because I have no idea what your strategy is.
Between C and A.
CNI, copy.
I will hold
We're
down
getting-
B.
We're getting ECA, is that it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Fuck.
Should I
I'll
split the
just-
liners or
I'm
keep them
really
together?
don't like this
How are
kind
these
of
things
Keep them
built?
together.
Oh,
There's
keep the
only one
liners
liner.
together.
Okay. Sacrifice is cringe capper, yes.
Do you guys want me to send a
not
liner to
necessarily.
B, or my two are very
Jesus
independent, so
Christ.
wherever you, Spy wants them.
I'm fine if we
this
don't
was-
cap C and we just like deny it, as long as we
Yeah.
get a second point.
Okay, then what are we
As long as
denying?
it's
right
What are we denying C
denial.
with then?
Yeah, I could put a 100 mil
Yep.
liner up.
Put
there.
your 100 mil liner. Put the one on B to C, because I have a pentabrick ready at B.
Oh, awesome.
It's dual drive, so it's not as sluggish as your typical pentabrick.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Damn, this is gonna be.
This
Those
was
does
Duramus.
Yeah.
What was Levy checking for in Fleet Editor, by the way? Because that's kind of like what you don't want to do.
Okay, so what happened is I was stuck on push to talk, and so I didn't realize that nobody had heard the fact that we had an early warning craft on the team, and so Levy was trying to shove an early warning craft
Okay,
into the
so you see the little microphone icon next to your profile in the bottom left corner? You see that drop-down chevron? Click that, and there'll be an option for push to talk, and that's how you can quickly disable it.
Yeah. I mean,
Nice.
it was more that I forgot that I had to turn it on when I
I
was in
see,
general,
okay,
and just
I see.
like totally.
Oh, fuck, these liners aren't even built right. These are the wrong hull type. Alright, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't do
No.
the file editor for those.
Oh, this is a tournament. What do you mean you just didn't?
Well, I have a file edited preset. I just made those before I did, because I made them at
It'll be
like
fine.
12 a week ago.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, I know.
Moving out, Commander.
Without Cosmic
Like-
here, I don't have any expectations for this game. To
I
be
was
honest.
kind of
Without the real Cosmic, this is gonna be kind of pain.
I was kind of
Yeah.
hoping that I would have full casting of all these matches, but whatever. Are these chaff cappers or?
Yeah, they're shaft
Oh,
cappers.
Yeah, they're cringe. I think they're all cringe cappers because we needed the 450 ones.
Yes. Okay. Well, shit.
So I'd recommend not dumping them on points until we clear cap guards off, because we don't have an infinite amount of them.
Advised. Okay. I'll keep them in.
I mean,
mind.
you can do it on A, but not B. B is super easy to contest with a beam DD. A is fine because we can bait out the beam DD, and then Sav can kill it. So
Alrighty then.
Awesome.
just get stuff in position for like C and B.
Let's not send my early warning code too close.
I'm already spotted.
Likely C-Wax, probably, I would guess, if it's that early.
Yeah, I mean, it could literally be any angle. Like, I'm in a very
Yeah.
bad position to deny
Yeah.
C.
Just
Just
drop
start
down a bit.
Okay,
Sweeping.
question. What are the containers on the backs of the liners? Helljoys, Killjoys,
Those would be
Decoys?
Helljoys.
They're all Helljoys?
Yeah, it should be
And
all
some
Helljoys
decoys,
and
okay.
decoys.
I'm sorry, I do not see what's spotting. Is it Bloodkin that was spotted? Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Whatever's looking at it.
No, that's fine. I mean, it could be any angle on the map. It is such an expensive
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
It's high blood moon. Oh, it's rails.
Rails.
Ooh, look at that.
Well, we have
Rails?
we have no Acellos, so that's...
Are they?
That's
Maybe they were
good.
expecting us to bring us solos in response to CB spam.
Possibly.
Probably.
That is.
We found.
That's something. Looks like Axford's.
Likely yes is what that's gonna be.
Either
Probably
Axford's,
green.
maybe Vauxhalls.
Be
No, that's too
advised.
slow for seals.
8043 on Atlas. It's getting into
I see 'em.
Beamstone. It's getting into Beamstone position, so just be advised.
Yep.
Oh, they have a lot of stuff on B. That looks like 2 pairs of Greedfords.
Okay.
Alright, back off.
Yeah.
Back
Yeah,
off.
back off. There's no point in us fighting that. If they're gonna go the heavy Greedford strat, we just divert. We do not fight that.
Yeah.
Beamstone
Yep,
confirmed. Beamstone
Snipes
confirmed.
is
Beamstone confirmed
confirmed
on
their
A.
top
Beamstone
player.
confirmed on A.
Yeah. Just
Understood. I can dive mechanical to go deal with that if you need.
Why do you have AP loaded first for the 450? Shit, I'm not gonna have guns. Oh my god, your fleets suck.
Oh my god.
This
well, I
is
was,
this
I was
is.
expecting
shit,
it to
dude.
fight Axfords first.
I mean, you usually captain eye before you fight X.
I'm gonna lose A because I
Yeah.
can't get fire onto that Beamstone because you had AP loaded first. Yep, there's the target lock.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm not
No,
gonna be
you're
fine.
fine.
I'm gonna.
No, you're fine.
I think I might
You got
actually
it.
just really get A. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, Escape
Well done.
has.
I'm
that.
target
I'm
locked
gonna keep-
behind C as well, so just be advised.
Yeah. B has a
Okay,
beamstone on it.
my
There's
liner
like
on Delta is
7.5k on
not
here.
spotted. I can pop that out wherever need be.
Moving out.
Yeah. Okay,
However, I'm not
just
sure that's a
gonna-
great idea with the current Axford positions. We'll keep it down there for now.
I'll just do my best to die.
They're not flicking B
Need to
short on
die.
the beam. On
Oh wait, it survived. Damn. Well, I'm not gonna complain.
there it goes.
We've
Yeah, looks like they're trying to get a.
That was my spotter that was spotting the beamstone, so I'm gonna lose track of it. Looks like it's Raider drive, considering it just dodged all my shells.
What can we do
Understood.
for you, Commander?
Yeah, they're running a Sprinter on B.
On the way, Commander.
Do we have anything
Cosmic.
to deny that?
Yeah.
Val, keep your 450 liner in a better position, I'll go after this beamer with my 100 mil.
Okay.
I'd track on it.
They only just started getting B? What the fuck?
Yeah, I need a.
Playing it safe, that's understandable.
They don't need to play it complicated.
Yeah.
I am locked.
We have... I mean, we have the 2 capital points advantage, so there's that. Or we have tied cap points, or will in a second.
So you got one Beamstone
Yeah,
ID'd. Likely they're gonna they're doing the over top Axford strat. I'm already beginning to pivot. I'm gonna start pivoting my 450 liners around to see if I can get some crossfires on those. We can get a crossfire with the monitors.
B denied. B denied.
B denied. Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
Nice, dude.
Okay.
I'm just pulling back to just waste time.
Okay.
Skeep, if you have a... I can send either a gun shuttle, or if you want to send us Cringe Capper to Delta.
Do you see Cringe Capper 6 under the map? I already have it in position to take it. I'm just moving up behind Zirconium. I'm ready to push out when you're ready with Zirconium. I just want some cover while doing so, because if there's a Beamstone on Dagger, I'd like you to eviscerate it when I push out. At the very minimum, we get the kill. The ship is diving for... what the fuck even is that?
That is a rail Axford, I believe.
7415? 7415? We sure?
1929, I meant. The
What
other one
is
is
7415 doing? It's
Looks like
6
a
kilometers from my
sprinter or
early
something
warning.
that's
It's
just there.
Yeah, I think it's a sprinter trying to rush
Alright.
down the early warning craft.
Zirconium, prep to push. I'm pushing into Dagger now.
Yep,
Okay.
good. You can probably rotate for C, because they have like 6k here.
Okay.
Yeah, well that 6k is... Yeah, if
It's
Spy just
contained.
keep running, try and keep containing, keep hiding.
Yeah.
Well, Zirconium
my
is
liners. Zirconium spotted. Yep, they got ships there. That is a 1342 is a capper, and the other one is the Beamstone. Prioritize the secondaries to 1342, primaries to 3838. The second one is a Beamstone.
Yup, firing now.
Okay.
And there's the lock.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get into cover, but they'll be clear for a cap.
Yeah, that's
Soon
most
enough.
certainly a Beamstone.
Yeah.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Zirconium is locked.
They're
by
likely
that
gonna.
Beamstone.
They're likely. Yeah, they're gonna try and beam you. You're gonna push him
I'm gonna
back
switch
though.
my secondaries onto 38 because I
If
got
you
very
need to
few hits.
Understood. We're on
You need to
way.
dislodge the capper still in order for me to be able to take the point, though, is the thing.
Good point. We'll
Um,
keep the. Actually, I can just dive.
We're on our
There's
way.
the boxer
I can
reattempt.
simply.
Order received.
Yeah, I guess I expected that.
4731. Is that an Axford? Do we know? It's pushing over the top of the ridge.
I can rotate for that.
No, stay where you are. I'm gonna get crossfires on it. Stand by.
Alright. Well, I need to
Sounds
hide
good.
from the Axford spam anyway.
Okay, yep.
There is... Axford's really close to me. That's a Beamford.
They've got beam on my capper.
3882
They got-
Beamford.
Commander.
Whoa, no, they don't have beam on my capper. That is...
They tried and failed to hit Zirconium.
They do have target lock on my capper at sea, is what they found. Yep, that's the secondary battery of the Axford. That is Axford,
Okay,
confirmed.
Damn, I got mag sniped.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Good news, I've pulled Zirconium pants just out of beam range, so I should be alright.
Okay, get that mag back up. I'm gonna do my best to stay alive for as long as possible on Dagger, but you need to kill that capper ASAP in order for me to actually be able to take the point.
Understood.
Yep,
Taking C, taking C, they're taking C. Blood
Alright,
Cat
I'm on it. I
needs
can
to do an
maybe
attempt
do
there.
that. I'm gonna get railed. I'm gonna railed.
Come on. Prepare, thank you.
I'm getting railed now.
Alright. I don't know if I
Yep,
can...
it's, one of those is a B-Max. 3882, yep, those are B-Maxfords. I'm trying to help you out with some crossfires on the other Axfords here, but they are in cover right now. They are playing this really smart.
Copy.
That is a 1929 additional Axford above C.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Yeah, we
Swapping
need
to it.
Understood. I'm gonna get mechanical hands into the fight. It's kind of not doing much.
Yeah,
this
just
game.
secure D and get in there. C denied. C denied.
Excellent job.
Nice. Alright, D fight's going well. I'm pretty sure that Keystone's disabled.
Yep, there's the dagger cap. You got the capper. Actually, no, it's stepping off the point. Just keep the keystone suppressed, and we have the point, no problem.
This is not microing 1342. I don't know what he's doing. It's pointed in like the one angle where it can't get its gun to bear on you.
Fuck, we don't have any spotting on anything. Shit.
Okay,
Okay,
I haven't put my finger warning. My bad.
We're on our way.
Yeah, one of my monitors is dead from the beam.
Negative. That's
That's bad.
target acquired. Initiating attack.
Okay, actually, Bloodkin, if you want to push out... Bloodkin's 100 mil, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, shit, so that axe for 1929 is staying just out of range of us then.
Target for you, Commander.
Yeah, I can't fucking fight that anyway.
Underway,
Yeah.
Commander.
I'm trying to do some things with it, but it is, staying out of, accurate track range for me is the problem.
Standing by.
Do you want any, like, help on D? Is that totally handled?
Dagger's
is,
handled. Dagger's handled.
secured.
No.
The Beamstone, I think, is mission. Beamstone is potting.
Beamstone's potting. Nicely done.
Beamstone-
Okay, dagger dislodged. I'm just gonna keep my cringe capper on the point just to hold it for as long as possible.
I'm gonna start moving Zirconium up to help on
Be
frontline
advised,
stuff.
the other Axfords are pushing you, Spy
Yep.
Eye.
You are, Commander.
I'm
doing
gonna
my...
die on B.
Okay. Well,
That's
they're gonna kill our monitor ball, so that's really fucking rough.
Yeah.
Understood.
They have another
Just-
ship heading C. Be advised. 6246.
I'll just make sure to take as much as I can.
Does
with
the
me.
Axford on C have secondary batteries? Do we know? Because I might just be able to put my capper on C.
It's
It
unlikely.
does. I
It does have
believe.
secondaries. Copy.
Receiving. What can we
Yeah, I'm
do
just
for
gonna
you,
get collapsed
Commander?
on here, but I'll take as much time as I can.
Understood. We're on route.
Sounds good.
It's not really a good trade for us, but whatever.
It's not, but it's about the best we can hope for here.
Take advantage where you can.
Right. What we need to do is we need to start trying to get some crossfires on those Axfords with our remaining front line. I'm already trying to do that
Yep.
against the Axfords on Boxer themselves. They are angled pretty aggressively to me, though, so I'm probably not going to be able to get much in for now.
Yeah. I'm moving to help Sav with 4731 right now. I should have...
Shit, is that Keystone on A still alive? Keystone on A is still alive.
Commander, we're
It is
Yeah,
target
it is
locked
totally
me.
handled.
Can you deal with it? Because I'm at close range. You should have called that out.
It's not heading. It's not at your heading. It's not at your heading. Don't worry. The line's it's pointing towards the
Yeah,
rock.
it's in an awful angle.
You can-
I
you
should
can
be able to
kill
get...
It's still there, and I don't have
Right.
angle on it myself.
No snapper is getting it.
Okay, mechanical hands, yeah, start moving towards E side. I'm gonna start moving to D side with my liners. We can start getting some crossfires.
Understood. We're en route.
Actually,
Ooh, I
need
may lose my liner here.
to see here.
Commander, they
I'll
have
definitely
Super
lose my
used-
liner.
Oh, fuck, he's perfectly broadside. And I swap to AP. Down.
target acquired.
I'm getting good damage at least.
Keystone on C, 3477. Bloodkin,
Yeah,
be
I know. I
advised.
took its beam out. I
Okay.
took its beam out. Don't worry.
Okay.
Receiving.
That hurt though.
382 is okay. That's 250 liner.
Okay. Tethys, do you have arc on the Axford I'm shooting at or no?
The which one are you shooting?
I'm playing
at?
dead with one of my monitors to see if I can get a back cap.
Okay.
I
actually, hang
do,
on.
but I'm also like 6k from the Beamfords, so I kind of want to.
Okay, focus them. Hang on.
A module
Let me
was
micro my back capper on E real... Shit, there's a sprinter there. I'm gonna... Hang on. Which
Actually,
B-Max?
never mind.
destroyed. Awaiting orders.
The beam axes are not going after me, but Hunter's Gunford is, so I'm gonna have to focus that for the moment.
Tell us what to do, Commander.
How the
Rails
fuck
hurt.
did you... How did I lose my drive? What? Oh my god.
Component disabled, Commander.
Okay, my liners are getting chewed up here by all the front line.
Well, hey, that
Yeah,
beam's
it
dead.
is.
We're reading you.
Ammo stores are almost gone.
Monsters are almost gone. Is
Alright.
this a single mag? No, it's double mag. What the hell is going on? Okay. I really hate playing with fleets. I don't like myself.
1929 going on C.
Command, everything.
Yep,
Missile stores
We're
are
reading
low.
I'm swapping to it. I'm gonna see if I can deal with it.
Sending
That's the Railford.
Yep. How's Bloodkin doing? Is Bloodkin still able to fight?
No.
Commander. We've got internal damage.
Receiving.
Okay.
Engines are repaired.
Course laid in.
Zirconium. I would start Zirconium. Do you have secondary battery range on 7501? Do you see that sprinter by E? Or sorry, B?
Actually, I do on great.
Yeah, if you can
firing.
swap to that, because what we can do is if you kill that, I can take Boxer. I'm gonna lose one of my liners here. It's caught out in the open against all these Axfords. I have no ability to fight them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what happened to me too.
I'm starting to lose mechanical. That Railford really hurts.
Okay, move mechanical out then. No point in engaging a fight that we can't win. I'm gonna try and do a fighting retreat
Yeah,
with
I'm trying to run it out,
Uh,
but
Careful with Zirconium Pants. There is a beamstone on B. I will.
advised.
Yeah.
Advised. Okay.
Under fire.
I'm
Last
spotted.
spotted.
Yep, I'm spotted
there.
on.
oh, that's
I'm
an Axford.
I'm spotted on Boxer 2.
hi,
C
Axford.
caps being
What if I
taken
shot you at, like,
by
a
the
really good
Axford
angle?
up top. You've confirmed that
move
the
it.
keystone is neutralized,
Course
right?
laid in.
On C.
No, it was hurt. It's
for
probably back at this
Fuck's
point.
sake. Okay.
Locked in. Been locked aye, aye, full burn.
But I can probably go and hurt it again. It might kill you.
Can you put Cringe Capper 2 on C? Just to delay?
Traffic.
And Axford has secondary batteries is gonna kill me. But yeah.
Oh.
We're taking fire. Copy that. Moving. Orders.
Ooh, 2886.
Send to traffic. Standing by.
Commander, they're targeting us.
One of mine just reactor blue.
Knock him out.
Yeah, that's C captured by the rail. Axford can't do much about that.
Repositioning.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
They've got us.
4164 is pushing over towards C.
Repositioning.
They own C, so that's not too big of a
Don't
deal.
have any more ammo.
Oh, nice. Into the beam Axford.
Hostile fire
Thank you.
inbound.
Yeah, we see him.
That should keep it out of the fight for a little while. 4164 is
Yeah.
a Beamford, so
Rounds incoming.
it doesn't have a ton of firepower.
Force the beam.
Missile
Shit, that's
sites
my
are
cringe
low.
capper beamed. Hell.
We're out of the way, Commander.
Sorry, I have like 8 of those.
Not anymore. But yeah.
yeah, we're losing cappers fast.
Hey, but we get Max next game.
Down.
Alright.
Maybe.
Zirconium. Can I ask for a liner diverted to Boxer to dislodge that beamstone while Boxer's open from Axford support? Because if we can dislodge that beamstone from Boxer, I can just grab the point effectively without any
Yeah.
contesting.
Opponent destroyed.
I'll see what I can do.
Standing by. Lock on warning.
Shit, there's the beamstone up at C still.
We'll get it.
Oh yeah, no,
I know.
Bloodkin is.
I'm on it.
We're
Alright,
taking
nice.
fire. We're reading.
Very good.
Commander,
Aye, aye,
ammo
full
is
burn.
low.
Hey, Cosmic might be around.
Engines
Yeah.
are repaired. Command, everything. Opponent destroyed, Commander.
Knock him out.
If Bloodkin's up, you could probably get the Railford. At least fuck it up a
Bloodkin
bit.
is really roughed up.
That's it.
I
Yeah,
mean-
the its 100 mil would kill me, or 120 would kill me.
Oh, it's that
Yeah.
bad. Okay.
Yeah. It's not great.
Need more ammo. Understood. We're on our way.
They've locked on.
Yes, Commander.
You still have ability to fire? No, you don't. You're fucked. Okay.
Standing by. Being jammed. We're starting safety protocols.
God, that fucking BMAX is gonna become a problem.
Course laid in.
Can we swap fire to 4164? It's the BMAX pushing in really aggressively.
Yeah, we see him.
We just need to dislodge it.
Ready.
Okay, while we still have cap advantage, Zirconium Pants. Yeah, divert and get some crossfire into 4164. 4164 is priority.
Yep, already.
He's being captured. They've probably dove a sprinter down to take it.
Mechanical hands should have guns up in the next 5 or 10 seconds, so I will be moving it out to also get crossfires on 4164.
Aye, aye. Aye, aye. Clear to fire. Breached. Coordinates locked in.
Actually, 4731 is the other Beamford, correct?
Yes, but we hit it pretty hard.
Enemy locking. Main drive destroyed.
Okay, with my thruster damage, I should be able to fire it and reload before I get angry.
How do I keep losing drives on these liners? It's the
double
fucking
drive?
beam. It's the beam. No, they're single drived.
Oh.
They're not even like a small single drive either. It just keeps getting knocked out.
Yeah. Unlucky.
They took E.
Yeah. We do have enough of a point advantage that I think we can live for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I'm gonna wait till the Beamfords are screened for me, and then I'm gonna start moving one of my monitors to
Okay,
E.
I'm pinned. I'm gonna lose my last liner up top because I'm pinned between too many ships.
Okay.
Remaining liners, just play for caps.
Orders. Internal damage.
Shut
Component
up. I
disabled.
mean,
Make it quick. Component destroyed.
at least 4164 is starting to look very cooked.
Okay. That's good at least.
Internal damage. Component disabled.
Tethys, be advised.
683
Tethys, mechanical
is
hands
gonna
as a
be
beam Axford rushing it down. 3882.
Yeah.
Swap fire immediately.
A little busy here. Missile reserves low.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to deal with that. Mechanical hands is already effectively
Okay.
dead.
Do we have any liners in range of C? That is just a rail axe holding the point. We can dislodge that pretty easily. It's really injured. We just need something to get some more fire into it.
I can move a monitor to C.
There's the beamstone. Beamstone on Boxer. Beamstone on Boxer. Prioritizing target. It's likely going to be able to do a Boxer deny here, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah, get your cringe capper off, Scape.
I'm already diverting it, yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Operational. Engines back. Make it quick. Fire. All engines. All engines.
God, Snipes' axe is still fucking alive.
We're reading you.
Alright.
Enemy locking on. Send it quickly.
Hell.
Send your traffic. On the way, Commander. A little busy here.
Oh, my monitor's probably gonna get beamed.
Shit. Okay.
Oh wait, no, it's not. It's too far away. Oh, never mind. I'm getting 450.
We need to play for caps. They're gonna try and take A here. We need something in position on E to retake it. Do we have any cringe cappers in the area that can potentially do a E retake?
They've zeroed us in.
Understood.
Like how I walk.
Like how I walk is 1.6 kilometers from a beamstone. It is playing dead right now. I'd rather not move it unless I...
Oh wow,
Alright,
I just
everything.
totally threw my other liner out the fucking
Oh, for
window.
fuck's sake.
Aye, aye, full burn.
God.
Standing by. We're a little banged up,
Zirconium keeps
driver.
losing its mag because of that one lucky hit by the
Aye, aye.
beamstone.
We're moving.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Aye, aye.
If Bloodkin has any combat effectiveness left, I need its help immediately on C point here.
It doesn't.
Oh,
doesn't.
shit.
I'm out of the game.
Alright, I just lost my bead capper. I just lost my bead capper.
We're taking fire.
Ugh.
That's rough.
Alright. Tethys, Zirconium Pants disengage from the front line, move B ASAP. That's your main goal right now. Do not bother trying to kill those Axfords. You need to move that to B right now and attempt to cap.
Enemy locking on.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. I'm just trying to dodge the Herman's double axe right now.
Aye, aye.
Trying to kill 9331, but I don't know if I'll be fast enough on that.
Enemy locking.
It's
Standing
fine.
by.
Or I could just miss every single shot. That's exactly what I want in game.
You didn't even give these ships good secondary batteries, did you? In terms of bullets.
I mean, they have like 15. They should have like 15 minutes of ammo in them.
Right, but
I
only
think.
2 ammo types.
Component breached.
I really...
Oh yeah.
Aye, aye. Component disabled.
This rail Axford is just going to be able to survive for long enough on
What can we do for you, Commander?
C to prevent a cap.
Aye, aye.
I think we went on 2 cap though.
Not with the amount of
Here's
Axfords that are around the map, because if they
We're also
start...
about to lose
we're
A.
gonna lose
Yeah.
A. Yeah, we need to get cappers on points, like, now.
We've been locked on. What's the plan? Make it quick. Open component destroyed. We're being zero. Send it quickly.
Yeah, they're throwing Axford onto E.
Shit! Okay, yep, can't retake that. Fuck, okay.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
That's an Atlas take. They're gonna take Dagger here in a second, too, because they still have ships around.
Send it quickly.
And I lost my drive again. How the fuck do these drives keep going down?
Component destroyed. Component
Okay.
destroyed. We have no power.
Hi, Snipes. Oh, hello there.
Send your traffic.
Commander, we're out of missiles.
Whoa, what the fuck? The Axford on Siege's fuel line fired.
Send it quickly. We're unable.
I'm not
Negative.
complaining.
Negative. Unable.
I have all my
Okay.
drives and power gen knocked out, though, so I can't take advantage of that. There's an Axford currently ascending on C. Bloodkin is completely fucked, yeah.
Send it quickly.
I got ambushed.
Commander,
The Zirconium, I think, is dead here.
Alright, I'm empty as well on ships. Zirconium is probably gone as well, right? Yep.
Send it quickly.
Alright.
The
Whoever
11
built
have been
these
good into
whoever
this.
built these liners, like, these things genuinely suck. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that's
I think I
why.
threw them together at like 11 p.m.
Spot.
Quickly.
Everything is Spy's fault. We're replacing it with televised.
Oh, okay.
How did you get ambushed low?
By 4164.
Did we not have
I
track
just
on that?
didn't. We did not.
Component repair.
And we have like 3 remaining ships. I guess it's not too unsurprising.
Engines restored.
I think it's just GG.
Yeah.
I'm fine playing it out.
Can Boy Wife get drives back up or no?
Yeah, it's just I love lean. That's the only one to try. It's probably just gonna die.
Did you have any attempt to get out of there from the Axford push or no?
I tried, but they just rushed me down, and I was just too slow to get out.
Yeah.
They got another Axford here at C. C's not happening.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
yeah,
this
probably
might be
just
GG.
I'm actually fine calling it because that'll take a while to run down.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, let's call it a GG.
All critical. Abandoned ship.
All right, you're gonna get Levy back, right?
Some
other
well,
old
we
back.
got Cosmic.
Either Levy, everyone else on the team has now woken up, apparently.
Yeah, we could get Cosmic and Max.
Okay,
All
good.
right.
I think I
okay.
want Cosmic.
The play there, the Beamstone rush for the side, you should have pivoted closer to B for the monitors, and we should have immediately diverted all liners to cap attempts instead of trying to fight the front line.
Yeah, probably.
Bulk, you wanna?
Yeah, it's up to you, Tethys. Just get out of here.
Oh,
Yep, you still
I
have
forgot I
early
had
warning
living
ship.
ships.
All right.
The enemy secured zone dagger.
Yeah, it was just all liners and then one cap fleet.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna go rejoin NECA for casting the next one.
yeah. Snipes did not fucking die. What the hell?
It's borderline.
Yeah.
Quiz is the cap fleet player. Manages to pull some beam work here and there. And then Snipes coming to get 34.5k with this weird beam build. 15.5k of that is beam. That is some very good damage on the board from the Team SANDJOVER. In turn, Freakbob's Fenthouse able to put some numbers out where they could. We see one of these 450 liners just kind of gets rolled. The other one able to pull respectable 15k. Going to see these Cosmic Eradicator 100 mil plasmas only able to pull 10k, not really getting the consolidated plasma 100 mil fire they wanted. These can opener a ship pretty badly if they consolidate fire and then allow everyone to punch that Axford. They just never ended up doing it that game. Escape with the last second sub in was handed a fleet by the looks of it. This is reading like one of Spy Eyes.
Yeah, this one.
So they're able
this
to,
fleet had so many problems with it. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
very
taking a look
much
on the.
not happy with that match at all. I'm actually, to be honest, I'm actually pretty pissed at Dramus right now for kicking Levy and forcing me to sub in, because not only did that match happen, but also now my entire casting for this thing is ruined. Like, do I even cast the other ones if I'm going to be missing game one for the cast?
Yeah, that's
like,
a little bit awkward there. So
no, like, I'm genuinely pissed because now the thing is ruined.
yeah. Rounding up fleets there, Spy Eye got rolled in the early game as we saw. So yeah. We're going to go on to game 2 then. We'll be taking an ad break intermission. So Twitch side folks, we will be back.
Yep.
Turn your chat back. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not a fan of it either.
No, I'm like legitimately pissed at Dramus right now for that. Because, like, do I even cast the other ones? Like, I have no motivation to do so anymore.
Yeah. This,
unless you send me the file
suboptimal.
for game 1 and I can just upload the same video on my channel. But
I mean,
it's like...
yeah, that could work. You
But
can do first-person perspective if you want.
I
right?
didn't even
Like, you were
record
still
that
streaming?
one. It'll be on the VOD,
Oh.
but whatever.
Okay. Download VOD and cut it, maybe, I guess?
I guess.
Yeah.
No, I am still
Not
just
ideal.
very... Yeah, I'm just really pissed at Dramus right now. Oh my god. Just killed all my motivation to do the casting.
Yeah. Additionally, that was not ideal for getting to see teams in tournament play, so...
Right.
I understand the need to try and hurry things along as we work a little overtime,
Yeah,
but
that
at the
is,
same time,
once
it's like...
again, that is also on Dramus for scheduling the games 3 hours apart, where we have to do that, right?
Actually, with a 3-hour gap, we have enough time for these games, given NEB match typically 30-40 minutes, so... Yeah, I'm gonna say it was like jumping the gun a little bit. So yeah.
Yep, I was given a fleet which I did not know how to play,
Mm.
with a build that I did not like. And
Yeah, taking a
that
look at
was
those
just
450
awful.
liners, they were lacking
no, those
a couple
liners,
assets.
Those liners were abysmal. I don't know. Sorry to rejoin with this, but it's just kind of...
Yeah, I get you, bud.
It's just so rough.
Yep.
Alright. Whatever, we're getting the other teams figured out.
What the? Ooh. Okay, my headset just did the weird disconnect reconnect sound.
Reconnect thing. Yep.
Yeah, that was...
It happens.
It was like... Yeah. Okay. Levy just asking about the kick there as well. I assume they had hopped into Fleet Editor. I don't agree with that call. Dramus is organizer and does have final say, but that...
Yeah. And I was given no time to coordinate with my team. Levy sat in the VC for all the time I was allowed to coordinate with the team, which meant that I was basically handed a fleet and given no instructions on what to do. I wasn't told to leave it first. You should have assumed that was a 4-person VC.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, yeah, just give me the file for the casting for the first one, and I'll just upload that onto my channel, just so I have a full record of all the games, I suppose.
Give me one quick second while I'm still on break here. I'm just gonna hop in real quick and check with Dramus what's up.
All right. That one was just... I'm sorry for being like this, chat, but it's just... Getting that last-minute decision to just sub me in, right, sucks. And, yeah, now my consistent uploads of all of the casted matches is gonna fall through because... Yeah, because of that, because of a miscommunication on the part of the tournament organizers. That's less of a crash out than I would have had. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, no, I'm just not happy after that one, and it kind of kills all my motivation to do the other casting, right? I don't know. I'll still cast.
I'm gonna go back live.
Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna have you send me the file for the.
Yep, I'll get you that file. Probably zip it, drive it, figure that. Yeah.
Preemptive apologies for everyone for we're gonna upload the same video between the two of us, but I want a full record. I don't want to just do games 2 and 3 on my channel. I want all of them, right, for consistency.
For this, so to clarify for the tournament rules, because we have matches going up against each other, we've got a 3-hour block to get these games done. The request is that like we try and get the games going as quickly as possible. It's like, hey, if we're like ready up, everyone, you get like a 60-second timer and then get kicked. As we see here, that can be a bit of an issue when some communication things happen and it doesn't quite line up for stuff. So this led to not ideal situations for game 1 of the series here.
Yeah.
I think this was a communication issue with people just didn't quite line up. Other thing I'm seeing is that teams were sent off to voice channels with only 4 slots. So
which means
might want to up that to 5. So
Dramus gave me a set time limit to coordinate with my team, but all of that was spent trying to DM Levy to get them out of the VC so I could actually do that. Which, I mean, like, yeah. I don't mean to be rude at, like, Levy or whatever, but I just, like, I had no time to figure things out with my team, and it really showed there. We had no strategy. Anyway, votes up for this next one. I'm going to do my best to cast this without thinking about the first one. Because that was just really bad.
All right. Yeah. I think the other thing is that while in Fleet Editor, you'll see chat pop notification things, but you will not necessarily see like chat there if you're doing like a last second tuning or a swap over or like
That
grabbing something here. So
is true. Relying on chat to tell you, relying on chat and fleet editor is not the most consistent thing. Let me make sure to ready up and everything. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Ugh.
Anyways, all right. Let us do some Castulus. Yeah. I'm still not a fan of it because I had to solo cast that, which I can do, but more fun when we get the co-cast nonsense.
And I would have loved that too, but yeah, all of Freakbob Fenthouse's team was for some reason not available, and I had to do an emergency sub. Also, another rule: why can't one player bring a 6K if they're down a player? They have to do 3 times 3. That seems really stupid, right?
I assume it's so that they don't have like a stacked power player playing a 6K.
But at the same
I'm not sure.
time, bringing 9K to a 12K fight is a guaranteed loss. Like, you might as well just not have the game to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll move on to round 2 at the very least. So, see where things go from there.
All right. I'm going to end predictions when we load
Tumbleweed.
in.
I think this is the first Tumbleweed game we've seen.
Yep.
So,
we'll see Freakbob Fenthouse doing with the close range gambit. We'll see how that goes with them. They get to choose the map because they lost, obviously.
All right. Let's get this cast underway. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NEBVEMBER tournament. We are in, let's see, this would be game set 5. This is going to be Freakbob's Fenthouse squaring off against SANDJOVER. Freakbob's Fenthouse is Team 1 in ANS, which consists of Cosmic Eradicator, Spy Eye, Cosmic Eradicator, and Cosmic Eradicator.
Yeah, very consistent. Very, very
I am Nekoboy Blue, and Scape GT is going to tell you who is playing up against these players.
Hello, everyone. Team 2 is the Unk Stack. This is SANDJOVER. We have Snipes Quiz, Heaven Based, which is Herman, and Hell Cringe, who is Hunter. Freakbob's Fenthouse lost the first one on Blood Moon, so we are here on Tumbleweed. They got to choose the map, and they choose Tumble as the second one. Taking a look at the deployments right now, I am seeing double carrier from SANDJOVER right now. I'm assuming they assumed that the Tumbleweed pick is due to an all-in beam strat, so they're probably bringing the double rocket carrier here. Meanwhile, Freakbob's Fenthouse does not bring beams. I'm seeing a lot of CL groups here. A couple
this
of
is a
Corvette
very interesting
clusters.
setup.
Ooh, I think I know what this is. I'm willing to bet that Freakbob's Fenthouse chose Tumble deliberately to force the assumption that they were bringing all beams, forcing the opponent to do this double R2 strike carrier strat. We'll see if I'm right with that guess, because I'm seeing a lot of these dispersed sprinters, which I believe Freakbob was talking about as their counter to Kuda spam. Lots of CLs.
We've seen a lot of Barracudas throughout the tournament do very good R2 strike. That said, the STM2 is a lethal device, and a VLS2 full of those in a Corvette can quickly deplane a carrier if they don't see it coming.
Right. Yeah, not a lot of frontline here from SANDJOVER against all of those CLs. Oh, what the rocket liner? Huh? Okay.
That's a tech for this map. Okay. I'm seeing a triple, what's this triple Corvette pair, or triple Corvette.
VLS 200?
What do you call it? Trio?
Or...
Trio, yeah. All right, I'm going to just read off ANS real quick here. So we're going to see Task Force Birch equivalent coming from the first Cosmic Eradicator. This can be triple Vox here. Pretty standard stuff all around. Defenders, rebounds on these. Noticeably lack of a bullseye, so just going to rely on their... These are just frontline.
Uh-oh.
They have
Spy
a
Eye.
parallax. Okay.
Spy Eye going with the Cherami tactics.
Okay, apparently. I can't tell if they're memeing or if they're serious. That's already a great start. So the second Cosmic Eradicator is going to be a 250 Vauxhall. This one has Defenders and a VLS2 on the back. Going to see a bunch of hybrids in there, as well as some STM2s. They're going to have a Yub brick in the back line, VLS2s on this thing. Let's check that complement. It's just 80 STM2s.
Yep. They did it. They forced the beam assumption. They forced the beam assumption. Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Blanket Jam, Gun Capper towards top of the map is going to accompany that CL. We're going to see a BLS-3 Pinard device with Bullseye. That's got torpedoes and hybrids in it.
Oh,
this is
the real
comp
Cosmic.
coming
This is
out.
the real Cosmic. The orbital long-range torpedoes from the real Cosmic here are a very, very funny tactic to see, and they work. It's really crazy.
Gun Capper, or not Gun Capper, actually just Picket device going towards 8 point there for the cap. Lastly, wait. Hang on a second. No, it's too many Cosmics on this team. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So that last Cosmic has a Picket, or just, yeah, it's just got a Defender on it going onto the B point there. The third Cosmic Eradicator is going to be a pair of Voxels here with BLS-2 backpack. A lot of SDM-2s on these. The SDM-2 count is through the roof already. We are seeing like
They did it.
120, 130 something odd of these. There's a lot.
They forced the assumption of all-in beam strat, I think, and they are
Gem
capitalizing
Vet,
off
and
of
then
that.
just 2 naked Picket assets here as bait. Spy Eye comes in with, looks like dispersed wings here. We're seeing VLS-2s and 3s across these Corvettes.
One of them
is
diving
going to have...
low is likely going to hunt for those carriers. One diving the opposite way. Yeah, this is a carrier hunting.
The hybrid, yeah, size 3 hybrids with Bullseye, size 2 hybrids as well, and then a size 2, yep, just a bunch of those missiles. That is a flank and a half underneath the map. They might run into one of the liners here. Spy Eye has, yep, another wing roaming at the top. They're forcing this, the hard read of the century here.
Yep.
Escape. Tell me, what are they hunting?
Well, I was right. This is double R2 carrier. As I'm seeing, no, Sidewinders are defensive. That's 330 R1s and 266 on the other one. Yep. Team Freakbob's Fenthouse with the hard read on what the enemy's bringing. They force the enemy to assume a max beamstone tactic here. As you can see, now the SDMs are coming in. Fulcrum does
wisely
manage
baits
to
them
dodge. Yep.
into the rock there. Good work on their part. That said, this is only the first of many.
To chew through. Pyrope
sends her regards. They say, "All right, we're gonna see just
I do know why. I do know why they're saying that. These are Pyrope SDM 200s. These were built by Pyrope specifically.
CMD acts. Fulcrum is out in the open, and they're gonna eat
they're
it.
gonna
Yep.
get
Instant
gutted here
annihilation
by the
of that
SDM
wing.
200s. It should be worth mentioning that even if ANS runs out of SDM 200s, those CL groups with the 250 RPF are going to be devastating against these fighters. These are not bombers; these are fighters. So yeah. Anyway, continuing the rollout of what OSP is bringing, it is Snipes and Herman on the carriers here. Hell Cringe, who is Hunter, looks like they're going to be running the cap fleet here. It looks like double 250 liner. One of them already target locked and under fire from one of the sprinter groups here. It is firing back, though. It does acquire them and is returning fire, although it is taking some missile fire. It will likely probably win that fight unless Spy Eye here full dumps. Meanwhile, the other one is being engaged by the CLs at just below Boxer here. Is it being jammed out? It's being jammed out. I can't detect them.
That's a very light damage control on this liner that we're looking at. Only 4 teams.
They're cap guard liners. Anyway, Quiz here running the full-in rocket liner. Okay, with various...
Streak Flight, just briefly interrupting there on the 8 point, going to experience a significant emotional event as, oh my god, the SDM-2s let fly.
Rocket as well, as Streak gets eviscerated. Rocket Squadron soon to follow, as well as Claw and Sunder are under SDM-200 fire as well. These squadrons are coming in to support one of Hunter's liners on the flank here. Eat all of these
bunch
missiles.
of size
Claw
1s as well. Fighter killers. They brought multiple layers to their defense.
As
this Corvette flank probably going to get taken out, but still, that's a lot of damage dealt.
The other one, though, is completely uncontested. And the carriers are spotted! Target lock on Snipes' carrier.
That's going to be a hell dump
programming
here.
will Spy Eye program before they die here. We will see. Yes!
It's going to be a little risky with the number of fighters, given that they can commit to strike. We'll see if they get the launch off. R2s will splash one of these.
Yep, Claw's
They'll
gonna
get a little close for
decimate
comfort.
this squadron here, and it looks like the SD, yeah, it loses target lock. However, the target lock, the identification where the carriers are, leaves the other strike group completely open to do a strike here. Quiz, I didn't even go over the rest of what Quiz is bringing. Quiz is bringing a mixture of Ruddles scattered around the map and gun campers here, along with the rocket liner.
Yeah, the rocket liner, a bit of a weird tech. We've seen rocket backpack before, but the pure rocket liner is a specific to this map choice, trying to get the equivalent of a beam battleship. A little bit squishier.
ANS attempting an E-cap here. Ruddle rushing in to try and take the cap. Rockets are firing. Only one rocket gets launched before the ship gets disabled by the orbiting CL.
Rocket impacts, not a whole lot of damage dealt to that thing. It's going to just soak this finally.
Protector
CL's going to sweep through.
Does manage
Spy Eye
to
undetected in the backfield, but their other flank here potentially gets eyes on the carrier now. Impending doom might be flying out
Spy
here.
Eye knows exactly what the carriers are. These ones are about to get detected. One of them actually already takes a hit. One of its hangar banks is down. No craft in that hangar bank, though, means it's not going to be being repaired.
Taking a look at that, they greeted the hell out of the damage control on these, hoping to never get struck. 2 teams, 1 restore. That's just a small locker.
There goes the carrier
on this.
detection. Carrier spotted as Snipes is now detected. Herman almost
That's going to be a lock on it as well. Never something you want to feel as a carrier player.
Both of these carriers are going to get spotted here. Target lock goes through. Spy Eye is going to program some missiles to strike. It's possible that Spy Eye gets both carriers here. Without those carriers, SANDJOVER has nothing. Quiz.
The alert fighters on those carriers right now are all landing. There is no defenses.
The strikes,
just going to see if they can get something
these,
off the
look
deck.
at all these RTBs. They're RTBing from the strike on the other Sprinter strike group here, as they are not in position to really defend. It's possible that some of these missiles might rock PD. No, it looks like those are going to strike perfectly as Spy Eye
Command,
sends some...
no jamming. Oop, a little bit of 20 mil. Meteor Flight burns back quick as they can. More SDM-2s flying out here.
Meteor Squadron is, engaging here. More SDMs out on Talon Squadron here. It is a, once again, a Piranha Strike Squadron that was set to strike somewhere near A. Gets hurt pretty badly here. The fighters, for
Carrier
what it's
snipe
worth,
attempt
doing
goes through
a
again.
pretty
They
decent
do clean it
job
up.
at cleaning up those strikes, though. Although now
the punish kicks on as they activate their point defense field, and all those missiles going to be coming out here saying something.
The question is, will Spy Eye have enough SDM-200s to deal with this? Rockets are already out. Here goes the second salvo of hybrids. The fighters in
Rockets will find purchase.
Formation trying to deal with the SDM-200s. Leaves the carrier open.
That's going to hit the carrier.
2 hits, another hangar bank down. Bulk mag gone! Bulk mag gone. If these hybrids kill the DC, the restore, which is...
Just barely kept alive. Front of the ship takes a hit.
Oh,
all the hangar banks are down.
Carrier. Mission killed carrier. Spy Eye, mission kills one of the carriers. Herman still active, though. Spy Eye continuing to dump missiles into Snipes here, trying to just confirm the kill. Enterprise is still
Snipes
active, though.
at best can restore like 1 hangar bank and get back to 5 effective launch pads. That is a crippling blow for a carrier that wants to cycle
the
at
bulk
these
mag
massive
is going to go
flights.
down. The bulk mag is gone.
It does have
so
a secondary mag
arm.
up front, though. So it's got
Does it
163
have...
rockets. Yeah, they doubled it.
That's another bulk mag, though, and it goes down! Yep, that's a fully mission killed carrier. Spy Eye does manage to kill
Second
one of the
strike
carriers.
gets through. That'll do it.
ANS is not really taking advantage of the carriers being distracted right now. Most of their CLs are pulled back pretty defensively. They are now engaging.
They know there's a couple of fighters airborne, but they definitely could get a little more aggressive towards this cap plate. We also see one of the Cosmics, the triple Vauxhall, is going to probably find Hunter. Hunter pulling back with a 250 to see off these cappers.
Snipes is under fire from the triple CLs. The triple CL just pushes into the back line here.
Yeah, like, to their credit, like, I think that Spy Eye, although they may have gotten bled here, they've already gotten their money's worth. This carrier has been mission killed. Cosmic is into the backfield. We see what happens when Triple CL gets eyes on this long-range shot against a bunch of these Barracudas. 250 RPF is going to rip them to shreds. We're gonna get a thumbnail for the meme. All right, so
Oh
Yeah,
my god, I just watched in the span of 2 seconds as Comet Squadron goes from 14 to 2 craft. That was one of Snipes' last squadrons that was still up, as Cosmic with the 250 RPF is just going to clean house back here in the back of the map. It should be worth mentioning that the other carrier is still detected. Not sure by who,
Snipes removed from the game effectively here. 5 fighters left on the board, nothing to do with them.
Should be worth mentioning, look at A right now, as one of the Cosmics is pushing in to try and take the A point here. Quiz is waiting in position with the rocket liner, though. We will see if it is able to jump out. The
250
CLs
liner got hit
have
earlier and
moved-
is wounded still.
The CLs have moved back enough so that the rocket liner shouldn't be a threat, but that capper is still under threat. Meanwhile, up top is
Rocket cap goes through on D. They will take out one of the naked ships there from Cosmic. Still, though, orbital assets, what are those? SGM-1s.
Are those S1
They might still
offensives
have
from
missed.
orbit? Holy shit! Cosmic
It's
from
tech.
orbital offensive S1s into this Ruddle, takes out the drives.
Spy here saying, okay, now I can eat my chicken sandwich. Yeah, that's their plan. Just commit to the back line and then be like, all right, yeah, I've got a chicken sandwich. I did my job. Win the game, folks.
SANDJOVER is relatively out of position here. They're going to need to start readjusting their positioning really fast here if they want to have a chance to recover from this. The CLs guarding the ACAP attempt here quite well. Lightning Squadron, though, from Herman, does have rockets and does still have fuel. It's coming in. SDM, no, those are just regular S1s. The CLs, are they empty?
RPF is currently focused
they still
on
have
a
SDM
Ruddle.
200s. SDM 200s out on Lightning, although the rocket strike
The
already goes
arsenal
out.
device fires.
2 rockets go out. There goes the rest, as it appears that ACAP is going to get... Is ACAP going to get denied?
It
There
will
goes the
survive,
Ruddle.
barely.
The Ruddle engages from below, but misses, as the SDM 200s are going to clean up Lightning. ANS takes A point, giving them the cap advantage right now. Meanwhile, Cosmic is pulling down with their orbital asset onto Dagger right now. Should be worth mentioning that this Ruddle is still theoretically alive. One of its rocket launchers is still up. If it can pivot that to target, it can still get the kill.
That
although
RPF is going to hit rock there.
Down,
we'll
though.
save it for the moment. Oh, wait, hang on. Wrong Ruddle, I think we're looking at then.
Oh, there's so many fucking Ruddles right now that it's very difficult to figure out what's going on.
One of the Ruddles on decap there, I believe, is off the point. So, yeah, we will see. Cosmic has a torpedo on target for that. Act Wake, this thing will find purchase.
Yep, as that is the Ruddle disabled on Dagger.
Goodbye.
ANS is going to take the 4-cap here. It does not look like OSP has anything to do to dislodge that. Hunter does find a good angle against the Triple CL Cosmic here with their 250 liner. They do pivot that around. Oh my god, the
Same
vomit
time,
of
though,
SDM
this is a
200s. How much craft does Herman have left at this point? Not a lot! Herman is almost
R2 strike
bled
going on
craft.
the SDM brick, but
The
I think we're
SDM
gonna-
counter
SDM2s against rockets.
Oh no, it's not. Oh my god, did it work? Oh my
Swing
god,
and
it
miss.
worked! The ship
Takes
loses...
a reactor hit.
Yep.
It's fine.
It loses
This
the
ship
last
has expended
of the
all of its
SDM
munitions already.
The SDM 200 counter battery on the rockets. Oh my god.
A&O budgeting right there. ANS currently holds a 4-cap. OSP has been pretty thoroughly deplaned. Herman
They're low on
has
cappers right
4
now.
4 flights up. Yeah, look at the craft count right now. Most of these are going back to base. There's 5 active fighters just on patrol. The carrier
Hunter.
currently has 5 fighters within it. They need to cycle, and this is an opportunity for ANS to just commit to this fight. We're seeing now
OSP
Cosmic below the
does
map of the
step
Birch.
They do step onto Eclipse. One of the Cosmics in the middle of the map has already swapped the batteries of their CL over to try and deny E, although with only 1 CL in Arc, I have a feeling that's not going to go through. Although there's nothing stopping ANS from just throwing the empty reins onto a point somewhere to just retake it.
Below the map here, Cosmic with the Task Force Birch. I was trying to say, because I figured this thing would die super quick. This 250 in like plasma liner,
It's doing.
this is facing a triple Vox.
It's doing a decent job of holding back the push here. Although once that thing goes down,
Super
Oh,
R2
the
liner
Ruddle!
strike heads up.
The rocket liner strikes onto one of Cosmic CLs here. It's gonna absolutely gut that thing. Although ANS now knows that that thing is a threat. Quiz you madman, as Cosmic instantly
Cosmic
knows.
has another CL nearby that can start opening up on that.
It needs to start
Quiz
withdrawing
ammunition
fast.
counts.
It needs to start withdrawing fast in order to open the range, or that thing is just going to run it down and annihilate it.
250 already opening up here. A little decent because some of these missiles hang out in space, but
Rockets do that for some reason. I don't know why. It's a very recent thing. Was that an AMM fired at this capper on Eclipse? Huh? Okay. It detonated right before it hit and did no damage, so it either ranged out like a millisecond before striking the target, or it was just a
Hybrid's
defensive
going
missile.
after that capper in question, clearing the point real
Yep.
fast.
That is going to clear
Quiz
the point
burning
for a
towards
cavalry attempt here.
Cosmic here. Cosmic burning hard away from that, knowing what that rocket liner has
Falcon
done to
Squadron
its
from
compatriot.
Herman does take out the SDM-200 air defense brick, although too little too late, as it has already bled most
They
of
still have
OSP
16
of their craft.
R2s. They're going for one of the CLs that is currently going to be facing broadside to them. Does not have the RPF fire.
250 is currently busy trying to dislodge the rocket liner here. Yeah, it's not going to be firing.
Command container called a finisher with submunitions. This will be bombs, if I had to guess. A little bit close here. Might.
No, it should
This might not stage.
properly. Yep, no, it does stage properly. That is a
Point-blank
bomb,
shotgun.
bomb finisher container. The ship survives, though, which means it still can enact cap war. Falcon Squadron attempts to
R2
strike
attempt
some
from Falcon,
hits. Not a lot, though. But this liner's closing the gap really quickly on that CL.
Liner lost some of its launchers. It is going to have a little bit of issue there. As the rocket launchers aren't the toughest thing in the world, but it is rapidly approaching the hell dump range, so we'll see how that ends up going for it. Carrier in the backline is looking
It's
pretty
still getting
compromised. If the Birch just pushes...
Yeah, Hunter's doing a really good job of keeping that triple CL at bay with their pretty gutted 250 liner right now. Boxer is going to start getting capped by OSP here as Hunter puts their other liner on the point in the backfield right now. The CLs are starting to feel a little bit of the pressure of the remaining assets that OSP has. OSP wisely deciding to do multiple pushes at the same time. There come the rockets from the rocket liner.
Ahoy. We're going to see if this is enough. They can kick to the side if they are wise to it. Let's see the thrusters firing now. Point defense trying to do his job. They tank most of this salvo.
Hits. Still a lot of rockets left on that liner there, as there goes the second salvo. The CL forced to evade comes to a relative stop in terms of angular movement. Yep, and there
That's
goes the
going to be
secondary
painful.
strike. Yep, that is one CL group pretty much completely gutted here. Although there is still a lot of CLs left on ANS. ANS needs to start pivoting those CLs into the center of the map to start making sure that they stop losing points.
CL on C is going to dump its STM-2 back into Whistler flight here.
Yep, that's going to be a lot of hits as Whistler is going to get pretty gutted here.
Yeah.
Fire now pivoting to Hunter's 2D liner here, which is currently mags down. This thing is really gutted. Cosmic is...
This liner is the only thing stopping that Birch trio from pushing onto the carrier and completely removing OSP's presence from this game.
Which it looks like the triple CL is already starting to do. They're already getting fire on Hunter there. They see the fighters moving back towards the carrier. They have a relative idea on where it is.
Another rocket dump as they try and clean up the CL below E here. This has taken a lot more rockets than Quiz wants to expend on this. You see here, still to this point, they're continuing to dodge. Hybrid comes out here. That's going to boop the liner in the nose. Takes out more of the rocket turrets. This thing only has so many restores.
I mean, it already got its points worth disabling 2 CLs, but trading 2 CLs for one of your last available liners is not really a trade.
Task Force Birch has just found
carrier.
Herman.
Enterprise has been detected here under 250 fire. That is going to add up really quickly. Triple CL is going to absolutely tear this thing apart. As
trying to run with the Sun Drive, it is very squishy.
Yep.
This HE is not quite getting the hits they want. They just need to get a little bit closer. Starting to see some of the impacts now as the Hangar Banks flash. There they go.
Yep. Not a lot of craft left with on OSP, though. Although this carrier will die, I think it was probably effectively out of the game a much earlier state, as Herman just has very, very few things left to throw at the enemy. Hunter, with the Cosmic, using the long-range torpedoes, gets some pretty devastating hits on Hunter's liner at Boxer. That's a structure break, no restores left, as most of it is redded out here. OSP, although they did a really good job of bleeding ANS of their ships here, ANS just has enough left to hold these points here. A is going to start being
ANS
taken
4
here
cap
as
currently.
Ruddle. No, that's just a T20 capper steps onto A, although this CL group is
Ruddle will be on
really
D point
close
instead.
to retake it. Hunter is, or sorry, yeah, Hunter, they're going to lose their last, one of their 250 liners on C there.
So this is a
really
very
stopping the
interesting
ECAP
game.
here. Nothing really stopping the ECAP here, as OSP is likely going to take it as well. ANS just needs to pivot their CLs back into the map to finish off the scattered cappers that the Protectorate still has.
More R2s coming out from E point. They're trying to clean up Cosmic Eradicator's Corvette, see if they can maybe flip some points here. Score is still pretty close, about 120 point difference here. Cosmic with a single gun drifts towards the E point here. They're going to try and contest this against the rocket liner, forced to expend more ammunition. What it's worth, Herman trying to get their fighters back. They found some semblance of cover, but the triple Vox Cosmic is relentlessly pursuing this. They're just burning towards the top of the map.
They still have a lot of rockets left, but their craft count has been pretty bled. They can still put out effective strikes, but against CLs, I'm not entirely convinced it's going to be enough to appropriately turn the
Active
tides here.
PD
Look
grid
at this!
there, as well as just the firepower.
CL on Eclipse is still functional, even after taking all those rockets. It's still going to be able to contest Eclipse for a while here. UNC Quiz is already rotating that liner to try and finish the kill here.
Quiz
although Eclipse is going
does
to be
have a
denied for
nose
moment
gun on this. If I can find where the dang mount on this thing is.
It still has piranhas, though.
C-53, yeah. Should be able to finish this off with some ruddleage.
There it goes.
Ruddle attempt.
Oh! Is there an arm?
Hang on a sec. Do they have an
S2 arming missile in the backpack is going to hold Eclipse.
Incredible stuff here.
OSP in shambles
Honestly,
right
shout
now
out to Freakbob's
as-
Fenthouse for the hard read and the mind games of this. Picking a
Right.
beam-favored map and they just purely saying, okay, we know you've run this double carrier build before. You have this in your pocket. We're going to hard read you and just come in with the mass SDM2 flanker Corvette, held dive, the backline style. Cosmic is going to get their point defense guns onto the carrier now. Honestly, if this Vauxhall just walks a little bit closer, we might see the rebounds and defenders completely deplane the OSP.
We will see. Fulcrum gets out, though, has strike available. It is going to strike onto the seal here. A&M's
Seal
do
takes a
go
couple hits
out
there.
to try and defend, although it looks like they get distracted by the craft rather than trying to go for the rockets. The seal, a little bit injured, still relatively functional, though.
ECAP Quiz finally going to take out the arming missile on that Vauxhall. Finally managed to put that thing in the dirt after who knows how many strikes that was. I want to say there's like 4 or 5 attempts to kill that thing off proper.
Anus retaking B and A simultaneously here as Cosmic, oh my god, diverts around Hunter's liner guarding the B point there, getting completely around it. Hunter will likely win that fight there, although they are severely damaged. Dagger is now under threat as Cosmic is splitting up their CLs to try and retake the points here. For what it's worth, OSP doing a relatively good job of maintaining these cap points despite losing a lot of their ships here as, Hybrids out on Quiz's rocket liner here. They do get intercepted by
will find purchase in a
AMMs, or
second
at least
if-
the first salvo gets intercepted by AMMs. The second one successfully stages, but they stage on a dead ship, and they miss
These were
the target.
CMD Hodge by the looks of it. I think they got warbled instead there. They did a little weird wiggle.
Right.
250 from this Vauxhall will clean up a lot of Quiz and Liner. They don't have restores left, and like we said before,
Very
these
low
rocket turrets
on
are pretty
rockets.
squishy.
Yep, completely empty on rockets, yeah, as Eclipse is now in danger. ANS does manage to resecure the 3 camp, which gives them time to get their ships back in position from their backline hunts that they were on.
Yep.
How is the CL not detecting that carrier? By Dagger, what?
That's
missing panels, probably?
a good question.
It's a para. Okay,
Looks
so it's missing panels.
like
I think it's the panel. Yeah,
bottom
it's the panel,
left missing.
The panel
Yep.
that's facing the carrier is the one that's knocked out by the rocket strikes. The carrier
Unfortunate.
does manage to go dark there.
Speaking of rocket strikes, Quiz does still have a Ruddle with 26 rockets in the tubes going towards C point here. They're going to look for the back cap, try and swing this to a 3 cap. OSP's bled very badly, but so is ANS. So really, it's both teams just trying to, with the scrappy ships that they have left, get on the cap points and hold a 3 cap.
Right. We will see which team is able to do that.
Despite the damage, Herman's still managing to field some fighters here. They're getting a not insignificant amount out, despite like their hangar banks being crippled earlier.
Boxer being
this might come back to bite
by
them.
OSP. Meanwhile, the battle for E continues as the CL continues to try and disable the combat effectiveness of this this rocket's liner. One of the guns still firing. There goes the mag, though, as Eclipse.
Oop,
and
D-point
the
rocket strike through as Griffin comes in and is going to find purchase. That is a very crippled Vauxhall.
Ooh, that was the one that was
its
attempting
mid-stack.
to cap D as well. That's rough. C-point now
C-cap
being
in
recaptured
progress.
here as ANS is just not doing a good enough job of clearing up these last remaining light assets from around the map.
Oop, Reactor Bloom on the E-point side, that's going to briefly illuminate the liner. Doesn't get the cook on it. Actually, hang on. No, does scorch the armor decently.
This liner is already pretty gutted, though, on Eclipse. It is still holding the point, though, probably due to an arming missile, I would assume. Yes,
arming missile or
is
nose
still
gun? Looks like
active
nose.
on a VLS launcher on one of the shoulder mounts near the bridge.
Yep, there you are.
ANS is actually in danger of losing this on caps, as their cap reattempts here have mostly... Yeah, the CLs are going to the wrong locations as 2 CLs are
CL
committed
moves
onto E
off of A point towards B side. Crippled rocket shuttle with Amsco team trying to fix it below the map. That could step onto A, but that would be a lot of time gone. Cosmic moves to reinforce E points here, which honestly, there's so many Cosmics in this game, you can't keep straight which one's which.
Cosmic pivoting
If E-cap
onto
goes
Boxer
through,
as well, trying to clear Boxer for an ANS retake here. Quiz doing an excellent
Bombs
job
out on
of just-
Dagger, gonna hit the CL there. Doesn't kill it, but still keeps it crippled for the moment, denying them that cap they
Dagger
should get.
needs to be capped ASAP from ANS. Cosmic is already... Yeah, ANS needs to divert these ships to points ASAP, or else they are going to lose on points. The
Was
Boxer
finally
fight,
dying on E point
the
there,
Boxer
despite
fight
their valiant
happening
effort.
now as Quiz sets one of their CLs to finish off Hunter's damaged liner guarding B. Eclipse finally being captured. Cosmics need to divert to caps immediately, or else they are going to start bleeding points here. They do still have the cap advantage, which means they still have time, but with their little remaining CLs, they need to start pivoting really quickly here.
Quiz might be trying for vengeance here against one of the Cosmic CLs above E-cap. They do have the Ruddle nose onto that direction. They're likely looking for this.
Still has Piranha rockets, yep. Hephaestus is in danger of getting struck here.
Again, more bomb strikes attempted on the D point, but these are just the KBU-15s. They don't quite have the damage needed.
They're just trying to slow down the CL enough to keep it from stepping onto the point, as Herman is just going to continue to salvo out strikes just in a desperation play to try and keep that ship from stepping on to
5 meters a second to keep this thing from it. Current score is 770 to 712 on the board. 3 cap OSP, 2 cap for ANS. Anyone's game still. The B point looking like it might decide this. If they can dislodge this very wounded liner, they should be able to get this cap. It is structure broken.
Fencer Squadron is committed on Boxer, though. Herman, with one last strike, is just desperately trying to clear up space here. The liner does get disabled on the point there. It's magged down. It gets killed. ANS is going to take the B point here. As the strike does not arrive in time to destroy that CL, it is possible that they might be able
Rocket
to strike
Strike
that
could
Corvette,
take out
though.
the CL, but they will also have to kill off that Capper Corvette if they have the awareness. They're going to see it now and are beelining towards it, trying to deny. That's going to walk them right into the
RPF
Vauxhall.
swap to Fencer Squadron. 250 RPF now out on Fencer. AMM's out as well to try and dislodge this strike as much as possible. The AMM's forced defensive from the squadron.
That is a lot of cleanup. Duster Flight down to 3 planes. They desperately split, trying to fire on the Corvette, see if they can get something done. B-Cap will go through for the ANS here as Duster Flight is heading back to the carrier with their head between their legs.
Hephaestus rounds the corner onto C. The Ruddle diverted back to A to try and retake the A-Cap there. So it looks like, although Cosmic is
going
in
for that is their
position near
best bet.
A, Cosmic is near position on A with a really healthy CL. If they can detect that Ruddle and kill it before it
Spot
engages,
quiz burning
it is
right now.
detected. It is detected. Is Kaiser paying attention? The guns pivoting
Instantly see the guns
to the
cycling to
wrong
another target. Where are they
They're
going?
pivoting to Duster as the CL begins moving closer to that Ruddle. Although, yeah, now the guns
New
pivoting
fire
over
order
to the
issued.
Ruddle
They
to
see
try
it
and
now.
deny A. C point under threat now as Hephaestus is just going to step onto the point. Active decoy out from Cosmic's CL. Fascinating. Not sure what that is going for. Possibly to try and jam out the Ruddle to help the other CL,
Maybe.
but that's
Quiz going for the
really
dump while they can, trying to see if they can get some
Flak
shots here.
and
Arc two from that
defenders.
range.
Flak and defenders
Yeah.
in Arc, though, is going to clean up that rocket strike quite effectively there.
Overlapping
Under
PD Arc
250
there,
fire.
just going to see none of that hit.
That's under 250 RPF
Which game number?
fire.
This is
We will
round
see if
2.
we'll see if that Ruddle manages to survive long enough to take the 8 point there, although it does not look like it will. It is already
Decap
taking
going to
some
go
pretty
through as
crippling
well.
damage.
GG
Snipes
call.
calling GG. Yep. Dagger stepped onto
Freakbob's
his
Fenthouse,
ANS
the
as
read
well.
of the century.
They almost lost it in the end. They're not pivoting their CLs onto cap points fast enough. SANDJOVER doing a really excellent job of preserving the ships they still had left after the really decisive anti-carrier strike at the beginning, as they are able to successfully preserve their assets into the late game, giving them a fighting chance to the end. Freakbob's Fenthouse losing a lot of ships in those attrition engagements at the end of the game, down to just a couple functional CLs and a couple functional corvettes, although they are able to just hang in there long enough to take the game.
Taking a look at that STM-2 frigate, that thing was lethal. 62 interceptions successes here. That is a
73
lot
targets
of carrier.
assigned, 80 expended, 62 successful interceptions, as the read of the century guts the entirety of OSP of their craft. Herman with only 4 craft left at the end there. Snipes
To their credit, still 34.5k on the board.
Right.
Despite the read here, like, OSP put some numbers in. Those liners here that we're seeing, the R2 liner, that pulled 26k damage. Quiz doing a very good job with the cap war while they could. We see Snipes only able to pull 6k as they were the target of opportunity. They got jumped by 6 sprinters in a trench coat.
Right. Spy did a really excellent strat at disabling those the carriers in the back line. They were only able to get 1. They traded their entire fleet for it, although it did push OSP back quite far, allowing the triple CL to find the back line and disable one of Hunter's liners there and put pressure on Herman. For what it's worth, Herman doing an excellent job of still getting strikes out despite being under threat for so long. The CLs do a really good job of mopping up pretty much all of Quiz's and Hunter's cappers here. The 250 liners hanging in as long as they can, but they were not meant to fight those triple CL and even double CL groups there, and it really did show. By the end of the game, they were pretty much eviscerated. For what it's worth, though, the various rocket shuttles and the rocket liner around the map able to gut ANS's CL groups quite effectively there. It was down to 3 functional CLs, 1 heavily damaged one, and a couple of corvettes. Both teams heavily bled at the end there.
Can't agree more. OSP was caught off guard by the surprise all-in counterattack, but they adapted quite well, all things considered. They knew they were on the back foot and were trying their best with the Ruddles and desperation, like, liner strikes against those CLs. They did very well, but just didn't quite have enough at the end of the day.
Right.
All right, so we'll be going on to game 3 then, as both teams have a point on the board.
Yeah. And it's on to SANDJOVER to choose the map for the last one, as Freakbob's Fenthouse pivots back to OSP, and SANDJOVER goes to ANS. All right, awarding points for that one.
Yeah.
As
We're going to run quick ad break intermission.
Majority of the people who voted chose ANS to win that one.
All right. So yeah, we'll do VOD exclusive content. Twitch, you're getting ads, so...
Yep. Ad break as we get ready for the next one. While ad break is running, I am going to run the prediction for the next one. It looks like Max Tastic, I believe, is going to sub in for one of the players on Freakbob's Fenthouse, so just keep that in mind when you vote. 3-minute ad break. We're running that right now. We'll see you in just a moment.
All right. So VOD exclusive content side here is we're just just waiting for the teams to go through. Very interesting seeing. I'm just gonna call it a read from watching the game of SANDJOVER last time around. They did this double carry strat was on Gold Rush. They played it very well, used the monitor ball to provide screening, and then just collected with the R2 strikes. Just Freakbob's Fenthouse taking that into mind, saying, okay, how do we effectively deep lane two like mass up Barracuda toting more lines, and coming in with that build that just really effective tech.
Right.
Question: Why are team members getting ready-made fleets and not their own? We saw, for example, Tasty Incident.
So a lot of that is because these tournament teams are very heavily coordinated and typically do interconnected fleet tactics. So we saw there with the fleet that I was given, without a fleet built specifically like that, the team comp wouldn't have worked. We didn't have cappers in the first one, and so I had to play a liner fleet with cappers. I do not have one of my own, and so I was provided one. It's those integrated tactics, which is what allows these tournament teams to be so coordinated and so powerful in games. In that last one, it's likely that all of those fleets were developed in parallel to allow them to have sort of the build and the strategy sort of developed holistically, rather than the fleets fitting into a strategy after the fleets were made. You saw in the Tasty incident, what ended up probably happening there is that the team decided on doing all-in carrier, but they didn't have, two of the team members didn't have an effective carrier, so Tasty gave the other two players a carrier that they had that they believed would work, which it didn't.
Yeah. The expectation, like Scape said, is that these will be fleets that are designed to work better together than they could on their own individuals. Compared to public lobbies, you can get some interesting overlap, like a very finely tuned monitor ball plus a cello setup. You can see some other things like liners that are meant to complement each other's strengths through overlap of like different arsenals. You can see some missile builds that are working in conjunction with a frontline fleet.
Right.
It's just a more integrated game than you typically find in the pub lobby environment.
Yukon is the map that we are going to. You've seen in the tournament so far that almost all of the tactics that teams tend to go with have been all-in tactics. The double carrier in that one, the Max Axford on Blood Moon, as we've been seeing really commonly. Those
the
all-in
super sprinter
fleet
ball
tactics.
or all-in rocket shuttles.
And when you do an all-in tactic like that, you want to build the fleets around the strategy rather than building the strategy around the fleets, which is why you're typically provided with fleets if you do a strat like that, because it's much easier to design all of the fleets around the strat initially, right? So you understand that each ship functions properly in its designated role in the overall tactic.
Yep.
All right, for people who are just joining after the ad break, we are on Yukon here as the final map. The Unk Stack, SANDJOVER, has chosen Yukon to be the final stand of both of these teams, as we are going to see how this one ends. Both teams 1-1 here, with both really decent matches, actually. The second one, definitely the highlight of this series so far, between SANDJOVER and Freakbob's Fenthouse. Nailbiter to the end, Freakbob with the excellent read on the likely tactic that the OSP team was going to bring. Counters it really nicely. We will see what ends up happening in this third one here. It looks like Freakbob's Fenthouse is going with the Cosmic Eradicator strategy, as everyone has swapped to Cosmic's fleet colors.
Wouldn't be surprised if Spy changes their name on Steam and just hasn't reconnected.
If you look really closely, you can see that two players' paint scheme is slightly different than the others. The yellow of Top Cosmic and Spy Eye is slightly brighter than the two other Cosmics.
I hate that I can see it. You've ruined this for me.
I'm not sure if stream is high enough quality for you all to see that, but if you look really closely, it's a slightly different shade of yellow, and I think that that is an excellent idea. That's...
It's gonna infuriate me now that you pointed out. I didn't notice that at first.
Yep.
Yep.
You all
I think
can
briefly
see it?
talking about
Oh.
no, chat can see it too. Great. Thanks for that, Scape. Go back to what I was trying to say. I think that as the tournament goes on and the teams kind of show off what they have to throw against each other, we will see like specific anti-team strats drummed up. For example, Freakbobs came in here. They knew what SANDJOVER had in the earlier games of the tournament, so they drafted accordingly with the expectation of double Moreline as a gambit. In turn, we may see people like keep certain builds hidden until the later rounds of the tournament, try and get some wins there with surprise tech or something that they did not really have at the start of the tournament. They had to draft up quickly.
As a sub, was I actually able to talk to team members about strategies? No. I was added as a sub to Freakbob's Fenthouse mostly as a joke, because I didn't have a tournament team. I was never actually expected to play in the tournament, and so I didn't really keep up with the strats that they were doing. In fact, a lot of them actually wisely kept it secret from me, just so in case I accidentally leaked it, because I am pretty active in the community. So no, and that's why I was a little bit mad at Jaramus earlier. I still a little bit am. Because I was given no time to coordinate with my team, and it very much showed in that match. That was both it was aggravating for me to play, and it was probably aggravating for you to spectate, Neko, watching our team kind of not be able to do anything there.
It was a very busy match, I will say that much.
We had the early cap advantage, and we should have capitalized off that with the liners we had, but we decided to take the frontline fight, which was a big mistake. If we pivoted liners to camps, we would have forced the Axfords to split up, and we might have had a chance there. The Beam Axford rush, though, was, I will give SANDJOVER credit for
it. Was
a
unexpected tech. I didn't catch it at first when I read through the fleets. I think I breezed over the Axfords at first and then realized, so... All right.
Do
the
other
Cosmics
subs
are just waiting to
actively
ready up
talk
here, so.
about strats? Yes. It's pretty much everyone except for me who's on board with the strats of Freakbob's Fenthouse. Once again, that's a side effect of me sort of being part of that team as a joke. It wasn't really... I was never actually meant to play in the tournament.
Yeah.
Escape, Wendy's or Chick-fil-A? I'd have
I
to
like
say...
Wendy's better.
I have to say Wendy's just because of what Chick-fil-A kind of... what they put their money into. I've eaten at both. I do like Chick-fil-A a lot, but I never pay for Chick-fil-A.
I'm more of like a Popeye's chicken sandwich kind of guy.
If someone takes me to Chick-fil-A and buys for me, okay, I'll eat it, but I'm not giving Chick-fil-A money. For people who don't know, Chick-fil-A puts their money into some pretty awful things. And, of course, that's pretty personal for me, being a part of the community that they like to target with the thing that they put the money into. But that's beside the point. Wendy's is good, though. Wendy's is good.
Yeah.
Italian meatball or Italian sausage? Italian meatballs. That one's not even, like, a discussion.
I say it depends on the day and, like, what you're going for with it, but...
The really rough thing about Arizona specifically, too, is that we only have Chick-fil-A, really, for... I mean, we have Cane's, I guess, but... Yeah, Cane's is pretty good. No, we're not kicking... No,
yeah,
I'm not subbing back in.
Let's not
I'm
for the
going
fun.
To do this.
Yeah. Also, I don't think that's the right... Is that the right Cosmic? I mean, I guess you could right-click kick, right?
I don't know which Cosmic this is. What do I think of the Hungarian government? What the fuck are you What are you asking me?
Yeah, that's about right.
Hungary?
We serve food here, sir. All right, let's get into round 3 of this, shall we? So,
yep.
Both teams 1 point on the board. Let's see what we get.
Alrighty. You took A&S last time. I'll take them this time.
Yep. To the OSP side. All right.
Alrighty. Prediction ended. It looks like, 45-55. Very even. We will see what ends up happening with this one.
All right, people, questionnaire time's over. Let's get into this game then, shall we?
I'll answer questions later. Please hold all questions to the end. All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to some more NEBVEMBER tournaments. We are on Yukon. This is going to be game set 5, round 3. Squaring off, we have SANDJOVER in the orange trunks against Freakbob's Fenthouse in the blue. I am Nekaboy Blue, and I'm joined by Escape GT.
Hello.
All right, so you want to read off Team 1 then?
Yep, Team 1, as you said, is SANDJOVER. The Unk Stack. We have Heaven-Based, who is Herman. Quiz, Snipes, and Hellcringe, who is Hunter here.
Yep. Against them, we have got Freakbob's Fenthouse, which is Cosmic Eradicator, and the Spy Eye.
Yeah, it just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? We can definitely tell all these idiots apart. Yeah, just
Hasn't
look
gotten
for
us
the,
confused at all.
just look for the color of the yellow, and you'll be able to narrow it down 50-50, I suppose. Anyway, taking a look at initial deployments right now, it looks like SANDJOVER is doing the same tactic they did in the first one. Max Axford over the top here. I am counting, looks like 7, if my math is correct there, right? 4, 5, 6,
Take a look.
7.
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6.
7
I
Axfords.
count.
I count.
What's the 7th?
1, 2. There's a cluster of 2 by C. Cluster. Oh no, that's a
1, 2,
beamstone.
3.
Never mind. Ignore me.
4, 5.
I was holding the camera at an angle to try and get all of the
Gotcha.
Axfords in that group above A. That I missed one of them being a beamstone. Based on its position, that's likely a rail. We will see.
All right. Looks like 6 Axford. It might be the same build that they did first round of the tournament on, or first round of this set in the tournament on
We'll
Blood
see
Moon.
if.
Gonna see a more line coming in here. Carrier loadout from OSP. You want to read off ANS quick, and then I'll do OSP after?
Yes, let's take a look at what the Unk Stack has brought to the table for this game. First up, Heaven-based Herman. We have double 450 Axford here. These are not Greedfords. These are fully built point defense Axfords. One with a comms jammer, one with probably an illuminator, I would guess. Nope, never mind. Illuminator on the nose or the belly. Nope, not seeing an illuminator from this fleet at all. We do have an S3H backpack here. Looks like I'm seeing
They do have an illuminator on the
Riverfold.
shoulder. Just have to
There
look
it
for
is.
that
Okay.
now. Yep.
River Folds, those are S3H River Folds. Those are anti-craft S3H, and it appears that those are the only things loaded in those VLS3s. Hell Cringe is running some pretty cringed Axfords here. I suppose it fits to allow them to fit 2 cringe cappers. No, these are full gun cappers. One of them's a full gun
we saw this
capper.
build in the first game. One of
them
these is going to be a jam vet, and the other one
Huh.
is offset Pinard device.
Anyway, both of these Axfords that Hunter has brought are Greedfords. One with a... Oh, no, one of them's the rail Greedford. Yes, this is the same
Yeah,
thing on
it's
the first one.
strange. This is the same comp we saw in game 1, so...
All right. Quiz with the Cap Fleet. I am seeing quad Beamstone here. Ooh, funnily enough,
defender on these. Hang
Beamstones
on.
have a lot of defenders, probably anticipating the R2 tactics from Freakbob's Fenthouse. We will see if that's what that carrier is. As well as, it looks like all of their cappers are... Nope, 1 gun, 2 gun, 3 gun... Alright, so 3 gun and 2 cringe.
3 gun and a spy glass is the tech
Right.
on the one. The
And
mice is towards the top of the map.
Snipes is running the Beam Axford Rush fleet, as we saw in the first one too.
Very unusual stuff there, but
All
a
right.
lot of damage on those. All right. So OSP against this. We saw this in game 1 award the SANDJOVER team a win. We'll see if they can pull it off again. Cosmic Eradicator number 1 comes in with a 450 broadsider. Has got its self-contained backpacks here, comms jammer, T20 secondary batteries. Very consistent overall.
I'm
They
assuming
got
we're
some
looking at
dispersed-
mechanical hands and zirconian pants, Cosmic.
Yes, top of
Okay.
the list. We're gonna go in order.
That's not top
They've
of the list
got
for me,
1,
but okay.
2 T20 shuttles, and then we got a Bloodhound early warn tug. This thing is only able to run the track correlated Bloodhound or the early warning. Does mean the early warning spots this massive rush up at the top here. So second Cosmic is going to come in with Ruddle, and then T30 Plasma Liner, and another Ruddle. That's going to be some nasty close quarters work they can do. The third Cosmic is going to be Carrier, currently flipped upside down. The Winterborn is getting some craft off the deck. Looks like a good complement of bombers, a blade of foam,
not-
lets them tank an SDM2.
Yep, not
Good chunk of
entirely
fight.
dedicated to R2s, although they still have some. It looks like these are going to be mostly anti-capital.
Fighters with a blade of foam as well. Very expensive luxury fighters here. Not a common tech since the SDM2 is very popular for shooting these
taking
down.
a
And it doesn't
look-
push the threshold.
Taking a look what ANS is bringing, though, there's not a lot of SDM 200s on those. That's all like flak and RPF. That blade of foam might come in clutch.
Yeah. A blade of foam, I know on the bombers they can tank an extra hit, but I think the fighters, it's only plus 30 hit points.
It
Takes them to
allows them
90
to take
total, I
a
wanna say.
coil gun round from Tontos, but that's about it.
True. All right, interesting tech there either way, and then just a couple of skiffs coming in here. Also a pike or two with EO targeting ball. Lastly, we're going to see Spy Eye comes in with 450 liners 1 and 2, container backpacks on these, some Helljoys, some decoy containers, just good stuff overall there. These are going to go around the map. unless we see the cringe capper sacrifices, these are being distributed
Hang on a
around.
minute.
Hey, Skip, this fleet
Hey,
looks a
hang
little
on a minute.
familiar.
Yeah, this is the fleet that I brought, but I'm immediately noticing some corrections with the errors. So, of course, they give me the broken version of this fleet and then take the real one
Well, I had to test it some way or other. Anyways, Axford's going to move across the top of the map here to open the game up. These are on early warning. AN is playing it as blatant as they can. They've got 6 Axfords, and they're going to go.
All capitals from ANS detected. OSP knows this tactic. They know this is what happened last time. We will see if they are able to counter this. Hustler Squadron is ASF is currently just dodging and weaving through the flank here, maybe trying to bait out some anti-craft missiles, I would assume is what they're trying to do here.
Looks like they kept this on manual fire then, just trying to use RPF to pop it. Oop, no, one Naginata going to be fired off.
Fired. How many Naginatas do we have on this thing? 16.
I believe it was 16?
So that is going to impact. Oh, it misses! That was CMD and it misses! Whoa!
Okay.
Unfortunate for
Hardburn Evade will mean these dodge a lot of the RPF. 450 opens up on Heaven Base. Rails in return. That's a lot of fire all at once.
Wake back up, so maybe the Wake... Nope, there he goes. Splash 2. That one actually hit.
Rattle Strike going to find the wannabe A-Capper that... Or no, never mind. That's Chieftain with the R2s on them and R3s. All right.
Chieftain
little rocket bomber pair.
Keeps the R2s in reserve here, likely hunting for a Beamstone with the rest of those. That many R2s might be enough to get through. We'll see. There is a lot of defenders on all these Beamstones that ANS has brought. ANS wisely deciding to put a little bit more point investment into their goalie assets there. These Axfords rushing across the top, that's a lot of meat for OSP to chew through. You can see Spy Eye is currently taking the fight here. Meanwhile, the rest of OSP seems to be mostly moving around. This is very reminiscent of the first one here. As we have a lot of heavy ships rushing across the top. OSP, for what it's worth, I believe their best tactic here is to play on caps here. We can already see Tethys in Draconian Pants. That is who that Cosmic is, by the way. Has already wrapped around Boxer with one of their 450 liners, likely trying to get some broadside shots into these Axfords. Has pivoted the guns over, trying to get a target. Looks like the liner is doing some weird roll stuff. There's HE. HE into the broadside of one of Herman's Axfords here. That's going to get some belly hits there by the looks of it. We will see how accurate
Double Raider's good. We'll see how well it dodges this on an odd angle.
Chieftain takes a bunch of S1s here in the back line as it is hunting around for assets here. It does actually get a strike on one of the Beamstones here, knocks out a couple of the defenders. The Beamstone able to survive quite significantly against that strike. There's the strike.
Beams out from Quiz, going for Hustler on the A point. We'll find some. R2 is going to actually hit the C-Capper. Perfect snipe on that thing, taking out the drive. Removes this thing's power. It's going to be decrewed.
Damage, not as much as I think OSP was hoping for here into the Axfords. The Axfords friendly fire each other. Herman, one of the rounds goes into the nose of their other Axford. Oops. Don't see that every day. ANS is
Axford's opening up on the T20 cappers. Going to do basically nothing with the 450. Might have a bad ident on it. Axfords are pushing and going for what looks like a threatening posture over a common carrier spot.
Yep.
That said, the carrier can kind of rotate comfortably here and build up some strike. Axfords have to encircle it, so if it gets a good bombing strike on one of those Axfords as they had to split off.
Right, we will see if it's able to move and get some strikes through. OSP is executing the same strategy they did last time with the massive frontline push. We'll see if Freakbob's Fenthouse is able to reposition their ships enough to start getting some cap points here. One of Cosmic Eradicator's liners popping out low in conjunction with one of the Plasma 100
used for anti-air here.
Yep, okay, so OSP now knows that they're bringing the same Beamstones they did the Beam Axfords they used last time here. They have the positive ID on what protector it's bringing. Spy Eye getting
nice beam aim in the all chat there.
Spy Eye is just getting collapsed on in the back here as the Axfords just try and get over there. Cosmic has already moved Winterborn into a more defended position, trying to keep it out of harm's way. Bombard Squadron flanking up with the rockets here. You can see here come the Naginatas.
They're getting a bit of a split off here.
Bombard splits off one of their craft. It looks like they're trying to avoid the typical S3H ACM strat that you see. Both Naginatas miss
There's
again.
Something going on with these tunings.
Are these Heiko Chaff? Heiko countermeasures. That's what's causing it. The Wake backup is kicking in, forcing the Naganatas to miss as the Wake takes priority as Command's track is not good enough. There goes the strike into
very
one of the
unusual to
Axfords
see.
there. Degrades a little bit of one of them here, although this thing is still relatively healthy.
Importantly, that will strip the armor a bit more, allowing these T20 secondary batteries and the T30 liner a opportunity. Snipes is committing to this. They're trying to go for the brutality of those like secondary batteries combined with the beam and the 450 nose gun. This could end up going badly for them depending how many fighters are able to be fielded very quickly. They will be able to pick off this Bloodhound Tug in the back.
The Axfords do appear to be sort of splitting off here to try and get crossfires on the liners that they've pushed out of position. They're probably trying to hunt down the carrier. They do not know where it is, although they probably have a pretty good idea on where it is at the moment. The Bloodhound Tug under fire now as it's going to lose its capability to provide tracks.
Fire gets a beam locked onto them briefly there.
Around the corner, gets beamed. Fire now going into that beam Axford. That one is still perfectly healthy.
Here's
that beam
a bit of missile. Oh,
that's our two dump into the Axfords here. It's not really going to be doing
No, it's not. It's actually
yet.
our... Wait. No, that was S1s. They're just trying to fish this thing for any point defense or AMMs and such they might carry.
Interesting.
Simply just because they had the fighters up.
Spy Eye gets gutted. Once again, you can see the flaw with this fleet. Doesn't look like it's completely fixed. The CIC goes down. Only one on one of those liners just gets sniped.
Yeah, redundancy very important on liners.
An attempt
especially
on
with
the
broadside.
C-pump here is going to get denied as Quiz still has that beamstone in position to destroy it. Like how I walk, that's throwing itself onto the point. This is a gun camper. That's one of the more expensive campers that OSP has. It's just vaporized by the beam.
Actually, it's going to outpace the beam briefly there.
Whoa,
We'll get
Dryad
caught
does
up
get
in a second.
sniped,
But
though. The beam cycling here, B short not on, although it will probably flick on B short in a couple seconds here. The beam experts continue to round around the corner here. One of Spy Eye's liners is pretty much completely gutted. Firestorm from the carrier is going to attempt to strike on these beam experts here, just trying to dislodge them as best as possible.
There's the torpedoes
Those
out.
are torpedoes.
All right, these are going to be Act ARAD Val.
ARAD Val, radar, not MCOMmed. All of those torpedoes
That's
are going to
a
land.
crippling blow.
As one of those Axfords is really heavily damaged. Bomb follow-up. There is still a defender in arc from the escorting one, but it gets blocked out by the arc. The Axford's hull blocking
One
that
impact
defender
into
from
the
firing.
nose front stack
Bomb
there.
hit does not do a whole lot of damage as the nose eats it there.
Oh no, Spy Eye opening up. No, not Spy Eye. The Cosmic 100 mil opening up on the wrong Axford. At the same time, maybe the
they're
right
opening up on the
Axford,
right
since the other
Axford
one's
here. They're
not a
trying to
threat.
dislodge this beam. The other one is currently disabled right now. The beam is redded out. They can take their time on that one. They want to disable the beam on the other one. Looks like OSP
They
just
do manage
trying
it,
to get
4%
rid
on the
of
board.
those beam Axfords. Meanwhile, Cosmic, flanking low at C with a 100 mil liner, dislodges one of the beamstones as C is relatively open now if OSP can spare a capper. Meanwhile,
C under threat as well as
situation on
Cosmic
Boxer.
going for it.
Zirconium
They
Pants
get a track
is
on Quiz
detected.
here.
You can see the 250s are already starting to pivot towards where tempo is right now. That beam is out of arc. Range is currently approximately 7 kilometers. Zirconium Pants needs to open fire now if it wants to dislodge that beam. Atlas goes to ANS. Claw Squadron diverted with HE-shaped S1s to try and dislodge that, although it's going to be too little too late for the A-Cap to deny. Beam is back up on one of Snipes' Axfords here. Gets a beam into Bloodkin there. Bloodkin still holding on quite well here as Spy Eye repivots with the 450 liners. Trying to finish off Snipes here. Trying to
Strike
dislodge
out on
those
the
beams.
A-point. Swing and a miss on those.
Looks like a lot of them go
Right.
for the chaff. Those were likely saw. Yep.
Yeah.
Claw, though, is
Snipes
still going to
has
follow
bit off
through
a
with the
bit more
bombs.
than they can chew.
Claw
They're
finishes
suffering in
off
this
with the
backline.
bombs as multiple bomb hits hit this capper here. That was a full gun capper, though, so any damage into that is going to be a pretty rough. Oh, Zirconium gets mag sniped. Uh-oh.
There is
Eagle
a lot
Squadron-
going on in this
Eagle
moment.
Squadron, backed by the beam, needs to commit onto that beamstone now to help Zirconium Pants, allow it to restore the mag. Beam is now being battle stored. Eagle needs to strike now with the S1s, but they're just loitering in the backline right now. Defender out on Eagle Squadron as Eagle loiters into the defender range. Miss micro from the carrier player on Freakbob's Fenthouse as Eagle is just going to get torn up here. Zirconium does temporarily bring the mag back online. Get some nice fire into that beamstone there, although the damage is going to add up. Mag snipe on the beamstone, although the beam does not require bullets to fire. Zirconium
Beam
is
at
going to start
27,
taking some
14,
damage.
9.
There it goes. CIC
Just
down
barely.
as ANS is going to snag Boxer as well as Comet. Meanwhile, Snipes is pretty injured.
More bomber
in the
runs coming in
backline
here. Heads up.
Yep.
Torpedoes
There's the
about to be hitting one of
S3H.
these capitals.
S3H only takes out one of the bombers. The other ones Committing torpedoes.
They just tank through it.
They commit
Bad
torpedoes.
dice roll.
These
Size
are Axe
threes.
Thermval. The drives are firing on these Axfords, which means the Thermval will validate. Same thing with the ARAD. Multiple more torpedo hits into these Axfords here as the carrier player is starting to do some work here. Snipes is pretty injured, although still in the fight. These aren't Axfords. You have to remember that these things can restore quite well. Spy Eye, for what it's worth, has taken some pretty heavy damage. Same thing with Mechanical Hands. You can see this thing down here is very red. Tries to get some fire on these
Carrier
Axfords
under
here.
threat right now is about to start taking some actual fire, but it's gotten some good trades. Cap war at the same time. 4 cap inbound for OSP. ANS's front line tripled for the moment. Snipes can recover here if given time, but that was not the engagement they wanted to find.
Quiz pushing up with the beamstones into the carrier. Yep, OSP's going to lose their carrier here. The question is, did it do enough work weakening up these Axfords for the liners to deal with? We will see if it is going to be enough.
Cosmic going to come back from C point here towards the top of the map.
Herman here. One of Herman's Axfords is starting to take some fire here. A little bit of miss micro from OSP here, firing at 2 different Axfords. Spy Eye engaging the one in the back line, whereas Cosmic engages the one close up. Both of these Axfords are taking some pretty decent damage. We will see if it's going to be enough. Quiz
Carrier removed proper here as the beams and gunfire are going to put this
Quiz's
thing out
other
of commission.
100 mil liner is going to flank over the top of these Axfords here that are currently trying to engage the carrier. They're going to find the rail one first at close blank range. 2 restores at broadside at this range. Not a lot of things to prevent the damage from adding up. That might be a nice trade for OSP here, able to dislodge.
They're being
that
smart.
backline
They've
ship.
got C-53s and Plasma's going to fire first, then open up with the 100 mil. They're taking their time doing the math. Here comes the good Plasma bird. That's maximum damage Plasma at this range. 250 as well. Going to plink away at the armor a little bit. Secondary guns rotate, but that's not going to help.
Are not going to be enough to stop this liner from just tearing it apart. Yep. There comes the fire. Immediately, Gunplot Center goes down. Plant control up top, taking some heavy damage. 100 mil doing a lot less damage than I assumed it will, although this Axford will go down eventually here. It is broadside on right now, and this liner's just going to chew it up while it has the opportunity.
Yep.
Carrier does go down from ANS here as the Axfords begin to push, but conversely, the
Axfords
Axfords
will
are
also
now
collect
all...
one of the 100 mil Plasma liners there as they roll over it.
Bloodkin, yep, pushes out probably at an inopportune moment as the beam Axfords do commit. That is a really rough loss for OSP, as that thing is one of the most high damage tools they have against these Axfords here. Herman starting to take some really crippling damage here on one of their Axfords. They are starting to chain restore. If that thing gets into cover, they will be able to bring things back online. It is still combat capable, and Spy Eye has also taken a lot of damage here. The beam Axfords are now pushing as fast as they can into what's left of OSP's front line. We have flanks back to back to back in this game here, as multiple times the teams have ambushed each other. We will see who is really getting the best of this. Hunter does
OSP
manage
trying to consolidate their forces best they can. A lot of their ships are pretty beat up and need to find some time to repair. ANS is doing a good job of cycling their front line here, allowing some Axfords to step back, put themselves back together, and then recommit on target.
For what it's worth,
At the same time, though, their
OSP
cap plate getting bled.
OSP is doing what they need to do here and just commit onto caps with their liners, hold them as long as possible. The Axfords are now out of position in the backline here, and although they might threaten E is the only cap that they can really threaten right now. Dagger is going to start being capped by ANS here, although there is a gun capper in position to... That has rockets on it, too!
Gonna say something.
Rockets begin to
Direct
hit,
impact.
as that's going to be Dagger denied. There's no way that gun capper is going to be able to win that fight now. Dagger denied.
Nope.
Herman does have
Both
an
teams
axe
going for the
flanking
very
arounds for Dagger right now.
strange swap here.
Yep, both teams throwing their front line into the opponent's back line, just trying to contest points right now. You can see Hunter is doing their best to try and dislodge the liner on C with the rail Axford here, at least buying time for their actual proper Axford to flank up. You can see right now their other proper Axford is flanking currently upwards towards the C point here. Spy Eye,
Rail Axford coming out to play here for the moment. Going to find Cosmic caught a little unaware here, as they did not expect this.
Mechanical Hands pivots low underneath Hunter's Axford here. Fire order is confirmed. The gun's facing the wrong direction, as Teth is desperately trying to move that liner around to get close range fire against that Axford. Meanwhile,
In the background, though, Quiz going to be losing one of their destroyers as a Ruddle from one of the Cosmics comes up and finds purchase
that was
there.
The
That's going to be another asset gone.
A-cap guard. That was the A-cap guard. A is relatively open for OSP to take right now. Beamstone is flanking
Already seeing a
onto C
Ruddle
right
moving
now.
onto that direction.
There's a Beamstone flanking onto C right now. OSP does have track on it. The question is, will they be able to pivot quickly enough to deal with that? Tethys still trying to roll this liner here, taking secondary battery fire from this Axford, as Hunter is not committing the main battery onto it. Nope, looks like they are now. Both these ships are going to get
Snipe's going to get some nasty 450 as Spy Eye comes around the corner and just lights up their guns here.
That is one Axford
That is a
gutted
defanged Axford.
As
it's dead.
It's
full punched out.
Died that quickly, goddamn.
Singular CIC in this thing in the forward area, and yeah, with the bombs, I believe, that took out the front stack with the Oxes, this thing will get its head taken off here. That's going to be a pretty big purchase for ANS, or OSP now. At the same time, ANS getting a beam from Quiz, this healthy beamstone is going to be cook away
C point. Yep, that is one of the liners without a reinforced DC system. Once again, the fake Cosmic not investing in RDC. Tethys loses track on the Axford. They got the perfect broadside on. Their liner has taken way too much damage. Unfortunate. A Ruddle strike, though, into the rear aspect of one of Herman's Axfords here. Will this do enough damage to get through? Damage is starting to add up on the drives.
Surprisingly, not that much dealt.
Not
a lot of it
much.
tanked by the thrusters. Raider Drive, also a lot of health bar on that. I want to say it's like 1,000 plus there, so that's going to keep it alive.
Tethys gets flanked by one of Snipes' healthy beam Axfords here. Spy Eye, though, potentially in a position to get a broadside shot on that. Although
Spy Eye really needs to get in the fight right now. They have sat back, which is safety, but there is a very small opportunity they have to kill off these Axfords, and they have not really capitalized on it. We saw them push around that corner, did not get removed.
Going to get lost. ANS is going to retake it. Eclipse is going to get retaken as well. Spy Eye forced off the map, not able to really defend, although if they pivot out now, they will get broadside shots onto Snipes' the belly of Snipes' one remaining beam Axford there. Snipes not hitting B short on Mechanical Hands, as Mechanical Hands just sits there and takes it. Still able to be recovered, although the thing has taken a lot of lasting damage. Eclipse now being taken here. Hunter sits in one of their... Probably, is that the Lock Vet? No, that's the actual gun capper.
That's the Pinard scout from below there on east side. Okay. Still anyone's game. I'm going to say ANS looking slightly favored with the frontline presence that they still maintain. That said, OSP does hold a bit of the map.
Ooh,
still a lot of ANS assets not killed.
Spy Eye is going to get a broadside, or at least a belly shot onto Snipes' beam Axford here. They are bearing the target. Fire order set. Secondary batteries from Snipes. There goes the fire. Beam is knocked out at B shorts onto the liner that it was firing at. It does get the kill, but it means that the beam's going to be offline for this engagement with Spy Eye here. The beam does come back online, but it immediately gets grayed out by an AP shot here as Spy Eye immediately
Might see
begins
similar
diving
story
on
of the
E.
gut shot going for the CIC here. This thing is quite vulnerable with that bulk mag in
Power
the
down.
belly. I don't believe
Bulk
it has
mag
a secondary.
down. No backup mag as this Axford is now combat incapable for the time being, as Spy Eye is going to just push from multiple angles to try and dislodge that. Tethys doing what they can to try and contest A here. Sacrifice has been set to A and does manage to take the cap here. Dagger is firmly within the hands of OSP there. Although
B-cap
Tethys,
about to go through his Quiz plays Possum and goes through it.
Tethys doesn't finish the kill on B-cap Beamstone. As B is going to go back
Watching that in the backfield.
B is going to go back to ANS there. Lots of last
current
minute
cap score, I
swaps here.
believe ANS technically gets this if no cap goes through.
Spy
Quick
Eye
napkin math.
needs to commit onto E and just throw one of their liners onto E point right now, just to retake it. It looks like they are busy trying to engage this Axford here, not really taking the point. I bet they're probably taking a wide arc here, still thinking that the beam is probably active.
Likely, yeah. Spy Eye needs to commit their gunfire onto a target and put it in the dirt.
They are
proper.
doing that right now. They're going to bleed Snipes out of their last Beamstone. Boxer is going to swap here as the Beamstone does manage to swap back onto the point. With CIC down, though, all it needs is a single armed capper to really retake that. It looks like Donager is being retasked onto E to retake it, although Hellcringe is still on the point with a combat-capable gun capper, should be able to deny that if Spy Eye doesn't get secondary batteries on target soon here. Spy Eye with only a Bridge Master in that liner, though, it's going to be really hard for them to detect that that ship. Hunter pivoting over the top with one of their, this is their 450 Axford, trying to get a crossfire on Tethys' Draconian Pants in conjunction with Herman in the backfield there. Tethys...
Belly gun takeout here is kind of big for this gunfight, as that's
Tethys,
about
although
60% of the DPS gone.
You see the Beamstone from Quiz is already beginning to pivot onto Tethys' Capper here. They just want to try and kill that last 450 liner. Tethys has to be careful. They do know that the beam asset is there. Meanwhile, Herman committing onto A with Pocket Deuces. Dagger is pretty firmly held, and they are pivoting their Axford over the top. They're not standing on the point to hold as ANS retakes the 4-cap here. OSP needs to commit onto caps fast here, although all of their remaining liners misplayed in the middle of the map are going to get flanked pretty aggressively here.
Yeah.
Tethys does divert their liner, does actually detect the beam thing here. Rockets! That's a Ruddle that was going to go cap C, has now found the Beamstone from Quiz.
Gonna be 13 Ruddles shots left on this thing. Good to see if it gets the dive on Quiz. Defenders are in arc, but not aimed correctly. They will have a little lag.
Waiting to the last moment to try and strike this thing. Pointing bow on target. Rockets. Will they commit in time is the question.
Essentially point blank distance now.
Spy Eye has completely...
Wondering when they're gonna pull the trigger. There it is.
There they go. Rocket strike out.
Defender, yeah, tries to turn, does not have time.
Mag down as all of those rockets are going to find their way home into this. That's a mission killed Beamstone.
Does still keep the small reactor, but yeah, losing the big reactor means no beam.
Retake E here, although they have... Snipes actually doing a relatively okay job of keeping that beam Axford up, although its beam is pretty injured. Reactors are mostly down. Spy Eye right now needs to start pivoting onto other Axfords here to try and dislodge them from points. You see they are committing onto
Spy Eye tries to secure the E-cap here, but Anna's catching up on the score pretty fast.
Yep.
Spy Eye split off might get punished here. They're going to fight for C, which is not a bad fight for them, as that Rail Axford is going
Tethys is
to
gonna get,
fall
yeah,
very
Tethys
fast.
is going to get crossfired here in the center of the map. Electing to take a single mag on a 450 liner is always a really bad decision, as they are going to lose their mag, and it is going to be combat incapable for the time being. Spy Eye needs to start pivoting. They need to start pivoting, I think, onto Herman's Axford at A, trying to do their best to sort of dislodge it. It should be worth noting that the Axford at A does not have secondary battery, so it's going to be a really hard for them to dislodge. Although the beam Axford is beginning to flank back into position. It does have just enough power to power
Once
that
again,
beam.
just... This is on OSP not properly killing off these Axfords. They had every opportunity to full punish and remove them, and instead elected to split their fire a little too much. We see in this late game still 5 Axfords that are combat capable.
Yep. Death is asking how they didn't manage to mag snipe, how they managed to mag snipe me in 2 out of 3 games. It's because you have a single Citadel mag. That is a really good way to get mag sniped. You can see here, Cosmic is pivoting the Ruddle that did the strike on the Beamstone, trying to pivot it over to Boxer. Meanwhile, Tethys is just going to get blood in the middle of the map there. Spy Eye as the last hope for OSP. They need to start getting those liners onto caps. There is no time for caution for Spy Eye right now. Even though they have a very low chance of winning these aggressive engagements, it's the only chance left for OSP at this stage.
Additionally, Spy Eye's liners, if taking a look at them, these are meant to be aggressive liners. They do not have gun plotting, which means to land those 450 shots, they have to get up close and let rip.
A-cap
they are
is going
instead
to
playing
be
very passively.
taken by ANS, maintaining that 4-cap. The 250, the Rail Axford actually on C is doing an excellent job of staying alive. Despite it being really...
Still an Axford from the bow on. It will survive. Yeah, I think this is largely on OSP. They had great opportunity there. They managed to get the carrier strike through. ANS pushed a little too recklessly.
Yep.
They got punished for it with some very good torpedo strikes, but OSP did not follow up on the focus fire kills.
Right. These Axfords are all relatively heavily damaged, but without that follow-up, like Neko, you said, there's just no... They're still combat capable. They're able to chain restore back into combat capability here. There's the Atlas secure from ANS as the point lead is going to start shifting really quickly here into ANS's favor. Spy Eye, for what it's worth, doing what they can to try and retake C here, although that Rail Axford is still a Rail Axford. As long as just one of those secondary batteries is active, it will still be considered combat capable.
Yep. This is certainly... I can't quite say it's over at this stage, but it looks pretty favored for ANS. OSP might be able to get a lucky snipe here or there, find some purchase, but it's looking more and more like the ANS going to win it. 4 cap on the board, points rapidly tightening up.
Spy Eye
Attempted
is still...
a decap, but just not going to get it with the guns here. Heaven-based is going to be able to sit on this point with their Axford.
B point's going to be denied here as Tethys is completely crippled, unable to really do anything about Boxer. Dagger is going to be attempted here, but the secondary batteries on that Greedford is going to see off that Ruddle, or what's left of that Ruddle. Spy Eye currently trying to flank towards A, going to try and win an engagement with Herman here. Has already begun to start bow tanking where the liner's coming from, and Snipes still does have an active beam, even though it is really injured with no FPAs able to be used due to power constraints. It is still a beam. Spy Eye now starting to throw themselves onto C point here, although I don't think it's probably too little.
It's not going to be enough. The 3 cap is going to
like I said
win
before,
them.
in situations like this, even though you have a very limited chance of winning, you cannot afford to play passively. You need to play aggressively for any hope, and unfortunately, they don't do that at the end. Tethys, we saw multiple misplays with the liners just getting thrown into crossfires there. Despite having tracks on the ships that were providing the crossfires, OSP just kind of throws them into the...
like chat's pointing out, they had an easy
grinder.
win opportunity, but they just walked into beam range or did not correctly focus fire. That is a user error on their part.
The rail
450 will knock at the
starting to
Axford's
take
beam, or
damage.
not beam, railgun.
Yep, but it's not going to be dying fast enough for the C retake here.
B-cap attempt was made, but there's still a beam destroyer there. There is a 450 Axford.
A-cap attempt might actually go through here as...
I might be able to make this happen. Takes out the beam destroyer with secondaries. Might be able to get on the
They
point,
did
but...
max snipe Herman as well. Herman is down to no restores and no ability to bring the mags back up. All they need to do is swap fire to the beam Axford, and they can retake A here, although without an ability to take a 3rd point, it's going to be pretty much over. You can see
They'll
the
need
single...
to get the C
Once
and
again,
the
the single
A-cap.
CIC design of the 450 liner on C just gets knocked out, like it always does. I was handed this.
I'm just saying it now. We need to run a liner night. Apparently,
I
just,
was handed.
Hey, here's how you build.
I was handed that liner fleet with a single CIC. Yep. How not to build your liners, everyone.
Yep.
The CIC does come back online as the liner still continues its push onto C, although with that CIC at really low health, I have a feeling it's not going to be able to kill this Axford fast enough, I don't think. The remaining Axfords that ANS has can still pivot to points. Spy Eye does not know that that Axford is currently mission kill that they're firing at A. The beam Axford is starting to get its beam on target. Spy Eye is currently
Snipes will be able to let this... Oh,
yeah, the
Snipes
beam
the
is
whole
going to
fire.
hit.
Goes for the... Maybe pause? No, that's not pause fire. That's
track
just
fire.
bad track.
The beam gets knocked out with an excellent aim point from Snipes there. That might... No, that can't be pause fire. You can see it flicking around.
Yeah, it just goes under the drive and reactor with a very lucky burst there. They're going to then probably get a pause fire since they know this thing has been drived. They can just decapitate it, aim for that front stack, likely what the CIC is. Not the case on this liner, which is a bit of a peculiarity, but see, Snipes in a second. They do have a little debuff on it, but yep, there's the beam follow-up.
As that is a mag
That
down.
feels like a pause fire.
That was definitely a pause fire. The beam, though, gets B-shorted out of commission here. Spy Eye going to try to restore the drives, although one of the Axfords already flanking over the top. Yep, that's GG.
Keeps him off the A point. Seaside, the rail tech Axford here is still combat capable with secondaries.
Holding long enough for Hunter to repivot their actual Axford to C. The secondary batteries are just
ANS going to claim it with the points here. 4-to-1 cap ratio is going to just add up and close out the game here. OSP had a shot at this. They really did. They just did not take out these Axfords. We see what happens with heavy capitals when you don't kill them off. They can Lego brick themselves back together, and despite all of the pounding that these frontline asses took, just look at Snipes' Axford here. This thing is still combat capable.
Right.
It's beat to shit. It's bloody, but it can fight.
And that's all you need to win these late game engagements. Once again, the beam firing, that is another pause fire. That's just going to go continuously into the center stack to try and take out the things there. Yep, and that's a surrender from Spy Eye. As Team Sandjover is
the
going to take it
unstacked Sandjover will take it with a 2-1. All right, let's do some post-game looking at these damage numbers here. Real damage number I want to see is how much damage received on some of these Axfords, because they did not get taken out effectively.
10K, 10K, 12K. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
Look at that damage received
absorbed
versus
from a lot of
damage
these ships.
repaired.
Yep. As the liners, multiple times there, OSP just threw those liners into meat grinders that they had on sensors and just got torn apart there. Spy Eye doing what they can, but unfortunately, despite they did get pushed off to the side at the beginning, but they just never repushed until it was too late. Tethys sends their liners into crossfires, trying to secure points, as the 100 mil liners from Fake Cosmic just kind of get inserted. For what it's worth, Real Cosmic on the carrier doing decently well, however gets caught out really early before they're able to have much battle impact. Able to disable a little bit of the Axfords, get them a bit, but not enough for it to matter as these Axfords just repair themselves.
Torpedoes found their way through. They had the opportunity right then. It was the right call to split fire a little bit, take out the other threat briefly, get that chin shot, taking out the Axford's size 5 mount on the bottom there is very important. But they really needed to just close out and kill some of those Axfords. As we saw, they were heavily punished in the late game for not doing that cleanup.
Right.
Shout out to Quiz as well for some very good cap fleet play there while the rest of their team hellballed, deathballed. They pull 13k with a beam destroyer, going to show what those things can do if left unattended.
Right.
Yeah. Good damage numbers from a cap fleet there.
Early on as well, there were some fighters up in ANS's backlane there from OSP, and they had ID on where those beamstones were, and they just never struck. A little bit of a misplay as well. Those beamstones coming back to haunt OSP in the end game there, they're able to get massive damage numbers into those liners. Yeah.
Bombers did their jobs. They got their torpedoes through. Surprisingly effective with only 4 bombers. Normally we see a double deck cycle for 8 bombers just to remove a capital from the game.
I mean, it is possible that the
time.
strat was double deck cycle, but the Axford push forced them to try and desperately do the 4 squadrons.
Yeah.
I mean, they did a pretty good job of degrading those Axfords there, and with proper team coordination with the front line, they might have been able to kill a lot of them there. But ANS being really smart with the Axford push and does a double-pronged push under the rock there where the carrier was hiding. And unfortunately, yeah, for OSP, they just find it and kill it before it's able to have
Tighten the
enough battle
noose,
impact.
managed to get the kill. They had the chance there. The carrier had gotten its strikes through, but just unfortunately, there was too much left over that they didn't capitalize on.
Yep.
All right, let's go for a post-game interview then, folks. We'll head over to the NEB General channel to see what these teams are talking about.
All right.
I think a lot
Hello,
of our
everyone.
problem is
Sorry to
that-
interrupt. Twitch side here, just coming in for the post-game.
I think part of the problem is that for both of our ANS games, we were kind of expecting you guys to run at least one carrier, and you'll notice that like everything we brought has Lyrebirds on it because we were expecting
Spam
sauce
those.
spam.
Yeah, I think we kind of clocked that you guys were like expecting us to play a lot of carriers in the second game, so it was like, okay, well, we weren't sure if you gonna like double blind us again with that, where it's like, oh, well, they think that we think they're gonna play it, so we'll play something that's not gonna counter it.
We should just put all our fleets onto a D20, and then there's 0 mind games. Just
roll.
It's actually a roll. Just put it. Just.
This is how we solve balance.
Yeah, I even with the fleet prepared for carriers, that like it's hard to kill all that stuff. There's so much to kill on OSP.
Yeah,
You guys have 6 liners, and you still have like a decent
a
amount
bajillion cappers, and the carrier, of course.
I feel like Freakbob's Fenthouse could say the same thing about the 6 Axfords.
Yeah, we just there was just too much meat. We couldn't get through it all, I don't think.
If we took like an Actherm CLN, we would have mopped that shit up. But
we were saying
I will say that
the gamble was you guys not taking a CLN, which you didn't. So.
Yeah, I mean we don't really have any good CLN players on the team.
The carrier
so.
was doing impressive work until it got found out by the double-pronged flank from the Axfords there.
Well, I don't think it was so much found out as you guys knew exactly where it was and charged directly towards it.
We clocked the position literally instantly. It was like we saw the fighter group coming in mid, and it was like, okay, it's behind this rock. We just knew.
Yeah.
Adding on to that a little bit, Freakbobs, you guys definitely had some opportunities to punish there. Snipes did get struck by torpedoes and was pretty crippled on both Axfords, but you guys just didn't quite manage to get the full punch out you were looking for, and those Axfords managed to put themselves back together and then show up in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is we just didn't have enough ships in the area. Like, I had my Safari liner on BD side, kind of didn't do as much as I hoped it would, and joined the fight way too late.
I mean, I was trying to like kill the Axers, but like it was just I just didn't have enough firepower in time to like really knock out the beam Axfords.
Yeah, I do think if we'd hidden the carrier better, or just like brought a triple liner fleet, we might have done it. But
I think part of it is also for the carrier is that you guys did see that Axford push across top of the map very early on, and the carrier did not start rebasing towards bottom of the map until they gotten about halfway through their push. So
that is also true. Yeah, it's hard to reposition a carrier though.
Like they could have, Cosmic could have. I think there's a few rocks that Cosmic could have like basically just flank speeded towards. Like as soon as we saw the 4 Axers just diving across the ridge.
Yeah, that's rebasing the carrier and like when to hit flank and not be on TQ is
right.
A bit of a it's hard to tell. So sometimes you're like, oh, maybe I can make a difference.
It's
now.
hard to RQ micro that stuff when you're using R2 Kudas because their arm times are 30 seconds.
I know, yeah. I know, because you want to greet it, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know. Sympathetic to that.
I feel like if the carrier would have survived a bit later in that last one, it would have been a lot closer, because it was getting really excellent strikes into the Axfords before it got killed.
Yeah, it's possible that you can leverage that a little better, yeah. My fucking SDMs were also, like, not working.
What were the commands? Okay, so I think what was happening is the craft that you're firing at had high countermeasures, and I think the Wake was taking over and causing them to miss. That is something that is known with SDM 200s. If you have Wake secondary on command, occasionally the Wake will take priority for some reason, just due to its arc. It's, like, expanded. They don't do that? Was that fixed? So what was happening there? Everyone tells me that Wake secondaries.
There is something strange going there either way.
As long as you have a track, it will use the command if it's not being constant. But the thing that's weird about that to me though is were all those bombers using Hyco?
The bombers were. The fighters, I don't think, were. Okay,
so I fired an STM at one of the bombers, and it flew through the fucking chaff. Like, straight up just went right through it at one point as well. So, I wasn't sure if those bombers were all Hyco or all
I don't think it's consistent.
Everyone tells me that the Wake backup on Command STM 200s does really funny things and causes them to miss. So I guess that's...
Yeah, a little addendum to that as well. People had taken off the Wake because of that, because that would sometimes cause it to stage when it hits Hyco. I'm not sure if that's a bug or if that is intended behavior. It's a little weird, just like from the anecdotes people submitted.
If you have a track, it should not be doing that. It doesn't matter. Like the command, unless it's being comms jammed, like if you have a track, the command is gonna be in control and it won't do that.
You should have.
It's not causing them to miss. It doesn't do that.
Yeah,
you were close enough that the track quality shouldn't have been a problem. Track quality shouldn't be a problem in STM 200s anyway.
I may have been using one it's just staging a little too close is all that's happening for me. So
might have been, but just the stage was definitely weird, so any such thing could have happened.
Who knows, really? That was really weird.
Okay, never mind. I think I know why it was.
Was it mistuning, probably?
It's mistuning. For some reason I had max speed on the primary stage instead of...
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
720, because like it changes the stage trigger distance, but anyway, it was too close.
All right. Anyways, any other post-game things to add on to that recording there, folks? You had a nice 3-game series.
That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed playing. I died for my team in the third one.
Oh, you got battle impact still.
But all 3 games were really, really fun this time.
Yeah, they were good.
This was actually my first ever Tri-CL game, was game 2. I'm very proud of how I did.
I'm still really salty for giving Sent a liner fleet last moment on the first one that was built absolutely abysmally. I'm
one I
Yeah,
built
I'm not
like
gonna hold back. Spy Eye,
a
that
few
fleet
weeks
is
ago.
Spy Eye, that fleet is unusable, and you just gave it to
Yeah,
me for the
I need to.
You need to fix that thing ASAP
Great,
because
you
that
can
thing
check your
does not
DM.
work.
Replace it. It's so ass.
Escape, check your DMs for
Yeah,
trust.
you sent me one a bit too late though.
I didn't hear about that until after the game was over. I couldn't predict that you were going to sub in and be sent to
I
Liger
wasn't because
Fleet.
well the thing is that I am a little bit salty about that sub in there and the kick on Levy because I was added to Freakbob's Fenthouse as a joke. I was never actually supposed to play. I'm not keeping up with the tactics that the team was using in order to be as impartial as I can in the casting. Dramus didn't know that, of course. I can't hold that against them, but it was still just like a little bit of an aggravating moment there that I had to step in, but whatever.
That was kind of our bad as well because everyone in the VC had push to talk on, and we didn't realize that we had push to talk on, so that Levy didn't like actually know that he was being told to get yeeted.
Yeah, that is another thing, is telling a person in chat that they need to ready up when they're in Fleet Editor is not always a guarantee that they'll see that due to it being hidden by default in Fleet Editor.
Yep. Of course, but of course, but they were in a voice call with the rest of their team, so I was sort of expecting that at least someone would be able to get it through to them to get out of lobby, and also the 60 seconds of Fleet Editor rule is fairly that has been published.
Right.
So they
going
really should
forward
know
with
better
this,
than to hang out.
A idea we'd propose was we're going to have the teams be in a 5-player voice call, so that way we can have somebody step in as a referee and say,
and
hey
that
guys,
was the
60
other
second
thing
warning.
too, is that the time you allotted me to actually coordinate with my team was spent me trying to get Levy out of the VC so I could actually talk to them. I had no idea what the strat was for the team.
Yeah, that was pretty rough, but it was at a point where it's like we were like 13 minutes past the start time, so I was...
That's fair, I suppose.
So this is ultimately a tournament, and part of tournament gameplay is being prepared. That means doing fleet organization beforehand. That means setting your fleet ups beforehand. This means doing tech check to make sure your computer works and your microphone works beforehand.
Yeah, we kind of weren't really... We had a bit of a confusion because we had a bunch of people who weren't going to be able to make it, and then Levy had to sub it, and then yada yada yada.
All right, well, I think that's all things said. We've got some more matches coming up in about 30 minutes, so we'll just be killing time for that.
Looks like a lot of the players have already begun to filter into the lobby. I'm not sure if we're going to close this lobby down and do a new one, or if we're just going to keep this one up.
No. I've given people the password
for...
okay.
All right, so 30 minutes from now, you will be able to see, let's see, this is Sunday, 3 p.m. games. There'll be 5 girls, 1 Grungler scaring off against Ghyghry,
Ghyghry,
thank
they
you.
told us to pronounce it.
All right, so until then, folks, we'll just be kind of killing time, shooting shit, doing things. So teams that are playing could please be ready for the start time, as we've learned that's kind of important.
The diversity hire has played every game. I didn't sign up for this.
Incredible.
Sorry, geez. It's in the name.
Yeah, Neko, if we can do like a Google Drive thing so you can get me the file for the first one.
Yeah, I'll get to that recording. Don't worry about it.
I am a little bit aggravated as well that I wasn't able to cast the first one, but I was able to do the other 2. That is a little bit rough as well. Whatever. I think we should just move on.
Yep.
We could always just blame Levy.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm gonna hop into my own private VC and just hang out until the next one starts. I'll see you.
Actually, Escape, do we want to do quick liner build thing there, as we were talking about that in the post game a little?
Yeah, we can talk about that. We can just hop down to your
live channel
Discord
thing.
And talk about it. Yep.
Liner build.
There we go. Back off push Taco.
Levy, don't hate me. You're the one who got kicked for ignoring the rules. Like, what do you mean, don't me? Okay. Anyway, let me load up that fleet to just talk about everything that's wrong with it, because I still have the thing. Yep. Here, it's in fleet review. We're not going to be doing fleet review today. There's just no time, and I am not in the mood. So we'll probably put fleet review on hold until after the tournament. Anyway, so this is the liner fleet I was handed. Long haul drive. You'll notice it's a single drive long haul, which isn't the worst, but for some reason I don't know what.
Can you forward that fleet to me real quick so I can just drag and drop it and then show it on my side, and then we talk about it?
What's going on with this fleet's drives, but they just kept getting sniped just instantaneously, constantly.
Maybe a liner thing.
Could just be a liner thing, but then again, I also single drive a lot of my liners occasionally, and they don't get sniped like that as much as this one did. I'm gonna throw it into side chat here. Just give me a second to open that up. Sorry, I have to. I have all of these folders like bookmarked and everything for fleet review and shit, and it still takes me forever to get to them. No, they're not small drives. They're the large ones. I don't really know what was going on here.
Take a look at the import. Oop,
anyway,
have to reload that.
So, the DC setup is relatively okay. A rapid, a small, a complex, and a storage. That's fine. Assuming is there a central in here too? No, no central.
I believe,
no,
yes, there is a central in
okay.
compartment 7.
All right, so the DC's fine, but the thing is that you're running this with single CIC. Why would you ever run a liner with single CIC? That is legitimately, and you saw that occasionally in the matches, both when I played it and when I played it. The CIC snipe just constantly disabling these liners when they needed to be active for their team. I'm going to call that a throw, actually, from Freakbob's Fenthouse for building the ships like that. What I would do here is, considering that this fleet needs to save a lot of points for the cappers, replace the small or the rapid DC with another CIC. Like, there is
entirely as well, the aux steering there, you can just straight up swap that to a basic. The aux is good for adding tankiness for bow tankers and such, but in the broadside, a secondary command is much more important.
Well, you're not bow tanking with this either because it's the storage in the nose. You're bow tanking the core with these liners. So the aux steering is completely worthless here, and that should have been a CIC. The secondary battery
I'm already
setup
not liking how this is set up with the soft nose.
Yeah, this is the feed I was handed, by the way. I did my best, but yeah, this thing is just awful. Once again, I will.
A couple things to note as well. 450 without a gun plotting center. Yes, it's fragile. Yes, it will get shot out. But until it does, that makes your guns actually hit stuff that the range liners can reach out and touch at.
A single gun plot center would have gone a long way on this. Might have not been there for the points, right? 450 liners are still pretty deadly. Without the gun plot center. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there. But also, this is a half cap fleet. These could be 250 liners, and then they'd be very excellent at destroying those beamstones and shit. The 450 liners ended up being worth it in the end, considering what the team was fighting, but still.
Double drive.
Okay, so
I was just looking at one of my liner fleets here.
Right.
This is actually one of the ones that I haven't updated, but
the drive setup is abysmal. I'm just gonna go out and say that right now. I mean, I guess it's okay. It's the CIC that's the problem. The drives kept getting sniped. You're running a
drive snipe. That's
on these, I believe.
Fine. Power.
No, where the fuck is your radar? There it is. Okay, Bridgemaster. Yeah, fair. Blackjack is also nice. So, like, there's some things about these liners that are good. If we look at the backpack, I will say one of the strats that they were expecting to go against was the saw tauntos and taunto spam. So that is why the backpacks look like this. That being said, you can just remove a clipper decoy to get the points you need for making the guts of these not really awful, right? These are double magged. I will give you props for double magging this. Despite one of them being a Citadel, you do have a backup reinforced. That is good. Do that.
The downside is the position of it.
Yeah, they're next to each other. What the fuck? Yeah, move the reinforced
reinforced stacking like this is good for damage split in some cases, but with liners, it's a very different case. So with liners, you want to basically have 2 independent stacks that has all your basic checkbox.
Right.
You want to have a CIC and a mag,
and
typically
DC.
In the front. Yeah, you want to have DC as well. So you want to have, like, let's say this reinforced CIC, reinforced mag in your complex. You can put all that up front, put the magazine in the middle, generally safest spot for it, keeps redundancy up there. And then in the back area, you can have even just a basic CIC is fine because you split across so many compartments. You can then have your basic CIC, you can have your secondary mag in a large slot if you want Citadel, small if you just want to reinforce. It's the same mag size, doesn't matter.
Also mention that these liners are also not the optimal hole configuration for liners. I get that in randoms it's okay to do this, but like, this is a tournament. You should be optimizing everything. I'm gonna call out and say this, that they should have brought the liners that are actually designed for broadsiding with the thinner bottom section of the mid and front section and the reverse thrusters on the back section. This is a tournament.
There is
The
meta
facts-
liner
right.
layouts, so it does matter for tryharding.
It's fine normally, but like, you're going against what's arguably considered the best team in the tournament. Optimize everything. Don't go half measures.
Additionally, these liners we are seeing, one of them does have Lyrebird. They were expecting spam toe tech.
That
but
was the counter to the Lyrebird. I don't know, for those who are in my chat listening to the team comms in the first game, they gave me this fleet, told me it had a Lyrebird to counter spam toe, and then as we were on the deploy animation, they said that when they went into testing range and tested it against spam toe, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
So
worth
why
noting
was
the
I-
Lyrebird as well
okay.
is like not a good component.
Yeah,
75
it's very
points
much
for a
not.
very short range
It's-
defensive
it
jammer.
It has a really funny niche role where if you put it on like a shuttle, you can do like an offset jam to attract like Hodge or ARAD back up, but
Yeah, that's a weird
that's really,
seduction tech thing,
that's
but
really, this is why I tried fixing them, says Levy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
will. For what it, Freakbob's Fenthouse, they're all really good players, but like, it felt like they just woke up an hour before the tournament, realized that they had nothing, and then tried to build something.
yeah,
for a
this is a
tournament
case of
team-
not having the tech
For a
cook that you
tournament
need.
team that was doing really good in the previous round and was going up against a really, really skilled enemy team that they did actually have a chance of winning. We saw that in the three games that we had, where two of them were actually really close, and the one that they won, they won, right? And
Yep.
it feels like they had zero coordination between the entire team. I think next time there's a tournament, if there is a team between like Tethys, the Cosmics, and Spy Eye and stuff, I'm just gonna take team lead of that and just force myself in there, because I'm gonna be real here. I'm gonna be brutally honest. Freakbob's Fenthouse has no idea how the fuck to coordinate as a team. They legitimately,
Given the name, I gotta say
Yeah.
it kind of suits them, but
and it's a little bit aggravating too, because they are a really good team on paper, but they just do not coordinate well at all.
yeah.
But anyway,
As we've
yeah,
seen in this
these-
tournament, and we described before, you can have a good pub lobby stack, but tournament play is very different. It is
Right.
not so much how you build your individual 3Ks, as much as it is how do you build your team's 12K.
Right. Yep, these liners that I was handed, full stop, these are abysmal dog shit. These are
Yeah, like there's a
completely
lot of things you can do
non-viable.
different.
I believe in the second one they did swap the Lyrebird for a Warbler, and I think that's the only difference that they did. I'm not sure. I might have been reading it wrong.
Honestly, there was so much happening in that game that it might have been the case, it might not have.
Right. I did kind of
Taking a look at
I hard
these.
carried a bit in the first one by coordinating, kinda.
Yeah.
Not enough. You could.
There was
if
a
you were
lot
listening
going
to
on
my
for that
audio,
against
if
the
you were
rush.
listening to my audio there, you could hear me getting really aggravated, as no one on the team was doing any fucking call-outs of what was happening. There were several moments where they like fought a beamstone and said that they were gonna kill it, and then 10 minutes later the beamstone was still alive and on my flank, and I'm like, you call that? You have to call that out. You can't just say that you didn't finish. You can't just not say that you didn't finish off that beamstone. I went in with the assumption that the beamstone was killed because of the push on the A side, but it wasn't. It was still alive, and they just like they shrugged it off. And I'm like, you can't do that in a tournament. Like
Yeah.
the fuck are
Tournament
you
setting,
doing?
communication and your comp are as important as the like actual like in-game match stuff, like your plays, getting kills and such. If you get a kill and you don't properly call it out, or if you say, hey, I hit this thing, I didn't get the kill, you need to put a warning. There's a reason I'm a big fan of putting tracks in chats and leaving ping markers
You
around
saw,
the map.
I was
great for giving
doing
awareness.
that. I was actually doing that in the tournament. You saw me, if you were watching, you did see me put in the ping marks a couple times. When completely ignored, but you know.
Yeah.
So should I just say fuck it and force myself in as team lead in the last round for this god awful fucking team who has no idea what they're
hey,
doing?
I mean, if you're called in for it, you'll definitely give it a show.
Cast, yeah. If I get called in to play with this team again, I'm forcing myself in the team lead, and they can just accept it because they genuinely have no idea how to fucking coordinate. But anyway, the rest of the cappers, the cringe cappers are fine. This is actually a relatively decent tactic here to have the 450 liners plus the cringe cap or half cap. You are reliant on overmatch on the cap points with your front line in order to win those engagements. Although considering the CLs and beamstones that ANS typically brings, it's pretty viable in my opinion. Once again, this is part of an integrated fleet tech. We have to say that in order to really talk about what's actually being brought here. The integrated fleet tech was we just have 450 liners with secondaries across the map in a bunch of different places to attrition both the front line and the cap war, while the cheap trench cappers just secure points.
I think that the cappers and stuff, the idea is kind of good, but this is something you're trying to take as you want more frontline in place of an actual cap fleet. So you've got a lot of these naked cappers that are not these aren't full cheapoed, so you don't see them at the 86 point mark where they've taken out the radar and the reactor.
Well, the radar, if you
these are actually
tank with the radar on these, they can survive against 120 RPF for a ridiculous amount of time, just due to the damage splitting between the thrusters and the radar. But that's a whole other thing.
For the investment, it's like, if you're going to make a cringe capper, full commit to that thing being a cringe capper.
I'm actually
otherwise
considering you do have enough points on these liners, I think, to rebuild them into a viable build without degrading the cringe
with this
cappers.
budget,
So I don't necessarily think that's the right play to make the cringe cappers full cringe cappers here.
I say it's more so the case of if you consolidated some of these, like let's say for some of the cappers, you just take the radar and Ithaca off 2 of them, that drops your points down. You can remove chaff. They're just arming missile. 86 point capper is a minimal investment asset. You then free up enough points that you can actually take guns on some of the other ones, which now means you've got some gun cappers, which are much more threatening through the late game as we see them blink away at very damaged vessels in the cap war.
All right. I feel like I should probably
liner costs.
It's
11.
These are on the cheaper. These are on the cheaper side, but with a couple of retuning in the core, they can be pretty really decent investments for that point cost. I was able to do decently well with them, and I know that Spy was also able to do decently well with them in the last one too. But still, single CIC is don't ever bring CL.
It's a very vulnerable thing.
It's so vulnerable. Same with Mag too. We saw a couple times there where Tethys brought a single sit Mag on their 450 liners, and it just kept getting sniped.
They were asking me about that, and it's like you solo mags.
Citadel Mag is. It has a lot of health, but you're putting it in this massive fucking hitbox compartment. It's just gonna get sniped.
Just like on my other fleet that I was comparing this to, which I had done the sacrifice of going jury reactor for double drive. I think the more correct play is you can just do single drive on your liner. It's fine. Get yourself a secondary magazine in these things. This means you can go Citadel and Reinforced. Gets you the front Reinforced pancake stack. As I've talked about before, all of those with DT40 is very strong. Center stack, you've got 6 compartments plus a bunch of mounts to split damage there, so it's fine. This is just objectively the way to build a liner.
Yeah.
That said, though, despite some of the build sabotage, they did do a pretty good job getting decently far with the play that they had. Just rebuilding my liners as long as I'm in the editor here. So another thing to talk about the liner as well. There's a reason why most OSP builds are running a combination of Huntress Pinpoint. For your close range bracket, that punches through jamming. It gives you burn through ability. It's very strong. Ithacas are a good checkbox for light ships, but you want to have at least one Huntress to counter some jamming there, even if it's just to give you a purple track.
And that was also one of the other things that we saw with OSP there, is that the severe lack of sensors. You have no idea how much sensor coverage various cappers and hole numbers around the map does for you. And with only cringe cappers, getting offset tracks is really difficult. We saw several cases, especially experiencing it in the first one, right, where I even called it out.
First one, you guys had a Bloodhound tug that never turned on the Bloodhound.
We don't have track on shit, right? I actually kind of called that in the first one because we just couldn't fucking see anything. And then the second one, and then the third one, once again, the same thing, where the beamstones and the cappers were just completely unspotted. I think in retrospect, what happened in the first and second one is that OSP, Freakbob's Fenthouse, did try the all-in frontline tech, right, with the frontline as part of the cap fleet and then the other liner groups, especially in the first one, but then just, like, didn't do anything with it. They didn't coordinate the frontline enough for it to counter the enemy's full frontline. In the first one, I should have made the call that we should have just focused on caps and should have just disengaged from the frontline engagement. A little bit of a misplay on me there. I should have identified that we would have never won against that Axford group and that we should have never tried. Played for our strengths. We did have cap advantage really early on. And then the second one, ANS did much better. I have a feeling Freakbob's Fenthouse really won that because of the read. We saw a lot in the back there as soon as they were able to get the snipe on the first carrier, they simply just stopped playing as a team, right?
Yep.
The CLs were
the
CLs were constantly
weird situation.
The CLs were constantly mispositioned. The triple CL in the back line did do work, but it should have been in the middle of the field doing its best to support the other engagements and make sure that the actual cappers that can secure points were mopped up. Because the carrier can only contest a single point, and that's only with the hull of the ship, right? I feel like it was probably a misplay there trying to chase down the carrier with the triple CLs. That carrier was already pretty bled on strikes and wasn't able to take out the strikes that it really wanted to. If the CLs had moved back into the caps, I have a feeling it wouldn't have been able to kill them enough to secure the points there. We saw as soon as those CLs repivoted, thinking that the carriers were kind of dealt with and they could just go free, the liners that OSP still had left were just able to have free reign over the map as the CLs were just constantly mispositioning themselves. It was only, I think it was really only coincidence that ANS was able to bleed enough of the cappers in the second one for OSP to call GG on that. But, yeah.
A lot of decisions were made. Some of them good, some of them less
once
good.
Once again, if I ever sub in for Freakbob's Fenthouse, I am just going to take team lead and coordinate the entire team because, oh my god, they just don't understand how to play as a team. And we even saw a little bit of that in, like, the first round on Honeycomb, right?
Yeah. Just everyone kind of go off, do their own thing. Very entertaining to watch, but not really what you want to see for tournament, where it does matter consolidating your forces, calling your shots, organizing where you want to put your strengths, where you want to put your weakness.
In the Freakbob's Fenthouse VC, I posted in chat, I'm like, if I ever get subbed in again, I'm taking team lead and y'all will have to deal with it. And they started talking about how they can redo the fleet that I'm looking at based on my advice. And then the real Cosmic comes and is like, maybe we just let Scape build all of our fleets. Which is a mistake. But whatever. It's
if you're a tournament team and you're having to outsource your fleet building at the tournament, like,
I know,
second match set, then that's a little questionable. I'm gonna have to finish this fleet off later, but I've already saved myself a bunch of points. I could probably fit it in here as well.
Head back to the main VC. We've kind of yapped here for enough. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break when we get back in.
Yep.
We'll
be right back, folks. Setup time. So see you then. Meow meow. On the intermission page. Woo.
I am not on an intermission page. We're doing VOD exclusive content with here. I can't stop
I need
yapping
to
about that
stand
last
up
one.
and go get myself more water is the thing. So
that is fair. I
hop
will
in the lobby and go from there.
I will hop in the main call and yap to chat a bit on push to talk mode. All right. We are back in the NEB General VC. Freakbob. So the first one, just to recap, SANDJOVER versus Freakbob. SANDJOVER takes it 2-1. The deciding factor there was definitely Freakbob's ability, or rather inability, to really coordinate as a team. They did decently well in all 3 games, but it was that lack of coordination that kind of came back to bite them in the ass. Oh my god. Check pings when you're able, no rush. I saw you pinged in my server about moving the line for fleet review. I should probably say this after ad break, just so you can actually hear it, because we probably can't right now. But for fleet review, if I do end up holding off fleet review for a couple weeks like I'm going to do this time, I'm just going to start from scratch when the week actually happens that I'm doing fleet review on. Oh, you can hear? Or ad's not fucking running? The hell? Huh. But yeah, no, so for moving the line for fleet review, I'll probably just start over for fleet review when I actually get around to doing it again, because it's going to be this weekend, right now that's happening, I had to postpone it, and then also, oh, you can pop out the menu on Firefox, oh, that's really based, actually, and And then also next weekend, I haven't
Hello, once again, Evignan.
Oh, hello, Neko is on push.
Hello, welcome back.
Talking. Anyway,
how was LN building?
Worked pretty well. I got to think about reworking one of my liner builds that I realized was actually really overbuilt because I still had some old craft on it, but
those liners were worse than I thought they were.
It was one of the cases where you start digging at it, you're like, oh,
I was given this fleet for the tourney.
Who the fuck built this fleet? It was me. I built this fleet. Shit.
Okay, that's a little personal because that's happened to me multiple times, but
yeah.
But yeah, for fleet review, because it's gonna be this weekend.
Of whose code is this?
But then next weekend I'm gonna be out of town for holiday Thanksgiving here in the United States.
When do we get to see the lion? All right, well,
so
okay.
I will likely.
The lion does not something.
I will likely not be streaming next weekend as well due to Thanksgiving. So it'll be a couple weeks. It'll probably be 3 weeks until I get back into fleet review, just because then there's that tournament match the very week afterwards. But yeah.
Man does not wait for lions. He makes his own. There we go.
We have lions at home. All right. Anyways, I think that teams are more or less set up and doing their start, right?
Yeah. Well, I've given them until the appointed match start time in 5 minutes to be ready for.
All right. Excellent. Figure we'll just have either you, Dark, or someone else hop in there and say, hey, guys, 60-second warning if that comes up. So hopefully we avoid a round 1 issue.
Yes, except for the slight issue that one of the teams is still filling up a voice chat, so...
Well, they've got 4 minutes until the hour, so at least that's something.
But, yeah.
I mean, if you're in a tournament, you're not paying attention to the text chat that the tournament runner is using to communicate with you. I think that's your fucking fault.
I say part of that, yes, true, but at the same time, we try and work with what we got. So, hey, if you have to wrangle cats, you have to wrangle cats.
Darg, how dare you criticize me playing solitaire when you're playing this?
Is Dark playing the game badly?
Yes.
No.
Fuck you.
Dark, I still got a picture of you inside chat here. What do you think?
I think that I still remain the greatest missile player this game has ever seen.
Well, I don't really play missiles, so I can't contest you on that.
See?
And to be fair, when you got your competition is somebody like throw torpedoes over your cookie.
Anyway, enjoy the game. Stay safe.
Ghyghry? I still can't pronounce that team, and they don't help with spelling it.
Ghyghry, I believe it's pronounced, once again.
You know, I'm just going to have you read it off in the team name list. That's what we're doing. So I cannot remember it.
It's 2 syllables.
And I am not giving them the indignation of spelling it right.
That is 3 more syllables than Neko can handle, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Rip to a real one.
What you really do is you record Scape reading that team's name, and then you have it on a button that you press to play the sound.
Do not
I have
remind
that, but it's for Meow
Neko. Do
sounds.
not remind Neko of the soundboard they have for me. Do not remind him of that.
Unfortunately, I don't have access to that on NEBDIS here, but yes, I do have Scapegoat Meow. It's very handy.
Stop reminding Neko that they have that soundboard, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, no.
May your brain.
If you want, I can give you the soundbite.
Oh my god, no. It's over for me. I'm retiring as a caster. The allegations are too much.
All right. Anyways, we got about a minute to go here. How are the teams looking? Looks like we got 4 players each team, so that's full stack, right?
Yep.
All right. So, it's 3 o'clock then. Want to start the countdown?
Yeah.
All right. Unless you need Scape or I for anything further, you good with us going to a caster channel?
Yep. Yeah. Have fun.
All
All right. Ping us if you need us.
See you back here when it's over. Why the fuck did it make me join? Yep. Oh my.
Yep.
God.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Once again, Discord's being great. We're fine.
Technology, right? And once you figure out the options menu, it changes on you too. That's the lovely thing about this.
It's great.
Why I try to never
Oh
update
my
anything
God.
unless I have to.
I still can't get over Freakbob. I actually hate this team. They could have won against the Unk Stack if they played like an actual team. Oh my God.
Yep.
Anyway,
Their greatest enemy was themselves.
Yep. All right. So coin flip has happened. 5 girls, 1 Grungler takes 2. Team 1 here, ANS. Team 2 is populated by Team Ghyghry. I'm going to set the vote for who do you think is going to win this one. Predictions are starting now. Once again, I'll stop these predictions when we actually get in. We are starting on Blood Moon as we're doing for round 2 of the tournament. So yeah, keep that all in mind when you start voting for who you think is going to win here. ANS with a pretty dominant performance
there we
in
go.
the previous 2 games. The previous 2 games, ANS has gone 6-0 with all-in strategies.
I think this is showing, while pub games, OSP definitely can do a lot there. In coordinated stack play, ANS can really come out with some nasty stuff.
When well coordinated is due to how ANS's faction is designed, it works really well.
Yeah. Beam Destroyers in conjunction with a heavy metal frontline like that, allowing things like Voxels, Levies, occasionally some Strike, Yubs, Bricks to get their work done. You can do some nasty things. It's just getting that coordination. See?
All right. Are loading into round 1. I took ANS.
Ghyghry. I cannot get it right.
Ghyghry.
God, I cannot remember it. It's
oh my God.
It's embarrassing, really.
Write it down. All right.
Anyways, hello everyone. Welcome back to the NEBVEMBER tournament. We are now into match set 8. This is going to be 5 girls, 1 Grungler versus Ghyghry. I am Nekoboy Blue and joined in the caster's box by Scape GT.
Hello, you finally got the name right.
Yeah, after butchering it for many times. Anyways, we're going to see in Team 1, this is going to be 5 girls, 1 Grungler, consisting of Quinto Bean, Nucleari, Mav625, and Cheese Slayer, the diversity hire.
Team 2, we have Ghyghry here. Neko forcing me to pronounce the name of that one. We definitely didn't coordinate that Neko would take ANS before. Anyway, Team 2 Ghyghry on OSP. We have Dragonbender, Velocity, Tasty, Throws Torpedoes, Cookie, and Krulio.
All All right, let's take a look at the board so far, seeing deployments coming in here. A lot of voxels deployed low. I count 5 of those already.
All right, so you're seeing adversary, that is Tasty's fleet there. It looks like they're going probably with the double CL cap fleet. Yep, they're deploying the rest of the cappers around the map right now. We'll see if this is the variant that Tasty has that has a beamstone, or if it's the one that doesn't and it likes to have extra cappers. So far, it's looking like the one that
hang
has
on, wait a
extra
second.
cappers
That's Cheese
instead.
Slayer. Is Cheese Slayer running a Tasty fleet against Tasty on OSB side?
The CL cap fleet? The CL cap fleet is pretty well established as not anyone.
It's just you said the adversary name. I thought you were implying that was a Tasty, like specific.
Adversary, cap 2, cap 3. I don't think that's a Tasty fleet.
Okay. Might have just gotten names mixed up in my head then or something, but
3 Axfords from ANS here, and a lot of CLs deploying both high and low. Probably going to try that pincer play on Boxer. We've seen the high orbital Axfords does really well for ANS on this map.
ANS can't make up their mind if they want their CLs to go high or low. We see a pair of them in the trio. Axfords towards the top. Probably going to be single Axford along with some of the cappers there. Might be one of the very like Breedfords. What was the name to that one again? Never remember.
Big Milk? No, not Big Milk.
That's not the Big Milk. It's the Pit Boss. That's the name of the build.
Quinto is running the fleet colors of Lys's cat. Aww. All right, well, I know who I'm going for now. No, I was...
All right, OSPN, we saw a container liner drop in. We see a monitor ball dropping in. I'm going to read off ANS real quick, starting with Cheese Slayer. Dual Voxel comes in here. Adversary antagonist, one of them, no backpack. Other one has a comms jammer, has some jamming on this illumination as well. Don't see it. There's a chat box. Okay, they didn't remember the list. Cheese Slayer's going to make up the cap fleet here. They've got one naked capper. Check for spyglass on that. Nope, no spyglass. And we're going to see then a gun capper. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a naked capper. Going to make up their place. Okay, Mav coming in with the Big Milk build. Immediately, Nat Yub already out here. These are going to fish for anything on the E point. This is a all-in Axford build meant to remove heavy metal assets on the front line. Has beam for backup, 3,000 points of Missileer and beef.
I believe this is more
Nuclearis.
of an Esper than a
actually,
Cruise.
Ah, okay. Might have misread on that then. Yeah, I was under the impression it was just going to be direct fire to deal with Monitor Ball or Cello. Anyways, Nucleari going to be coming in here. They've got themselves a Breedford top of the map, 450 with Mark 61 secondary batteries, 120s on those. Interrupt jammer on the one, BLS2 on the other. Pretty common stuff. A couple of some of those SDM2s in the backpack, Killjoys, Conductor, Active Decoys, standard fare. Quinto comes in with the Task Force Birch below the map. She is going to be rocking 1, 2, 3 Voxels with a... see, is there a comms jammer on these? Does not appear to be so. Okay, so command may punish them depending on what the enemy has. Why don't you tell me what they got over there, Scape?
Yes. Krulo starting off with the cap fleet here. It looks like we have a lot of Ruddles. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 Ruddles. One of them already dead at E. Gets hit by those Nat Finders. Still lives on the point, so it will take the point.
Ox steering keeping it alive, just barely.
Bunch of other... these are more like half Ruddles, right? Or they... no, some of them are full, some of them are
Shaft
half.
and rockets. Yeah,
Yep.
strange.
Probably was gonna run those in pairs, but then split them apart for the cap fleet. Anyway, and then they have a 1 cringe capper putting itself onto C point here. Already under fire, already target locked by those Axfords, and under fire from one of Cheese Slayer's cappers. And then to finish things off on their fleet, they have 1 early warning tug, 1 MMT, and likely a second MMT, I'm guessing. Yep, 2 MMTs rounds out their fleet. Very nice. Dragon Bender with the 450 liners. We have 2 450 LNs with some container backpacks. The optimal hull, which is what you're supposed to roll for broadside or liners. Something that Spy could use a lesson in. And up top, we have a early warning Bloodhound tug and a second early warning Bloodhound tug. So very nice sensor coverage from ANS here. Tasty! Running a CLN, not a carrier. Tasty has lost carrier privileges after the last tournament match, or the tournament round that they were in. Is instead electing to bring, I'm seeing a lot of pikes being sorted here with EO ball. I'm assuming this is their CMD container liner using
CMD and saws, these do have loom pods, so might see some fun stuff there.
And then rounding out OSP here, we have Velocity here in the monitor ball. I'm seeing mix of 100 mil and plasma between the liners, offensive jamming. I'm seeing some Zovko in here. A very, very nice monitor ball build here.
Standard affair.
Currently,
let's see how they do
engaging
against these
on-
missiles inbound, as hybrids are fishing for them right now.
These
Size
are
2's inbound.
S2H. Swing and they catch. Oh, whoa!
Catch it.
They catch.
What the
one of them
heck?
catches the capper that was waiting in reserve. The others swing around and hit the monitors. Minor damage into one of them. Manages to knock out the mag. That's an R mag, not a Citadel mag. Uh-oh.
That's...
Surely you can fit all that in a Citadel mag, no?
Hmm.
Interesting. All right, so minor damage to the monitors, already starting to be degraded. The capper that was sitting in reserve is currently drives down, and that that was one of the Ruddles too. Drives down.
Loses
one of the
a
launchers
rocket.
knocked out.
Can repair, but all
right.
Less than ideal.
Across the map.
Voxels advance onto the map right now, as we're going to see them briefly finding a pike. That's going to give them a lot of like information, the OSP side anyways. They see all this RPF, they'll know there's something down here.
The monitor ball, though, is caught out in the open here. It's going to have to start pivoting if it doesn't want to get flanked. The CLN has already
command
started
containers
to
out here
launch a
towards
salvo
the
on
Axfords up top.
These are Greedford, so their point defense is going to be really minimal. We'll see if Tasty's able to capitalize on that. Meanwhile, across the map, ANS with no presence on A. OSP just takes that for free.
Both sides committing to this B front, and they've each got themselves some heavy metal on the front line. They've got themselves some flanker aspects. They've got some strike.
What the hell struck?
Kind of an even fare.
What the hell struck the capper? No, that's... What killed Cheese Slayer on C? Was that the CLN, probably, I'm assuming? Huh. Anyway, these are now S3H. These are S3H now into the monitor ball. No Acello to guard them. Soft kill does distract a couple, although some still go in. Secondary
mag goes down again on those.
Reinforced mags are going to come back to haunt the monitor ball here. Containers now approaching the monitors. Ooh, looks like
more of the
hits.
missiles go for a killjoy.
One hit on the bow of one of the Axfords knocks out all of the reverse thrusters. A lot more devastating than you would think, considering that those reverse thrusters are very, very
gets a secondary antenna snipe, so not nothing. Now, this build from Tasty, I think I've seen this one before. It's got command on it. I mentioned this could be a threat when we looked at Quinto's fleet. Quinto does not appear to have the E70 interrupt jammer, so command strike will just go through and hit these
Quinto doesn't
voxels.
have comms jamming on this fleet. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she does not. Okay. Well, that might be unfortunate for Quinto. The CLs are doing a really aggressive push into E right now. Quinto is going to step onto the point. Tasty is now salvoing out. Looks like those are rocket boxes out on the CLs low. Both Tasty and the monitor balls are going to have to start repositioning here to avoid getting flanked there. Although OSP currently does have a cap advantage by a little bit there. They are going to be a pushback into this corner really quickly if they're not careful. I'm seeing, curiously, no beam assets on ANS, electing to go with the all
ANS
CL
going
strat
full
here.
in for that CL sweeper style. They pushed 5 of them onto the map, but I don't know if that's going to work out for them.
C point super open now as Krulo is going to take full advantage of that and step onto C. Meanwhile, Boxer is actually a lot more open than you would think. The CLs are somewhat in position to try and deny Boxer, but they're currently engaged trying to push the front line.
This is a bit of the issue we've seen before for ANS, where the Voxel, very strong when it is allowed to play the game it wants to, but if put under pressure, they can collapse very quickly. The Axfords up top, not really presenting much threat right now. OSP is freely able to rotate these liners back. They're starting to get rockets through, fishing around, see if they can pop chaff on all of those Voxels, which they do.
More missiles out on the monitors here, more S3H. These are the really hard-hitting ones. This monitor ball is going to start getting degraded slowly over time by those missiles. They are on track. They're being detected by... No, they go dark. Okay, they're probably being detected by Cheese's CLs low. Meanwhile...
ARED act on many of these, so MCON will save them. That said, at the moment, they are dazzling, not jamming, so they should be okay. Radars are off. They've got their soft kill already done.
Chaff has already been deployed. We'll see if it's at a good enough angle to attract those. No, it looks like... Oh,
Killjoy
they're going for
seduce.
the Killjoy. Yep, as they all swing and a miss on that Killjoy. 2 of them do manage to acquire... One acquires the
They're going to
ship.
find purchase there, takes out the antenna, boost reactor overload.
Uh-oh.
Again,
one of
the
them
magazine.
One of them misses the monitors, flies straight running into Krulo's MMT on the B side.
That's
unfortunate for ANS.
That's just bad luck right there. Trims out both the launcher and the jammer on that
You can
thing.
see Tasty with the rocket boxes firing at typical beamstone positions, fully expecting
Another salvo comes in here and gonna find purchase. Velocity just getting bled on the front line here.
One of those was HEKP by the looks of it, as it pins the side of one of... Yeah, no, a couple of those were HEKP. They were only S2, so the damage is minimal. It's still going to degrade, though. Krulo steps off of C point, allowing Cheese to step on. Rocket attempt out,
Cheese
although there is
gets
a defender
rocketed
in
here
arc.
with the defender in
That's
arc.
at long range, though. Highly doubtful that that's going to hit. We saw Mav actually programmed a missile salvo out on C. It looks like those missed, unfortunately, from Mav, as the ship does manage to take the point. Dagger Eclipse is still not being stepped on by ANS right now. As the
Rocket Box attempt again here. Quinto and Cheese Slayer under the map, they are thinking about this push. The longer they wait, the more OSP is able to rotate over. At the same time, while OSP is paying attention to these, their monitor ball is just continually being struck here. More rockets
Tasty
attempted at
does
Seaside.
have more rocket boxes.
They will
He's
find their
gonna
way
hit
through. C-Cap going to get cleaned up pretty
Cheese
fast.
is going to get knocked out there as Krulo is just going to step back onto the point and retake it. Although missiles already being programmed from Mav here to try and deny those. Those are S2H. Act Wakeval and A-Rad Act being set onto this Ruddle. We will see if it's enough to deny the attempt there. E finally getting capped by ANS here as Sorry Little One steps
Shuttle
onto
here,
the point.
or Corvette on the point, very lucky to be alive. It does have a CIC. It managed to split damage between the CIC and the mag to avoid getting taken out by those HEIs, but...
Looks like it took a rocket box hit, yeah.
Yeah.
Another offensive container salvo was attempted on the Axfords here. Doesn't look like they get through.
Here comes the Seaside Yub. A-Rad Act checking that capper. Does have its radar still on. Is going to be found. Minor micro error there. Crunch 2 into the gut.
C's going to get contested. ANS is going to be able to hold C for now. We'll see if Tasty's
More
able
missiles
to send
inbound.
some rocket boxes there to assist with that.
Both teams playing a very interesting kind of mirror game here. I feel like ANS taking the better part of it, despite some of their losses.
Second
at
missile salvo is going to miss, which means that it is
well, they don't call them hit aisles.
for Krulo to actually repair here and win the C-point engagement with the Ruddle. E-point gets secured by ANS. We have rocket boxes out on C just to guarantee ANS or OSP's capture of the point.
I think that what Tasty's trying to do here with the rocket box is they're fishing for this, seeing is this going to be a range setup? Say it could be 3 of them, or is this an Axford? They'll be able to find out in a little bit with how they stage and point defense fires.
Rocket boxes do acquire the Axford, and they do stage. Defenders firing. They stage before Chaff goes out, though. Those rockets are going to hit the
Armor
Axe.
going to tank it, though.
Armor's going to absorb it, but now OSP has everything they need to know about where that thing is. Missiles are out. It was likely that they were expecting that to maybe be a kill here.
Time on target dump going on the monitor ball as they have advanced up
with
now.
S2H with some HEKP in the S2H. This monitor ball is just going to get degraded over time. Meanwhile, Dragonbender just hiding in the backline right now with the 450 liners. These will strike. Looks like these are going for... They're going to straight run into some of the monitors here. A couple hits. 250 now coming in from the flank on these monitors. One of the monitors is already mission killed. Magazine down, all guns down, no restores remaining. Here are the S3H.
You mentioned the mags will come back and bite them, and we're definitely seeing it now. The lower mag HP as well makes them quite vulnerable. Blackjack apparently on cooldown there. Didn't have the B-short. Can you B-short a Blackjack, actually? I assume you can.
I'm not actually 100% sure there. 2 of the monitors already completely bled on combat capability. Really rough situation for OSP.
More attempts towards the C-cap here. We're going to see some Axe CMD missiles going to find Cheese Slayer's last cap asset. They do get the point back, but...
step in here and try and get the point here. It's going to get the kill, although it's going to force the MMP to step on the point. And with that Yub Axford in the back, it's going to be really difficult for that thing to survive long enough to take this, take the point.
Both teams 450 assets here, the Axfords and Liners respectively, just kind of hanging back, not wanting to commit.
Yeah, Boxer does go to OSP here as they force the CLs back, but a very, very passive game to start here as everyone's kind of going back except for the missile plays. Both teams really reliant on their missile builds to try and get openings for their front line to take the advantageous thing here. Tasty DCs!
Oh no!
Velocity takes the CLN.
That's not good. This build here, well-known Tasty is a container or just otherwise weird missile enthusiast. The disconnect here means that Velocity just got handed a build that they're probably not the most familiar with, and
we'll see how OSP pivots to counter this as that is
Yep.
that is probably the worst player on OSP to DC at this moment. Velocity now at least gets a second chance at life, though, although their monitors are bled. They now have a CLN to micro. Probably, honestly, the best player to get handed that fleet, considering that they are already pretty much out on their initial one. Missiles out.
Rocket box fishing attempt again towards the Axford that was in the background there, but...
Whoa.
I don't know if these are going to find it.
This is an S2H strike on this Ruddle here. That's approaching.
We'll find it.
Yeah.
I think that might have actually been a trade down for the missile
in terms
value
of points,
there.
yeah. Tasty continuing to try and yub with rocket boxes. Sorry, not Tasty anymore. Velocity attempting to continue to yub with rocket boxes onto the area they think that the missile fleet is. It's possible that they still think that it is a Reigns or a light armored.
I want to say that was fired by Tasty before they disconnected, but hard to say exactly.
It probably was, considering the time it takes for containers to get to target. Dagger is actually going to be under threat here as... oh, no, the CLs, Cheese Slayer...
Hang on, the liner is going to be on track somehow. This thing is just barely within spyglass range. I want to say if the Axford pair.
Could be... No, it's probably Quinto has better arc from the CLs, I believe.
I think on that range?
Is there a spy?
I don't know. Those seals are pretty far away. That's over 10 kilometers.
No,
that's got to be a spyglass.
It's got to be a spyglass from somewhere. Curious, huh?
Spyglass in the nose of one of the Axfords. That will explain it. So yeah, that CLN just barely visible. Not a fireable tracks. They don't have track correlated spyglass.
Locked. No, Quinto's close enough with the para. Quinto's close enough with the para. They do have target lock on the liner now. Dagger is denied.
The liner?
Yeah, Dragon Bender's target
oh yeah,
locked.
okay, the liners. Yes, absolutely. I thought you meant the container liner, which had pinged.
Oh, no. The CLN is still dark as far as I'm aware. Where did it go? Yep, it pivoted closer.
It had pinged
to
briefly, which is why I was looking at it.
And then
so.
His attempted missile strike on the Axfords. The Greedfords with
actually
no point defense
get it
gets
with a
through.
hit
that is
there.
a
Wow.
crit on the mag. And one of
Amazingly,
the
also snipes this.
Out.
Can we talk about that strike for a second? The VLS-1 on top and the shoulder mount, and the radar drive, and the magazine all get hit by a total of 2 missiles.
OSP, though, not in a position to really take advantage of that chaff launcher snipe there, as the container liner is not really doing anything right now. Velocity is probably trying to coordinate with Cheese Slayer and a VC somewhere to figure out how to use the CLN. Meanwhile, Quinto and Cheese just kind of having free reign at the bottom spot of the map here in their CLs. Just kind of running around without getting countered. No Acellos and no long-range
Quinto
lock
does jam out
capabilities.
Dragon Bender here pretty well, but Dragon Bender also not looking to pick that fight. Back of the map is basically free real estate for Quinto. She probably doesn't see much. Dragon Bender has got their Bloodhound tug locked up now. RPF already on route.
Found. That thing is going to go down really quickly here. Monitors
Monitor
doing their
Ball
best to
trying to do their best.
The Axfords, although these things are heavily degraded. And Dragon Bender is still not... No one is coordinating on OSP right now, by the looks of it.
Not
Going
really.
the way of Freakbob's Fenthouse is everyone has a target that they're all individually firing at. Dragon Bender's liners attempting to get shots out on Quinto. Quinto immediately flicks the jamming back over, though, and without offset track capabilities now, with the loss of that scouting ship, there is not a whole lot those liners can do to get
All 3
tracks on
CLs are
those
currently
CLs.
dark on the radar scope for OSP. Even with the jamming burning out there for a brief second, OSP still will need to rotate their liners over, get their shots going before these CLs get within gun range.
Probably
They're
little...
dangerously close at 6.5 kilometers or so there.
There goes the A point there as Cheese Slayer steps onto the point. Mav...
OSP basically removed from the map at this stage. They're stuck on the B side along these rocks. ANS has full run of it.
Container strike out from Velocity here. They are going for one of those Axfords there. Although... Ooh,
that's
no,
a CMD TRP.
Possible the CLs instead, as the Bloodhound from Dragon Bender pivots over to the CLs. No, this is not what you want to do. The double track correlated Bloodhound is what was providing the command track for those containers. And as soon as the containers fire, it just gets pivoted over as a major miscommunication from
Gonna see some of these pikes coming up here. They're burning as quick as they can, trying to get within saw range. Nuclear already flicking on the
There's the
comms
comms
jam.
jammer is already on. The saw and the ARAD is going to be what these containers are going to be using to try and acquire those Axfords. No saw illumination yet. You can see Claw Squadron, like you said, is flanking as fast as it can in a high burn, trying to desperately get into saw range.
Radar's off here. Oop, some size 2 is going to come out towards Quinto in the back line. That's probably not going to get through. That's a lot of point defense.
Those ones were likely fired by the MMT. Yeah, as the MMT from Krulo
Yep.
is just kind of doing whatever it can to try and help. You can see the Bloodhound finally getting pivoted back over as Team Ghyghry.
We'll see if it's in
recognizes
time
that
or
they
not.
have
Might overswing.
completely
Here comes the
fucked
strike.
up. Okay, it's on target. It's on target. All right, so these containers have good enough track. No saw backup means that these containers are going to straight run. We will see if it is going to be enough. No illumination up. Will this be enough? The bombs actually stage! It hits!
That's going to be impact.
An axe
One of them
down.
completely crippled.
That is a work speed minus 82% on a fuel line fire on a structure broken Axford. That is GG from that Axford. That thing is not getting back up. Run restore left as the containers miraculously somehow hit the fucking target. What the heck?
Monitors
How?
immediately in position to follow up
Trying
on
to
that.
take advantage
More
of that.
importantly, this thing will be put in the dirt firmly once those shots start landing.
Tasty probably coaching Velocity on how to use the CLN in a VC gives them exactly what they need to know in order to use it, as Nuclear is going to be bled of one of their Axfords here.
More
Dagger
importantly,
points
that
now
was
being
the
attempted.
Axford with the comms jam, meaning the command missiles can now just freely strike the second.
Ooh, that's big. The second Axford now with no proper defense against the specific missiles that Ghyghry is using.
Taking a look at the container
liner,
count, not the most left,
not
but still some.
attempting a second salvo. The monitors are just going to pounce on the first one here. It is going to die really quickly. They should honestly probably swap fire to the other one, considering that the first one is bled. It has the fuel line fire. Of course, they don't know that. Missiles out from Nuclear Ari, attempting to support the Axfords here. These are TTGI.
These will stage with HECP and find purchase on one.
One of the other Velocity down to... Ooh, those find the Chaff
Chaff will
first
take
as the
most
TTGI
of that.
takes control. The Axford K killed at this point. Even there goes the fuel line fire. Yep, as Nuclear Ari is going to be bled of one of their
Reactor Bloom
Axfords
coming
here.
on that one. Minute 20 on that. If that Axford sticks around its companion, it may find suddenly its armor disintegrating.
Right.
Rocket boxes are out fishing towards Quinto. That's a bit of an optimistic
It's gonna
pathing,
fly
depending on
through-
timing.
It's probably going to fly through the point defense arc of Cheese Slayer here. Is already moving up relatively towards the path.
Yeah.
Cheese Slayer is probably going to be able to knock out most of those containers.
I'm also just
Dragonbender
thinking these might run out of fuel given their stage time. Like, that's a
could
not
be.
insignificant
Rocket
arc.
containers are typically built with a lot of range to them to fish for the backline, so I have a feeling these will probably have just enough range. Mav is currently pivoting back towards the D point here. Krulo keeps a
Velocity
Ruddle.
found in a crossfire now, as that's going to be like 4 or 5 Voxels opening up on these already crippled
Once again,
monitors.
what is with people rushing their monitors across the map when they don't need to? This is like the third time this tournament it's happened. What are we doing?
They're trying to pounce on these Axfords, but the Axford's still healthy. He's going to
Ruddle
retreat
is
back here.
striking onto Mav. It's hitting the side that's been armor stripped by the rocket box salvo before, although it looks like it has now pivoted outside of arc. No,
Not
those are
quite
gonna,
enough. There it is.
those
Finds
do
some purchase.
damage. The beam is going to immediately swivel to annihilate this this Ruddle. No, the Ruddle is trying to like get past the beam. It looks like the Ruddle might be fast enough.
Trying to
Sundrive on
dodge.
the Ruddle might actually be fast enough to avoid this beam, as it completely
Still, more
dodges.
strike has already left the Axford there, headed for the Monitor Ball. Monitor Ball very heavily degraded to start with. Now
Simultaneously-
just running out of tank.
Simultaneously,
Yeah.
Velocity sends another strike out against the Axford here. This time, they actually have illumination on the target. What
Illumination,
happens to the-
command
what-
guidance.
what-
Is it
hang
on track? It is not on track.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Claw
They have
Squadron,
just left sensor
It
range.
loses track
No
at the last
bloodhounds.
moment. Are there any backup seekers, any active backup seekers on these containers? No. What
Saw
happened to the
secondary.
Bloodhounds?
That's going to be it.
Oh, the Bloodhound gets
The Pike-
killed by missiles is what happens. The Pike not able to soft kill this. The
Doesn't hold the
containers
lock.
stage at the wrong moment there. Self-illum out. Shouldn't... Illumination doesn't trant Hodge, does it? No.
No, it should not.
This Axford is going to dodge all of those. Unlucky timing for OSP there. Rocket boxes. They actually get through! They stage onto Quinto.
Not the most
Some
going to
hits.
impack. One of them gets
One
a
of
hit,
them gets
but
its inner stack knocked out there. Although it's a CL. This inner stack doesn't matter.
it's not really saying much. Seal center stack is notoriously made of
What
paper.
is- This one has been one of the most fascinating games I've seen in the tournament.
Yeah.
As both teams play really passively. Basically no frontline engagements other than the charge of the
Yeah.
Monitor Brigade rushing through open space. once again, what is with it? Monitor balls just sacrificing themselves like this. I don't get it.
There's something with heavy armored assets and people turning off their brains this tournament where they just see a target and beeline for it, and anyone in position to punish that from flank is profiting.
Still viable for OSP right now, although they are super bled on holes right now. You can see the little comparison in the corner there. 2 450
OSP is down to
and a single
4 holes effective, one of which is a Ruddle that's
they're
running
going to step
to
onto A. I have a feeling this Axford is going to have some cruise missiles to say about that, if it has any left. It might not have any
Mav's
left.
missile count is
really low.
pretty much dry. Singular hybrid and...
Actually, no. This,
no, 2 hybrids.
This Axford's like completely bled on missiles, if we're being honest here. A-cap is going to go through here, as it looks like OSP is going to secure a 4-cap temporarily here. We'll see if they're able to keep A&S at bay long enough for that to matter. Both teams are
Last missile here, Heckby going towards A point. They're going to fish for it and likely find it.
I don't know.
No chaff
Depending
launcher.
on the angle, that might not be enough, considering that you can see this thing is relatively... No, actually, it's relatively drives on to where this missile's coming
Rocket's fishing now for the decap. Potentially they'll find the Axford. Might find the capper.
Probably assuming it's a capper, although, yeah, Cheese's dead ship in the area might act as PD. No, the Axford is gonna... Oh, no. The Axford's chaff is not in the right angle, but it stages on the dead ship instead! No, half of them do, at least. Half of them do actually find the Axford.
A couple of them find the Axford, but still armored up.
They hit the aspect of the Axford that still has the armor on it.
A-cap goes into OSP's hand. They're still alive with an Oxstring and Sundrive.
Though. I don't think...
G-Slayer cleans up A point.
All 5 CLs are still very much in the fight right now.
Mav in chat after being Ruddle struck repeatedly is like, why did those not do any damage?
Because you're an Axford?
Armor.
You can just live?
Yeah. 40 centimeters of armor is not enough to be penned by rockets without a couple impacts.
ANS now taking full advantage of the bleeding of OSP's hulls. Now steps onto the points here. You can see Quinto is pushing super heavily in their CL group. Dragonbender trying to get some
looking at Seaside,
here.
finding nothing.
Dragonbender does manage to find the flank on these CLs with one of them and does get track on one. We will see if it's enough. Nope, the jamming goes down from the CLs. That's what happened. Rocket Box
This is a little unfortunate for Dragonbender here, as they had an opportunity to fight these seals earlier, but now without their Bloodhounds, they are not going to get the tracks they want to get a good gunshot on those. Seals can keep that 8-kilometer distance all day.
Moreline is currently detected, although I think it's too little too late. ANS just has nothing to stop them from just setting back onto the cap points. Very unfortunate DC from Tasty there, as it's going to put the CLN in the hands of a player who's probably not really experienced in it. They did manage to get a good strike in the Axford, but just unfortunate timing on the loss of track on the second one means that they're going to lose it. Dragonbender playing, in my opinion, way too passively in this one.
These liners needed to do some work with that 450, and they just never got it till now.
They did preserve their ships into the late game here, but they've had 0 battle impact.
No. I would be surprised if these things pull 6k damage at the end of the game.
They do manage to catch one of Cheeslayer's CL's broadside, though, so that's going to start adding up in terms of damage. However,
realistically, that's the first major impact they've had this game.
Losing a single CL at this stage in the game is not going to change the outcome, I don't think, as there are
Taking a look at that, total hull count OSP, they've got 2 liners and a mostly empty container liner.
Mav, although they're out of missiles, it is still a very deadly...
Dragonbender is disconnected there. Oh no, that's going to be the disconnection.
That was a Dragonbender that was a Dragonbender DC. Was that an
Dragonbender also notorious for having computer issues.
Was that an Alt F4 though? Yeah, Cheeslayer asking the question I am. That might have been an Alt F4 from Dragonbender there. Interesting.
Well, this means that, don't worry, Velocity is here to save the day, as they've now inherited 9k of their team's assets.
Not gonna be enough. That Moreline is already... It had some battle impacts, but the loss of Tasty there is really devastating.
Yeah.
As one of their liners is just going to get bled as it desperately dives for E. Triple CL engaging this liner is just going to tear that thing apart. Meanwhile, the rest of the map is firmly in command of ANS here. The Axfords are going to firmly hold D, CL holding A. C Point has nothing anywhere close to being by it for a retake there.
No.
And yeah, that is going to be 5 kills, 1 Grungler is going to take this one.
OSP kind of showed up and then did nothing? Question mark?
I'm very curious. I mean, like, I understand the threat of the CLs is really rough on those liners, because, like, those 5 CLs will absolutely chew up your liners, and especially without good offset track, you're not going to be able to see them. Like we saw when they actually did try to engage. They could have pivoted. They could have pivoted up.
Yeah.
Those
liners were not engaged in the front line at all this game. They had spotted those CLs and just never really fired a shot. As we saw before, once you impact a CL, it falls apart pretty fast in that center stack. 450 notorious for doing that, but this game just never really saw OSP make an attack on it.
Even, the CLs were in really excellent position to try and deny the liners a little bit. But that being said, there were just 0 attempts made at all from Dragonbender to try and get those liners into a position where they could have had battle impact. You can see Velocity is going to lose their inherited 450 liner on the B point here as Mav flanks forward with the B-Max. Even out of hybrids, this thing is still a very deadly ship. I am counting 2 FPAs in there, and that thing is going to chew up that liner. Supporting fire from Nuclear Ari's remaining Axford as well is just going to finish that thing off as E point. The one on E point is going to get gutted by the CLs. And the Moorline is going to just have nothing.
OSP realistically has no shot left in this game if there ever was a chance. It has long since passed. Just gonna call it a bit of like unfortunate circumstance of the Tasty disconnect, but their execution as well. The monitor ball just kind of getting yubbed for free there, as well as like a little bit of the tech error with that reinforced mag. That was a lot squishier than it had to be. Citadel has double the hit points at least.
You can comfortably fit all the ammo you need on a monitor in a Citadel mag. There's really no reason to take reinforced. You don't really need that capacity. The Moorline now trying a strike against this Axford here. Doing TRP is curious enough, not actually doing direct, despite having a direct line of sight to the ship. Probably actually doing a TOT here. Yep, we have a second salvo coming in. The Moorline is just going to try and get this last salvo out. No track on the Axford, although Velocity does have a pike in place to try and get illumination.
These, I think, were TRP'd and just don't work.
CMD SC200 out on Fulcrum. Yep, there it goes. No track. As the TRP, it loses track, and it just goes wide.
Container, they have left the map.
Rip.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this tournament just a psyop to like say, hey guys, ANS has a clearly superior win rate or something?
This tournament is a psyop to convince people that all these teams can play as a team. No, I'm just kidding. That's a little bit rude. Although I will still hold that against Freakbob's Fenthouse, who actually has no coordination on their team at all. And it appears that earlier this morning they just forgot that they had a tournament game and showed up at the last moment. Anyway, 5 Girls 1 Grungler is going to take that one. It is currently 1-0 in their favor here. We can see the CLs pulling a lot of work. Even though they didn't really engage until the end there, they still kept the 450 liners from really doing anything. Despite the 450 liners had pathing and places to go that they could have repositioned and probably helped with the Axfords. They just never did. They just kind of sat in the back.
OSP's front line had negligible impact that game. The monitors, the most you can say is that they contributed a couple shots and then got horribly pulled out of position and annihilated from a flank attack.
The monitors, despite their severely degraded nature, they decided to push. Not sure what the play was there, considering that reasonably they could have expected the Moorline to land a second hit on that other Axford, considering that they landed such a devastating one on the first. They really did not need a push there. I think that they probably saw blood in the water and were trying to confirm the kill on that Axford, although that realistically that should have been the job of the 450 liners, which did have arc to pivot there and put fire at long range onto that crippled Axford, but we're just constantly just never in the fight in order to do that. Meanwhile, Math pulling very excellent damage numbers on that Yub Axford.
Math with the 42k there, just good overall, like single Axford backline. This was
just excellent.
It wasn't the big no side. It was the
totem
equivalent. I think it was.
Just excellent strikes on to any target that mattered in that game. Excellent strikes onto the cappers, onto the monitors, even onto like some of the orbital support assets that OSP had there. Dislodging all of those cross-track capabilities from the Bloodhounds, nerfed the CLN pretty heavily, prevented it from really doing much, and also allowed
CLN,
the CLs
to its credit,
undetected.
27k on the CLN. Not bad, not great, considering a inherited asset there.
Right.
We had Velocity saying that they were just trying to figure out how to play it as Tasty was coaching them through it, so definitely a strange game.
A very, very, an interesting first one. The DC really harming. Ghyghry there, although I have a feeling the biggest deciding factor there was Dragonbender's unwillingness to really do much at all with the the liners.
OSP just kind of let the match happen to them. ANS was hesitant as they gained a bunch of ground and then just were confused as there was no resistance for the CLs diving the backline. All right.
Yep.
We're going on to game 2. Twitch side, we're going to run ad break intermission, so we will be right back. VOD exclusive content then, so yeah.
ANS won that. Congratulations on everyone who predicted an ANS victory. I'm going to start the poll for the second one. Teams are swapping, and they are deciding the map.
All right.
There you go. Vote up. 3-minute ad.
Quinto, 5 girls, 1 Grungler saying they'll be right back, so we'll just do a little intermission. We're not on the clock as much this time, so it should be fine.
I might quickly just run to the restroom then.
Yeah, good shout. I'll just
right.
stay here to entertain the folks.
I'll be back in a moment. Hopefully I can be fast enough and don't get kicked by Jaramis. I should probably ready up to prevent that from happening. I'll be back.
Yeah, that works fine then. All right. All right, so they're just checking on the disconnect here, seeing if there was the issue. Yeah, Tasty and Dragonbender, both people who have had some computer issues before. Tasty, I believe, is insane and plays this game on a MacBook using a trackpad or something. So think about that anytime that you see him running a missile build or something. Dragonbender, my understanding was for a lot of the time it was they were in like Florida heat or something and their computer would overheat. I don't know if there's just other issues that causes them to disconnect or what. I believe that was an Alt F4 in the past game, so I don't know. Some people try and preserve win rate, other ones just want to get on with the next match. Can't really comment on that one. We just know that they stopped playing, so that's all. And yeah, for those of you who are still able to hear me through the ad break, thank you for your subscribage. We're just going to get into round 2 now of this game series. Graham is saying we cannot have repeat maps, so that answers that question. All right. Teams consolidating and planning their actions, so they're just going to figure it out. I suppose in the meantime, I can check and see if the videos I had scheduled to upload have gone up. Yes, they have, except for the one that I set the wrong date on, so we're going to correct that real quick. 23rd, we'll put this up at, this can go live at 4 p.m. Eastern. There we go. That'll give people something to watch after these games. All right. For those of you who are wondering, we are uploading these games to YouTube, so you can check out our channels there. I should probably wait the 40 seconds for ad break to finish before I do my shameless shillage and whatnot.
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
Well, there we are. I'm just talking to occupy the time here. Teams are consolidating and figuring out what they want to run. And yeah.
We have not chosen a map yet. I was kind of expecting us to have chosen one by the time I got back.
Well.
All right.
Yeah, certainly something being taught this tournament is that when players work together, they can accomplish wonderful things, but when they don't. All right. My side of Twitch, you should be back from ad jail now.
Yep.
Yep. They were joking, saying pillars. Dramas says pillars not in the map set, so they're going to have to decide on that one. Finishing off what I was thinking earlier, do have a YouTube channel. You can see it in the chat there. For those of you who are not subscribed, you can follow that to get updates when we post the next set of these games.
I believe have
all of last
I needed
week's
to
uploaded?
invite you to collaborate on the ones I was posting
collab one.
today. Because today I believe it was that I put out today. It was no, hang on.
That
Did I put
would
out the
have
videos today?
been-
Hang on. I don't even remember
Yeah.
when I was uploading these videos because I did it all a long time. Yes.
I have 5 girls, 1 Grungler versus Collapse.
Yep, that's releasing
That
today.
should be
One of
today's.
them's already out. I'll send you the invite link after the stream just so you
Alrighty.
get there. Yukon looks like it's going to be chosen as the second map here.
Okay.
Oh my god. What is with these teams in this game? Like I
Good stuff.
swear none of these teams are actually like coordinating. It's like they forgot that they're in a tournament.
All right. Well, It's going to be a Yukon again today. So we saw previous teams take to Yukon. OSP got pushed out by a 6 Axford rush there. And they had opportunities, but just didn't quite have it with the builds or consolidations. So we'll see if this time...
We're starting the questions again. I'm seeing one question from CMD Solar. Is it still considered a Greedford if it has an Aurora? A Greedford refers to specifically an Axford that brings 120 secondary batteries on the 4 side mounts. A Greedford can still have like defenses and stuff. But for the most part, the community Greedford definition is specifically an Axford that has the secondaries. Do I like fish, and what is my favorite crab? So the thing is with seafood is that I do like a lot of fish. In terms of other type of seafood, I really do not like it. Like, I can do... Shrimp is okay, but like lobster and crab, I really just do not like. But fish...
Not a lobster guy.
No, not a lobster guy.
Right.
I've had it before.
I will say, I will go for a good lobster roll now and then.
I guess it depends on the occasion and how it's prepped. Like, if I'm doing like if it's a seafood thing, like whatever, I'll have some lobster. But it's not really something I like seek out to have to eat, right?
All right.
But yeah, fish I really like. Salmon I absolutely love. Salmon is delicious.
Say my 2 big winners are salmon and tuna. Sometimes you get just like your generic white fish that you'll have in like some other like
really a surprise, I have a feeling.
What? Me liking tuna? Oh, color me surprised, right?
All right.
Yep.
Okay,
anyways, teams should be ready in a second. Jeffrey is just in the editor. We'll see if Dramas gives them a poke or not. People talking more about the Greedford thing.
Auroras aren't really all too useful in ANS, just due to the fact that the main strength that they have, which is dealing with the relatively low health, fast-moving hybrid missiles, is not something you really need on ANS capitals.
Yep. Just referring to that some more, the Aurora, it can work. It does take out a S2 in, I believe it's 4 pulses. So you can see these sometimes on light tappers when they're trying to take out multi-mission tug stuff.
The thing is that Flak also does that for half the cost and half the power consumption, so...
Yeah. It's a rare sight, but you do see this. Sometimes in, like, Sprinter or Frigate Ball, you see them teched as specifics to try and clean up decoys as well.
Throngler is pure plasma, yeah. If it has any 100, I just call it an obelisk.
Yep. Specifically for that, the Throngler... I say typically that's going to be 6 to 8 plasma turrets. You see some of them run with the 6 because they're trying to cheap out a little and put budget elsewhere. The 8 is the kind of classic. I think you can get away with 7 with some like power concessions here and there and still making it work.
For dealing with rockets and R2 Kudas on Axfords, typically you just do SDM 200s to deal with the Kudas and then have secondary batteries to deal with the Ruddles. You just...
Yep.
You don't really need it. The argument is that you don't really need to shoot down the rockets if you just kill the strike first, right?
As we saw in the last game as well, with an Axford, you can just tank R2s.
Right.
Maybe not all of them, but enough of them.
Auroras kill fighters, yes, but so do STM 200s. And with how easy it is to put VLS-2 launchers on ANS ships, that's kind of just what ANS does. On OSP, Auroras work too. The thing is with STM 200s as well, is that extra range allows you to strike before they do for denial.
Yes.
With Auroras, you run the risk of them being able to strike while you're killing them, and if they get hit, right, yeah, that's still battle impact. Beam turret is also...
Beam for anti-air.
Genuinely, yeah, the beam turret, the 610 is genuinely,
it has been said, like, the best... ANS anti-air is, in fact, a beam destroyer, as we've seen those with B-short flicked wipe entire bomber flights.
All right. 23% ANS, 77% OSP in terms of the votes for this one. We are just starting things up.
All right.
I believe...
5 Girls, 1 Grungler has 1 win on the board, so potentially we're going to see them collect here, or we go on to Game 3.
You took ANS last time, right? It's my turn for that?
Yes.
All right.
So you can go forward.
I will run us through... Ghyghry's fleet then.
Yep. STM would put it over 1500. Not necessarily. You can balance them. They won't be perfectly 1500, but you get a little asymmetry in there. It is possible to do a Greedford pair. Usually you go with the Mark 61s to save like 40 points in Axford instead of the Mark 62s. You still get the same, more or less, like chaff clearing ability with them. It's not going to load screen here. How about you?
Oh, okay. Sending fleet to host.
There it is.
We have a little bit of progress. That was rough. Once again, Tasty Cookie, for some reason, plays on a MacBook that is 3 billion years old.
Yep, and they play with a trackpad instead of a mouse.
Came back to haunt them in the first one. We'll see if we have any internet connections this time. It's getting stuck on sending fleet to host, which has me a bit worried.
This feels like a DC.
This feels like a DC.
Spawning fleets, maybe.
Spawning
People in
them.
MacBook? Yep, with like 900 pixel resolution.
Let's
It's why
see.
screenshots all look cursed.
Come on, please don't DC. Okay. Oh, no,
Yep,
no,
yep,
that's a
there
DC.
it is.
There it is. It's fucking Tasty Cookie, too.
Womp, womp.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Wait for
all right.
Dramus. Wait for Dramus to
Dramus
call
says
it.
rehost. There you go. So, yep. Give me my 30 XP. They call.
All teams are going to Alt F4. Oh my god, look at what they're bringing. Alt F4 now. Yep. All right.
Well,
all teams
won't see
Alt
it,
F4,
so,
no one should be able to see. Whoa, no animations on that load-in. That's fucking jarring.
I got in the cellar at least, so yeah.
Oh my god, this fleet spawned.
I can
this
see the
fleet
monitors.
Spawned, this fleet spawned outside the map. It doesn't have any animation, and the zoom-in cinematic is still trying to happen. Oh, that
I
was
saw a random like group of
Are these? Are they still out there? Are they actually rendered? I don't see them. No, they are rendered. You can see them in the distance. The game
Where?
rendered
From
the
ANS
ships.
side?
The game rendered the ships like 20, 30 kilometers outside the map. Oh, that was really weird.
Okay, I
Tasty,
see
get
the
out of
ones
the
on the
fucking
map
stream.
right
You're
now,
seeing
but like,
the fleet comps people brought. What are you doing?
Yep.
Okay,
we're gonna just disconnect from this real quick
yeah,
so the
DC
server
and
cycles.
refresh.
Don't
We'll
worry
cycle
about
the
that.
server and hop back in. Oh my
What
god.
a peculiar thing. Okay. Well, technology some days.
Excellent job.
Yep. Tasty continuing to find some way to sabotage his team, whether it's with carrier builds or with internet connection or whatnot. At least they're consistent.
The next tournament
Right.
match I'm going to do, I'm going to assemble a team that actually coordinates with each other, and we're just going to automatically win because we're able to, like, actually not be stupid.
All right, NEBVEMBER has currently got error, so they're probably just going to cycle the server there in a second once it figures it out.
Is there an error in the
and
server? Is
debrief
that what
should
they
go
found?
through. Yeah. All right. So, continued intermission here, I guess. We just see where things go from there.
My own Tenet is so bad.
Well, when you're playing on their resolution, that looks like an eye. I do find it very funny how every screenshot Tasty sends is incredibly crunched due to the pixels, like
Yeah,
not
no, you can
quite
actually
where they should be.
actually count the pixels on Tasty screenshots. It's great. Yeah, it looks like the server is completely down right now. I am going to preemptively close up Neb and reopen it just to make sure that I can actually see the server in the lobby and we don't delay any further.
Server appears to be up now, so
Alright,
let's give this a
we're
shot.
rebooting.
That
Why are
is
you
not the
installing-
password.
okay.
Whoops.
What did you have on your...
I don't know what I had copy pasted there. I'm
Huh?
not sure either. It's just a long string of characters.
Did you copy Ghyghry?
This is what I had done. Yeah, I had copied the names list for the player account. That's why.
Yes.
Wondering
thank
where I got
you.
that
Thank you
giant
for that, by
list
the
from.
way.
Alright. Go. Anyways,
God. We're doing great. The
Once more
tournament
with
is
style.
going excellently. We are
Yep.
rebooting the game on my end to prevent things from going to shit. Come on, fucking boot. This is a good computer. Faster.
Neb always gets that 99% loading, as Unity games are prone to, so.
Yeah. Can you make your game more compatible with Steam Deck? I don't think that's really what Liz's focus is on right now, Levy.
Yep.
November,
okay,
there we go. Join.
I can picture Liz's personality pretty well. She'd just say, like, yep, and then proceed to put on a post-it note, scrunkle it up, and then throw it over her shoulder onto the pile of other a million post-it notes that
Where
are
the
equally
hell
on
did my
fire as they are
password go? There it is.
smoldering.
Okay, we got it. We're in. No, I do not want to play as part of this team. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Tasty, get the fuck out of
anyways.
my, respectfully, Tasty. Oh, wait, is Davinen subbing in for you, Tasty?
Would make sense, honestly, given the intermittent connection, having two failures already kind of. does not
Okay,
bode
yep.
well for
Confirmation that
yeah.
Davenant is now subbing in for Tasty to prevent a DC from happening. Oh my god. Alright, so yeah, Tasty, you can stay in the chat. You're fine.
Yep. All right. Anyways, we ran predictions still, so I think that that's going to keep here.
Yep.
Right?
No chance to redo your gambling. Too bad. You actually should have like expected Tasty to have internet problems and gambled around that. Although that being said, the majority of people have voted for OSP to win this one, I believe. Yeah, it's currently 23-77. So, you know, the house always wins. Exactly. What am I even? I'm not even.
Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Exactly. I'm not even winning anything though. Like I'm, in terms of like setting up like a gambling establishment, I'm actually doing it like pretty poorly because I don't have any like ability to win off this.
Damn it, Scape, we're not match fixing hard enough. We need to clearly skew the odds.
Exactly. You see, you get me.
Yes. Well, the good news is that we haven't had too many issues besides the player disconnects there, so me jinxing it completely, but...
What would I start an OnlyFans for? Like, what would... Okay, like, realistically, Levy, if I started an OnlyFans, what the fuck would I post?
I don't know, niche pottery of some sort?
Niche pottery. Pottery. That's the first place your mind jumps to.
I don't know. Also, list in the chat, official response there for, can you make it more compatible on Steam Deck, saying, you are insane.
You are insane. Well, thank you.
Called it.
Thank you, List, for finally letting Levy know that the Steam Deck strat for Neb is completely absurd.
The fact that works in the first place is a small miracle.
I'm actually, I'm impressed the Steam Deck didn't just fucking detonate while trying to launch Neb. Okay, 60-second timer for fleet editors.
Actually, hang on. I'm just gonna like quickly snip that because just having a quote from Liz telling someone you are insane is probably going to make a thumbnail somewhere.
We should put that because Levy does have a Steam guide on how to get Steam Deck working with Neb. We should put that in like the comments. Official Deb response, you are insane.
Yeah, it's just one of those like, you know, just tag people with this one.
You see, this is why List
Raspberry Pi support. What?
All right. Oh, we're booting in. Okay, you see, this is why List doesn't really like talk that much in the Neb community because we always just take her quotes out of context for use later. I need to take it.
Need to change your Twitch
name. Martyr of Karak is it's a classic.
I'm not gonna lie, the name goes hard.
It does. I need to replay.
Anyone who's a Homeworld fan in the chat, you know exactly what they're referring to there.
Karak is fucking immaculate as a game. I love it.
I need to stream that game at some point.
I need to replay it. I want to do it on hard mode, but it has been a long time since I've done it. But whatever. Anyway, we're in casting mode now.
Yep.
Tasty, we already saw an inkling of what your team comp is bringing. I already
guess
know
the
what
team comp. It's on Yukon.
Anyway.
All right, let's do this. Hello, everyone. Welcome to game. This should be game set 5, I think. Let me double check on that one. Anyways, we are scoring up. Here we go. Match set 8. There we are. Yes, it was match set 5 earlier today, but this is game 8. 5 girls, 1 Grungler takes on team. Escape. What's it called again?
It's called Ghyghry. You once again forgot the name. You're a caster. I can't believe you.
Yeah, allegedly. Anyways, I'm Neko Boy Blue. This is Escape GT. We are casting these teams. Pick a team, read it off.
I'll take Ghyghry because apparently you can't pronounce a thing that's 2 syllables. This is Davinin, Dragonbender, Jeffries, and Velocity. They are playing ANS right now.
All right, 5 girls, 1 Grungler consists of Mav625, Nucleari, Quinto Bean, and the Grungler themselves, Cheese Slayer.
All right, so earlier we had a DC. Tasty Cookie had a couple of internet DCs, and so they're being subbed out for Davenant here. Initially on Yukon, we did get a little glimpse of what Ghyghry was planning to bring the first time. It looked like 4 Sprinter Balls. They pivoted to what looks like a bit more of a normal fleet here. I'm looking at 2 double Axford pairs, a Cap fleet, and a CL push on E. Actually pretty standard fleet comp for ANS on Yukon.
That might be the most standard ANS fleet comp we see for this map.
We'll see. We'll see if this is able to pull enough weight to win. Meanwhile, looking at OSP deployments, if you want to take those.
All right, OSP, we're seeing them deploying high. Triple liners supported by an Acello towards that rock where we normally see carriers or container liners. Gonna see a good count of monitors distributed across the middle of the map. Looks like 5 of them individuals that might
Yeah, that's a
consolidate into
monitor
a ball.
That's a
and-
monitor ball that just didn't have the formation set before, because Cheeseland doesn't have
okay.
any other ships around the map, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So it looks like that's going to be a second Acello. I'm liking this dispersed Acello play. Acellos are force multipliers. They make a 3K incredibly dangerous.
Yep, so that's going to
Good
be
to see the cap fleet as well, just kind of
around the map.
distributed some
Both-
light assets, I think, yeah.
Both teams with actually shockingly normal fleets. Let's be
Yeah.
real here. So yeah, the Acellos are going to provide really nice missile coverage for the monitors and the liners, which are both very vulnerable to that. Looks like we're going to see a 2-pronged assault over top at sea for OSP here. We'll see if ANS is able to hold that with the Axfords. Meanwhile, the Triple CL is very obviously going E. Why would you ever send a Triple CL to anywhere else on this map? It just works. It works every time. And there is
See it
nothing
on the drop
really,
here.
There's nothing really there for OSP to stop that CL push into E. So we'll see how they respond to that flank. Alrighty, I'll go through ANS fleets real quick.
I'll take OSP. Let's start from the top.
Davenant is the one in the triple CLs. They are going low here. I am seeing Chaff Launcher, and Comms Jammer. So unlike Quinto, there is actually comms jamming capabilities on these. Bit of Self-Illume, probably a bit of jamming somewhere on these as well. I'm seeing comms jamming, and yep, there's radar jamming as well. Very, very nice. Dragon Bender in one of the answered pairs. This is a Greedford pair. Comms jamming on the back of one and VLS 200 on the back of the other. Very, very standard stuff for Greedfords here. I'm going to tab over this and see active decoys and killjoys. No STM 200s on this. Curious. So they're going to be completely reliant on their soft kill to stop strikes. Rockets will get through if the ships get close enough. Jeffreyism is running the camp fleet here. Looks like this is a variant of the quad beamstone camp fleet that ANS really likes right now. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 beam destroyers, 2 on Boxer, 1 on sea, one of them in the back of the map here. Looks like maybe trying to stop some flanks, or maybe it's going to try and deny A. We'll see if it gets there in time. Rounding out the camp fleet for ANS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 5 gun cappers and 1 cringe cappler, which is rushing directly towards A right now. Rounding things out for ANS, Velocity has the second Axe repair. This is another Greedford pair. Secondary batteries, I'm seeing Comms Jammer and a VLS 200 on the other. This is a very nice build for a double Greedford fleet. It gives you all the capabilities you need to defend against missile strikes while still maintaining the secondary battery capability. I'm seeing singular active decoy. And some killjoys. No SDM 200s.
Little
in
cheap
this,
there, but
no
makes it
SDM
work.
200s there in either of the Axfords, although looking at
This ANS comp would be very weak to craft
Right.
had OSP brought any, but looks like they've elected not to. Cheese Slayer, like you said, coming in with that monitor ball. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these things. A little bit of jamming scattered in there. Checks the box. These are grouping up with Quinto's first Acello here. Shout out to the little cat on the side of that. I believe that is Lissid Cat.
that is
Ollie.
indeed Lys's cat.
Yeah, I think it's pronounced. Anyways, we're going to see one of those there. We're going to see another Acello. This one split off onto the other grouping with Nucleari. Nucleari has got themselves a pair of 450 liners here with the broadside. Looks like T-20 secondary batteries. Backpack,
Oh.
we see a skiff. 450 already opening up and some torpedoes. What has Mal brought today?
It's the
Hello,
Cruise
Isekai
Torp
truck.
Liner! It's the Cruise Torp Liner! Let's go! Oh my
This
god.
is a surprising number of torpedoes to start off the day towards Seaside.
These are
This is going to clean up this capper very
A-Red
quickly.
Act. Any radar on from this capper. Radars are off. Are these going to go for chaff? Any hit on that capper is going to disable it. The chaff looks in! The liner lives as ANS is going to take C. Oh, great. Very,
Panic
very...
glitter dump there, all but one chaff, and that's going to be that. Dragon Bender potentially disconnecting there with the no, not again thing, or
Probably
not?
saying that in response to the cruise torpedoes, if I had a feeling.
All right,
Anyway,
well,
second salvo already being readied up. Do you want to quickly talk about the rest of OSP before everything
yeah,
dies?
this game got going very quickly. Okay, Nucleari, I've looked at briefly. They've got a Bloodhound early warning tug top of the map. This thing scouts the early warning, use the Bloodhound to then track. Okay, they have then got themselves T-20 gun cappers in a pair, and one of them was on the D point as the caps. A cap fleet, as all good cap fleets start with 2 heavy capitals, right? And then Mav, like we described before, the Isekai truck, this thing's got cruise torpedoes because you can do that. It's just a little weird to see. And then rounding it out, they've got a early warning tug and a naked capper, which went to E point and died.
Yep, Davenant with a nice E deny there. ANS does take C torpedoes onto A right now. Looks like they're going to deny that wake valve catches the ship that is still burning in there. Oh, no chaff also from this cringe capper beans. Oh no, there's chaff still in the launcher, not fired from Jeffreyism. Perhaps
yeah, it must have been set to manual
and not committing. So A point is going to get denied there. Both teams with really aggressive pushes onto the opponent's naturals. ANS's works a lot better than OSP's does, as these CLs are on Eclipse with nothing stopping them. Meanwhile, the cruise denial of E does not work, as Clutch Chaff manages to deny it here. You can see both of the frontline clusters that OSP has are starting to move up, one of them through the mid here. The Monitors and Acellos are just going to push through here. The Acellos firing their Hesh. The Acello will likely engage with its 450 on these Axfords here. 4 Axfords should win this fight if they're able to maintain range from the Monitors.
This is the big thing here. I think OSP is actually misplayed at this stage. They showed their hand that they are very high up. They've got these 2 very powerful 4.5k death balls. That said, their plays to move for C point, they're aggressing towards it, but they've given up so much of the map for this, and also showed their tech off very quickly with that sudden torpedo strike.
Right.
ANS should know exactly what they're dealing with and play accordingly.
Right. We'll see if they do. Looking at Nucleari's fleets right now, this is how you build a double 450 plus half cap fleet. Someone DM this fleet to Spy Eye immediately. Anyway, the cruise torpedo liner, though, moves up really close to these Axfords, close enough to get a cruise torpedo strike on the Axfords here. The Axfords are burning reverse there in orbit.
They're orbit, not act therm,
they are
so...
orbit dodging, so it's possible that the wake valve might catch. We'll see. There's also a red act in there as well. Axfords are... radars.
Just looked at the names of these. They're called What Do You Mean Cruise Torps? That is.
Yep. Axfords are radars off. Chaff is out. Active decoy out. This should be enough to soft kill these torpedoes. I'm looking at these Axfords. Are there any scryers on these at all? They range out. Ooh. Dragonbender calling
that's got to be why they're trying to push so close.
In chat. No scryers on any of the Axfords. What about the other ones? It's possible that ANS already has an idea on what Seekers are on these missiles and knows how to counter them, considering that they've done the perfect counter twice. No, I'm not seeing any scryers, but still. The Axfords actually curiously splitting up here. 2 of them electing to engage the liners in Acello on Seaside. The other 2 from Dragonbender trying to hold back this Monitor Ball. They're actually focusing the Monitor Ball, which is the correct play here. The Acello
Pick off those monitors is much easier than picking off the Acello.
All right, Dragonbender has already begun to split here, trying to get some crossfires. A is being camped by Nuclear R here as their camper does step onto the point. It is target locked, and Jeffreyism has a beam out on the A capper, as A cap is going to get denied here, as that thing is just going to get gutted.
Yep. Not much to say. It's developing right now. There's 2 gunfights going on. Axford pair squares off against their respectable front line at plus 50% due to the Acello.
Velocity with a little bit of a misplay here, deciding to focus their Axfords and engaging the Acello. That's not what you want to be firing at right now. You're going to have much more purchase on those liners, and you need to dislodge any offensive capabilities. But below the map, Davenant completely uncontested, flanking shots into the belly. They swap to the Acello,
there it is.
recognizing that it is going to be broadside to them. Once again,
that's
a CL
what
flank
the
into
Acello
an
was
Acello.
fired for, keeping this thing so it has to bow tank. 250 is going to rip this Acello apart. It destroys everything it can get within range of, and this Acello's only strong from the front.
The Acello does retarget lock one of the CLs, tries to re-engage. Davenant with no jamming out right now. They have blankets. No, they're on cooldown. Davenant's not battle shorting the blankets right now. They probably should, considering that they will probably be able to go dark here. Meanwhile, on the flank, Jeffreyism is going to rush forward with their Beamstone on the C flank here. Although Nuclear already has torpedoes.
Torpedoes might intercept that. Maybe a little too far plotted, actually. These I don't think will catch.
Disables drives. What is the range bracket there? It has enough range. That is a beam into one of these liners here. Hits the center stack. Torpedoes go for chaff. Both liners immediately pivot to this Beamstone.
Beam not battle shorted. Critical error there. Now hits the B shorts.
Bad aim point though as it misses.
Wide.
It's getting the drive though.
Drive? Main thruster pickoff, pretty good there. Some of the thrusters taking a lot of damage.
Sacrificing itself for as much damage as possible. They should have probably kept that one a bit more in reserve than they did.
Yeah, that was a little bit aggressive there. They were being threatened by torpedo, but
are now being wasted on the the Beamstone now.
Yep.
You can see it. Math has positioned this cruise torpedo liner in a really excellent spot right now. We're able to get those arcing fire along. A lot of Alliance likes to play really close to this rock here at sea with their Beamstones and even their front line. That liner has positioned itself really well to take full advantage of that. You can see Dragonbender continuing to just fight this war of attrition with the monitors and Acellos. They do manage to divert one of them a bit to the side here, probably aiming to get crossfires eventually on that Acello.
Ooh, beam gameplay on the D point side as Ghyghry is realizing where everything is. They just push up and to get cleaned up 2 of Nucleari's cappers.
ANS knows where the entirety of OSP's fleet is. It's concentrated up in the top right now, and with that slow monitor push, it's going to be a while until they can get onto points. The experts doing everything they can to just deny the push for as long as possible. Cheese does manage to get into plasma range with their monitors here. Although if they want to close the gap even closer, they will likely have to push into Velocity here, and there's going to be a crossfire there. Devin and CL is doing an excellent job right now of just keeping these liners honest, although without the jamming... oh, no, it looks like it's
Strike coming up towards Velocity. Velocity does kick the jammers on, popping that chaff, as we saw earlier. Do they have active decoy or killjoy?
Radars are currently off right now. Thrusters not burning from the Axfords. This should be a successful soft kill. I'm also seeing some flares in there as well.
Yeah, flares will seduce those Wake Second. Or,
it's not Wake
No,
Seconders,
that's Wake
it's
Validator.
Wake Val, so those aren't really going to be doing much.
Some of
them
might find
acquire.
their way through.
They pass through the chaff and acquire the Axford. Does manage to knock out the mag, both the mags a little bit, although it is still very restorable. This is an Axford.
Double tap on the drives there. Gun plotting goes down. Topside gun inoperative. That's a good impact for what was objectively a lot of misses.
Right.
Also, Mav just committing, stepping onto the C point here, going for it.
Recognizing that they're probably not going to be able to be killed fast enough here, these Axfords. They did take a hit. They do swap fire to the liner. A little bit of a misplay here as the, not even the Acello is really in arc to assist with this cap attempt here. The Axfords now dropping chaff. Missiles
Axford's
are
still going to catch a wayward
go
torp or 2.
a little bit more damage into there, although no crits on that Axford, and without their front line in immediate position to take advantage of that, there's not really a whole lot that's going to do. C-Point is going to get capped by OSP here as Mav immediately begins moving back. Mav recognizing that they definitely need the front line.
Honestly, respect to Mav
there.
for the timing play here. They know they cleared out the Beam Destroyer overwatching C in that very common spot. They step forward, use a lot of their strike to keep these ANS heavy Axfords stun locked.
The monitors do manage to kill Jeffreyism's Beamstone, which did try to push over the rock here, probably to hit that Acello. Although they
Beam from below might say something about that.
Directly into the Beamstone range of the ACAP Beamstone. OSP knew that that was there. What are they doing? That monitor ball is going to get beamed on the side. Guns are not active on it, as that beam is going to hit the center monitor from Cheeslayer there. The plain Cheddar takes a beam immediately to the front. That beam, Jeffreyism is just going to hold B short on that beam. Gut as much of the monitors as possible. There goes the structure break there. Dagger goes through for ANS there. The Beamstone aggressive
targets
push
now
off
onto another one, knowing that they've defanged it for the moment.
Just trying to gut
see what else
these
they
as
can get.
much as possible for the Axfords to just finish off. 2 of these are going to
Cheese with the panic change over with their plasma, and we also see their nose guns trying to rotate.
Yeah, Cheese is panicking
bit of an overreaction.
Right now.
You need
They're
100
gonna
mil on this thing.
They're going to pivot their vulnerable sides to the Axfords here, as Dragonbender's just going to have free reign to clean up this monitor ball, which is really overextended right now. Jeffreyism is likely going to lose this Beamstone, though, although it just did masterful work. Able to gut pretty much this entire, like half this monitor ball, as Cheeslayer mags down on one of them. 2 of them out of weapons.
CIC snipe on one as well. Yeah, the monitor ball, once again, as we see in this tournament, people just get ridiculously aggressive with this. You do not push ANS with the Beam Destroyer count they like to keep unless you are certain that you can kill that beam in time or that you have removed it ahead of it.
Velocity now jumping in on the frontline engagement.
Punished, but
gets a relative broadside on Quinto's Acello, which is pushed over A. One of the Axfords is still maxed down, although the other one's still perfectly healthy. Swaps fire to the broadside of that Acello while it can.
Loving Davenant's choice of targeting here. They are going after the sensor awareness assets at the top of the map while they can trim out everything, be that sweeper cavalry fleet.
It's likely that those ships are providing offset track. Chariot Squadron, that Halberd, is within about 8 kilometers, so it's probably exceeding maximum detectability range on these CLs here. Davenant is getting chewed up. One of their CLs has taken some damage.
CLs will get locked through it for what it's worth, so That offset might be enough.
No, they do break the lock. They do break the lock with the jamming.
Bloodhound from Nucleari will keep that lock on, though, relatively speaking.
Yep,
so
that
a soft
is
lock,
out
not the hard
of
lock.
arc. Comms jamming is going out on the liners, although the Acello is in that group, so it's possible that these CLs are still detected by the liners. Yeah, the liners
shouldn't be
continuing
able to transmit
fire.
through that, but there's a little bit of math there.
Single hang-up is... Oh, no!
Yeah.
The CR75 is down on that Acello. It's actually probably pretty close to that comms jammer being able to hide the CLs, although it's not. It's obviously not enough. The CLs in the
CL's still going to get fired on here as these Acellos appear to... Or not Acellos, these liners appear to have track and fire orders.
Meanwhile,
Going to see Cheese Slayer continue to just get
slowly
bled
here. They do manage to pivot back into cover relative to Velocity, although yeah, they're pretty gutted right now.
Jeffreism tried to come back for the D point with their Beam Destroyer and got punished for it.
Jeffreism only has one Beamstone left. Jeffreism is playing really aggressively with these Beamstones here. You can see the last one that they have is
I think they're going
up.
for the Acello
I think they're
here.
going for the Acello too. What is that range bracket? Beamstone is
Taking a look at it,
within
that's
about
close.
7 kilometers. If that Acello is not careful, it's going to push directly into it. A-Cap now being
No
taken
sensor
by
awareness
Mav
on
here,
that side of the
as
rock.
Mav
They're
is
going to get in range.
Secure A. Mav is the only one really doing cap plays for OSP right now, as they're the only ones who've been able to really retake these cap points. OSP needs to worry about caps now, as they have been down on caps for this entire game. You can see the point score right now.
More
400 to
torpedoes launched here,
150.
going after the capper of Jeffreism.
It is detected.
I can't help but
Drive
feel like this is
burning.
overkill.
Jeffreism needs to all stop, although... Oh, it
Maybe
moves out of
okay,
arc!
actually.
It moves out of arc. No, one of them acquires. One acquires, although that's a defender in arc. Two acquire.
Defender in
Defender
arc,
should be
these
able
are
to clean
cheap.
up 2 torpedoes. Here come
These
the
are not
A-Rad
terminal
Axe.
torps.
Here come the A-Rad Axe from below. Jeffreism is still radar's... Oh, no, radar's off. But the Axe probably
Gonna
goes
find
through
him.
chaff, yeah, and finds it. Davenant,
All right.
forced to engage these liners at a bit closer range than I think they would like, is starting to get bled. Although that being said, one of the 40 liners is already pretty gutted right now. The Axfords are just going to pivot over to the side here. All Axfords are still, like, completely intact, by the way. Even the one that got torpedo struck, is still, like, fine. As they're just going to continue to get crossfires on Cheese here and just gut them. Monitor balls. Once again, another case of a monitor ball being rushed into a place where it really doesn't want to, as, oh,
I
no,
am
look at the
starting to
Acello.
think
Look at the Acello over A. The Acello over A. Look how close that is to the
Oh, I know
Beamstone.
what's about to happen.
Yep. It is detected and target locked as Jeffreism
All right, hello,
is,
thumbnail material.
Jeffreism
Show
is
me it.
around the corner here. Battle stored into that Acello. As OSP's
that'll do it.
aggressive push over the ridge here puts them into the Beamstones. The Beamstones taking full advantage of this very aggressive push over the top here. Just gets crossfired and rushed down by all of these Beamstones. You typically don't see Beamstones rushing down, although Jeffreism has lost pretty much all their Beamstones. It has worked absurdly well for them as they are able to take D with no contesting, able to gut this Acello, able to degrade the monitor ball, massive battling impact from
Missiles out
Jeffreism
on
here.
Jeffreism's Beam
Just
Destroyer there,
trying
but too little too
it's
late.
too little too late. This Acello is no restores left, half the guns down, no mag
I'm
either.
sorry,
That's a mission
Polly.
killed
Once
Acello.
again,
That's a
you
mission
lose to
killed
the laser
Acello.
pointer.
That's a mission killed Acello. The torpedoes now are going to find this Beamstone. Radar is still online. No, radar's off.
Singular
although I
torp hit.
believe- They run out of
Runs
range!
out of fuel!
They run out of fuel! The Beamstone's going to be able to get back to cover and repair!
The Beamstone continues to fire here. Quinto is just getting removed on this flank.
Cheese Slayer.
Half of the
Oh, no.
OSP frontline in shambles. Mav's torpedo count. Let's take a look at that. They have 40% of their payload left.
For what it's worth, the 450 liners plus Acello has done a decent job at gutting Davenant. Davenant is down to a single CL that's still fully capable. The other two are very, very battered right now. One of them with only 2 guns left, no ability to chain restore. The other one completely out of combat capability, except for the interruption jammer. Although that being said, while the CLs get degraded from ANS, OSP loses this entire monitor ball push. They are out of position on all the points. Unless OSP drastically begins to reposition right now, they are going to be in a really, really bad spot right now. ANS with a really high points advantage here means that it's on OSP to get on the caps as soon as possible. And just based on their positions, they're not really in any condition to do that.
OSP doesn't have that much to actually stand on points. Taking a look at this, they've got Mav, which is a Yub liner. they've got Nucleari, who has half of a liner still alive.
That liner has no magazine. It's combat incapable.
Ooh,
They've
yep,
only got
single
one
mag error.
Yep. Jeffreyism is now... Jeffreyism has a gun capper in OSP's orbit, is now disabling this this intelligence asset. Did Nuclear Ari only single mag these?
I think so. They had to make concessions to fit the full number of capper assets.
That's only just
a vulnerability.
Our mag, yeah, once again, double mag here, 450 liners. Torpedo
Torps
strike
on Davenant
now
intact,
on Davenant.
CL, and gonna find it.
Up Davenant.
Couple hits in there.
A lot less damage than I thought. Davenant is... Davenant's pretty
Dodging
fine,
for all
actually.
they're worth.
Davenant's pretty fine, actually. That strike was
Loses
a lot
the
less than I
defender,
think
radar
that,
panel,
Mav
gun,
thought.
rapid.
Mav, meanwhile, still has 30% of their torps remaining. That's impressive.
There is a lot in this double bulk mag, as one would expect. Sundrive, long haul to really get that fast, aggressive gameplay.
Cheeslayer not
Complex
completely,
plus a large locker.
Cheeslayer not completely out of the fight. Quinto's Cello is K-killed, as these Axfords, once they clean up, are going to have nothing stopping them from just repivoting onto C and other points and stuff. Cheeslayer calling
Cheeslayer with a
chat.
brick line, just...
Davenant burning thrusters to try to avoid these torpedoes. They need to shut them down ASAP.
That's...
Radar is still operational, although these look like they're going to hook on one of the already disabled ones. Yep, as it looks like Special Snowflake is going to absorb the torpedoes there. Some of those going to get chaffed,
Honestly,
some
best
of, them
of
gonna
the
hit.
circumstances, they go after a already crippled ship.
It actually absorbs
Davenant
it
maintains one
decently.
CL.
Definitely absorbs it a lot better than I would expect for a CL that's already crippled. Yep, Cheeslayer's not completely out of the fight here. Nuclear Ari with the last of their 450 liners. Curiously, actually decides to pivot over to dealing with some of the Axfords, trying to hurt them as much as possible.
To their
In
credit, the
conjunction with
CLs here,
Quintos.
not really an immediate threat in this moment.
They're
They
pretty
had to go to
pinned.
ground. They've been
Velocity,
degraded.
Velocity, for what it's worth, has been pushed to the edge of the map there. They do need to start flanking forward to the middle to try and resecure some things. Mav, once again, the MVP cap player on OSP, resecuring E now, as this liner has been on a full world tour around the map, capping all of the
More
points.
missiles coming in towards Davenant. We'll see if these hook or not. I think these
Taking
are
a
maybe
look.
cruise too far.
Yeah,
Yep,
cruise
they're
too
just
far.
gonna
Yep.
swing and a miss.
As that is another miss from Mav. Mav now down to 20% of their torpedoes. Still enough to affect if they start getting some good hits. Meanwhile, Jeffrey's Beamstone once again finds its prey onto Nucleari's damaged liner here. This liner is combat.
Dragonbender with the Alt F4 there.
Dragonbender, ooh, that's another
maybe
DC
crash?
from... That looks like a crash. It wouldn't be an Alt F4 at this point in the game. Velocity now has full control of all of ANS's Axfords here. And honestly, full command of the entire team's frontline is a really advantageous spot to be in.
Yeah.
Removes that uncertainty and coordination. It's up to Velocity to see if they are able to micro this many frontline fleets, although that being said, their job is probably pretty easy right now, considering how gutted the enemy's frontline is compared to theirs.
Let's be real here for a second, Scape. OSP currently has, for their cap fleet, a torpedo liner, a intact 450 liner, and a degraded Acello. Up in orbit, there's a Bloodhound tug, and that's it.
Jeffreyism securing the kill onto Nuclear Ari's damaged liner there, which leaves a liner and a Cello as like the only ships left on OSP that can affect the front line. Actually, no, the torpedo liner probably can. It's now under fire from the CLs. Wisely choosing to bow tank here, although with only a large and a complex, it might not be as effective at bow tanking as you would think. Missiles now out. These are more cruise torpedoes, likely onto the CLs. No! These are fired backward at Jeffreyism's gun capper here. Jeffreyism is going to have to IMCOM and all-stop to avoid these. Chaff being fired. Radar's off. Jeffreyism, you need to stop. Those are wake. Yep, there's the stop. There's the all-stop. The chaff might be too far back. Jeffreyism is going to have to probably manually dump some more chaff here to avoid. There goes the extra dump there.
Pops it again. They should be
torpedoes
fine.
Should acquire the chaff. Yep, there it is. Torpedoes acquire chaff. One of the... Yep, it looks like the second salvo as well is going to acquire chaff, as well as Jeffreyism does manage to live there. Davenant sacrificing one of the Acellos for the cap there. This is the already crippled one. It actually is the one that eats all of the torpedoes, although one of the torpedoes misses, swings around, and hits the healthy one on the nose. Knocking out all the restores this thing had left.
That's going to be a painful hit there.
Torpedo hit on Jeffreyism there. Not Jeffreyism, Davenant. You can see here, Velocity is repushing the double Axford fleet that they had control of originally. They're repushing them onto C. They actually have a really nice broadside on that Acello, but they are holding fire for some reason. One of them is on hold. No, both of them are on holds. Velocity a little bit probably taxed with a micro here as both Axfords, they have all 4 Axfords to deal with here. We will see when they begin to fire. Jeffreyism still being super aggressive with that Beamstone there, forcing the entirety of OSP's frontline to pivot to engage it here.
This has just been
there
a very
goes the engagement.
interesting
There goes the
and
engagement
then
as Velocity finally
game.
engages on Quinto there. That is enough of a broadside on that Acello for that 450 HE to get bite. You can see the massive salvo coming in now. Yep. You can see the damage adds up really quick here. Quinto is going to be forced to choose which Axford pair to bow tank to as, yep, they're just going to start taking some hits in the broadside there. I don't think they can bow tank quick enough to avoid most of that damage. Mav,
No, even if they do, there's
Mav.
already just such a difference on the board here that any hit that OSP takes at this stage, it's going to be crippling.
Mav
They
doing all
really
they
cannot
can
afford to lose anything.
to try and deny E. It looks like they're going to get hits on Jeffreyism here, so they will kill that capper. Davenant's healthy CL has poked around the corner here and is starting to get fire into the cruise torpedo liner. Although I have a feeling it's just going to throw itself
Cruise
on
Torp
the E.
liner is down to the last dregs of its loadout.
Yep.
They have got 10 torpedoes in total left to decide this game, and they have just been hemorrhaging assets left, right, and center throughout this
Quinto
entire
is
course.
now mags down on C as Jeffreyism steps back onto the caps. Jeffreyism with enough cappers left in the late game here to just continuously retake these back caps. The
Credit to
Beamstones-
Jeffreyism preserving a lot of their assets here, being patient about their engages and just wisely planning to counter those incoming strikes and such. They commit where it matters. They get pickoffs, trading a beam destroyer for a capital. And they've just overall done an incredible job doing punch-up duty with beam destroyer and then stepping onto the cap points that were neglected.
Velocity now engaging this 450 liner on A point there. Does lose his bottom gun there, although he still has the secondary batteries. Probably a little bit of a toss-up on who's going to win this engagement here. We will see, although I have a
I think
feeling...
the liner will go first when it gets structure broken. A lot of its
Right.
components are starting to
You
fall
can see
apart
the
now.
secondary batteries from these Greedfords actually does a ton of damage against liners when you get them in range. But the liner is actually forced to withdraw here as that Axford, whether or not it wins this fight, is going to step onto A and secure the point.
I was going to say Jeffreyism's Beamstone, but no, unfortunately that's
Jeffreyism is
the gutted one.
It's all of Jeffreyism's Beamstones were gutted. I mean, they did work. The really aggressive positioning from them. Once they identified that OSP had no flanks, they were just able to aggressively push those Beamstones up to dealing with the front line. The Monitor Ball and one of the Acellos gets completely gutted by them. Very excellent play from Jeffreyism, recognizing the opening when they see it, able to reposition them flawlessly to just get
Pushing ANS like this it's something that you can do, but you have to be aware of the real threat.
Right.
You can see ANS's front line fall back a lot like that. The thing is, once you push them back and they're a little hesitant to engage you, that's where you instead collapse. Look for all of those capper assets that are still on the board.
Quinto's Acello on C is close enough to the gun capper of Jeffreyism that it gets friendly fired by the double Axford. Fortunately, it was 450 AP, so it passes right through the ship without doing much at all. But you can see Jeffreyism in the chat right now is very much not happy with their team. Quinto is really gutted on the C point right now. These Axfords are going to have no problem rushing through C and helping the engagement against the last liners of OSP. Velocity.
Really just watching the slow death of the OSP team right now as ANS secured their advantage. They read what the OSP team had brought. It was a good idea. 2 4.5k death balls, push up, supported by a missile boat in the middle. Had a lot of potential, but just they prioritized wrong, going for the Axfords when they should have taken out the cappers and the beam destroyers instead.
Last torpedoes
Punished the CL
from
flank,
Ari
maybe.
fired at close blank, or from Mav. I keep doing that. Fired at close blank range on this CL here.
Is that going to
acquire?
Okay. I guess that.
Huh?
Sure.
That righted the mag. That was.
That was a cold launch.
Though 3 torpedoes left from Mav. No defenders left on this CL. Mav might capitalize on that and just launch him point blank range like that. Huh? Fascinating engagement there, although it's
certainly
not
a
gonna
missile
matter.
of all time.
Even if ANS
Velocity
isn't-
moves towards D point to secure that and just didn't hold it.
It looks like
Nucleari with their
Ari is
Bloodhound Tug
pivoting-
trying for B?
Oh, there go the rest of the torpedoes into the CL. Fired too close. One of them looks like it hits on the drive section. Causes a crit, but with no other debuffs, it's going to be repaired pretty quickly.
They'll fix that in time.
The other torpedo launched from too close range, and they are keeping
Alright.
one torpedo left in their arsenal to count as armed, although they still have an arming missile, so they don't necessarily need to keep that. Yep, there it is. Now it's fired. The last torpedo from Mav being fired right now. This is one of
This
the
one impacted first time around. Let's see if it does it again.
Uh-oh, not enough
Nope.
maneuver on that as it just whiffs completely. Davinen should be able to rebuild that CL and retake clips eventually. Nuclear RE pivoting their last 450 liner, recognizing that A is lost, pivoting it over to Dagger for a recap, although Velocity has split the Axfords and is already pre-aiming that liner by the looks of it, or not. What do you
Nucleari will get caught unaware here, most likely.
Pre-aiming the Acello on C still. Once again, Velocity having to micro. 6k worth of frontline here. Can't really blame them for that, although even if this liner gets the drop on this Axford will most certainly win that engagement.
Axford in a better state overall than that liner. That liner, 6 teams, a bunch of bruised components that they're still actively putting together right now. They do get the turn started up now, but...
The CL on Eclipse firing RPF, 250 RPF into this armor-stripped liner here. Does manage to
hang on.
right out the bulk.
The drive getting more crits or events going on.
Fires? What happened there?
That,
It's still gonna get repaired in time. Possibly
Yeah.
a fire started? Possibly. No, there would have
Maybe?
been... Did a fire spread from a thing next to it, maybe? Huh.
Thruster? Not sure on that front.
Because I looked at it, there were no debuffs, so unless another torpedo hit while we weren't looking, right?
I don't think
Which
that they had any more of them.
Arming missile is still in there, right? Okay,
Axford over on the D point side is going to find Nucleari. Nucleari is not aware of this at all. Guns start rotating now.
Yeah, radar on this thing.
Hang on a second. Do they have the
Been
track?
taken off?
No, they're still fixed on the wrong target.
Yep, they're still trying to fire on that Acello at sea from the earlier engagement. Once again, Velocity...
Okay, now they realize Nucleari starts up their shots. We'll see if Velocity gets the awareness ping from that.
They probably should. Once again, Velocity, I have to mention, yeah, there goes the turrets, as that Axford should have no problem denying Dagger. A point now going into the hands of ANS here. Then Axford just stepping onto the point. Nothing to stop it from happening.
4 cap for the ANS, already comfortably
there will be a
944 on the
5 cap
board.
in a moment here if the surrender doesn't happen. Actually, no, ANS is going to win on points before the E point has a chance to happen. As OSP completely bled, after the E-deny, the masterful E-deny from Davinen there, they were simply just forced to push into ANS, and ANS was ready for it. With excellent positioning from the Beamstones, the Axfords, and the CLs, taking full advantage of the aggressive push, is able to get flanking shots on the liners, throw them out of position, prevent them from engaging the Axfords long enough on the front line. It's going to go 1-1 as Team Ghyghry is going to take this second one, and we are going to move on to a final deciding game.
Going to be another win for ANS now. That's...
Yeah, as Liz would say, multiple wins from ANS here in a row. What type of idiot balanced this? Balcon in shambles
team's
right now.
executing well on it. We're going to go on to round 3 then, as the points will just tally up here. 2 more ticks. And yeah, OSP, I'm just going to flat call it. OSP in this tournament has not known how to play Monitor Ball.
Yeah, that's like 4 times the Monitor Ball has YOLO'd itself into things. Like, OSP knew that the Beamstone was there overwatching A, right?
Yeah.
And they...
Part of the point of Monitor Ball is to clear that Beamstone. You have 100 mil secondaries.
They
you
knew
shred
it
that
was there.
thing.
They knew it was there. That granted, they didn't know about the Beamstones pivoting from B. That is a very rare tactic that ANS doesn't usually use. But still, that was... and even then, a push into 4 Axfords without flanking support, like, the Monitor Balls had to have known, like Cheese and Quinto pushing over A, had to have known that the 450 liners that they were probably expecting to support the push were busy dealing with the CLs. You can see there what happens when you don't secure your flanks there. CL rush onto E is very, very common on Yukon, and I'm actually really impressed that 5 Girls 1 Grungler didn't anticipate that and put ships there to stop that, because once
if
again...
they had put their 450 grouping, like their liners and their Acello low there instead, they could have punished that very well, or just like set it more toward the middle of the map. Instead, they went for the C point rush and just never really got it.
All but, like, a couple games on Yukon in the tournament so far, CLs have been the deciding factor for the most part. Those free flanks that OSP keeps giving those CLs is very devastating for them. Those CLs live and die by being able to get that flank, and it just, yeah.
Torp liner pulls good numbers. What's this? 46,900 flat damage. So, to its credit, it punched really hard.
Yep. I mean,
450 liners.
Mav played that Torpedo Cruise liner very excellently, putting it in a really close position on the C-Rock there. Like I was saying before, ANS plays around that C-Rock quite a lot, and getting able to get those like surprise Torpedo Cruise shots around the rock, in a lot of circumstances, that worked really well. ANS, though, anticipated it. They moved back. They knew how to soft kill those torpedoes, and they did an excellent job dealing with them on the ships that mattered. There were a lot of moments there where even the cappers were able to deal with those torpedoes. Quinto, gets found out by the flanking Axfords and also the Beamstone as, it's going to go 1-1, and we're on to the last one.
Couldn't say it better myself. All right, Twitch side, we're going to have to take a 3-minute intermission here, so grab your popcorn, grab your water, whatnot, as we set up for the third game of the series.
Ooh, everyone's going to be losing their points today. ANS, 23% people thought would win. Congratulations on those who
Legitimately,
stuck
I
with
think it is
ANS.
just people keep fumbling Monitor Ball and not playing it correctly. As we've seen repeatedly, they keep getting struck by missiles, keep diving really far recklessly forward, trying to see if they can like make a random push work, and then ANS with their Beamstones or 450 fire just punishes the hell out of it.
Right. I think one of the big reasons why OSP is having problems here, it's not a problem with Protectorate, it's just that OSP strategies have been like really bad compared to what ANS has brought.
Yeah.
We saw a lot
We've
of Monitor
seen them
Balls
succeed before,
we've seen a lot
but
of Monitor Balls just being thrown away. We saw mispositioning there. In the last one of them that I played on, we should have played heavily for caps instead of doing the front line. We got kind of gutted there. Like, there's been a lot of circumstances for pretty consistently these past few matches where ANS's tactics have just been on point compared to OSP's, and we've seen that in the actual favoritism of ANS in this tournament so far, which has been a pretty big surprise.
Just they've consistently delivered. Builds on both sides have worked. We've seen Oops All Liner manage to do very well against a CL all-in. We've seen a Ruddle all-in. We've seen mass Corvettes. We've seen a super heavy carrier play defended by Monitor Ball. We've seen double battleship with the consistency of that 4 Beamstone fleet supporting them. They've given up defenders, making them vulnerable in certain cases to Ruddle Strike or R2 Strike. There's been a lot of tech on display, just ANS has more consistently delivered it.
Right.
Anyways, I need to run ads, so let's do 3 minutes of that.
Before we go into the next one. VOD exclusive content time, just to make sure we don't miss anything. I'm going to also start the vote for the next one, too. Start prediction. Who will win? Let's see who chat thinks is going to clutch this one out as we go to Gold Rush to end things out.
All right. This is going to be an interesting series, as I believe we've seen 5 Girls 1 Grungler do decently well on Gold Rush with their last attempt at it. I want to say that was...
They did lose that one against Collapse the Electron, so, you know...
They lost it, but I think that they had a good shove for it
close,
for what's worth.
Yeah. One of the big things with Monitor Balls is that Monitor Balls are defensive tools, not offensive tools. And we see that consistently where Protectorate keeps trying to use them offensively, which is really not what you want to do.
You have to remember, you are a collection of holes with a lot of mounts. You're basically invulnerable to a lot of the smaller guns in the game, but you have to watch out for punishment from, say, beams or torpedoes or other such tech.
Right.
If you sit there under missile fire, you're going to suffer, but you can pair up with an Acello, which makes you quite resilient. It's really meant to be another tool in your arsenal instead of your, hey guys, we brought a monitor ball, we just win the front line, right? Because as we've seen,
not what happens.
They just get shot.
The monitor balls have not been favored in this tournament. Most teams bringing them just to discourage sprinter ball, which is a fair thing to bring. But the thing is that one other thing I'd like to touch on is that in most of the matches where the monitor balls are thrown away, it's because they're forced to push due to the opposing team's cap advantage. This is a tournament. You've got all-in team tactics. Build your fleet around getting those early caps and play defensive. We saw in both of those games where the a lot of the games where the monitors are being brought, it's almost as if the team comp we've seen is assumed around doing a push late game with the monitors or mid game with the monitors.
Yeah.
Not what you want to be doing.
We've seen before that repeatedly has gotten punished. Referring to earlier games in the series on Gold Rush, we saw a monitor ball that was brought by Vren get heavily punished for pushing further than it should have, when instead the correct play for them is to use your zoning power. You have a lot of damage with your mounts and your nose guns. You can put that to very good use while still maintaining distance on the enemy.
Yep.
Why does it say 56 minutes of it? That's not right. What?
Didn't someone had this bug as well before on when we did one of our Necess streams for me? Weird.
Huh. Range?
Huh. A little bit bizarre there. You may have to refresh Twitch to see if that fixes it, because I can assure you that I've only got 10 seconds left of my ads.
Yeah, same on my end, so strange stuff.
Bezos.
I gotta say, like, knowing the consistency of like pub games, I can say that OSP definitely has some advantages there with the accessibility to a lot of their holes and just the frequency that people will bring more hull, which matters a lot for the cap game. But in the coordinated play we're seeing with people calling their shots, pulling off good flanks with either CLs or destroyers, ANS has just really been playing to its strengths here versus OSP. I think we've seen like 2 games where they really come in with like a good comp versus something like, say, just a standard fare ANS team, and then they ended up rolling through it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think there's really too significant of a factional balance difference that we've been seeing.
No.
It's really consistently just OSP has consistently not had good coordination or a good strategy going in, and they just kind of suffer for it.
We've seen them have the techs and use them and get good effect, but then they just proceed to either not finish off ANS capitals, allowing them to come back, or they proceed to misallocate and just completely lose the plot going every which way.
In order to fuck with Valcon, we actually paid off all of the teams so that when they're part of OSP, they deliberately throw constantly by rushing their monitor balls into beamstones that they knew were there. That's like a consistent thing that keeps happening. Like, why
it's like
everyone's being... I mean, like, I get the idea to be
there is
aggressive
something
with your
monitor
beamstones.
ball that involves turning your
monitor
brain
balls,
off and just walking forwards.
With monitor balls, if you put them really aggressively forward, they do a lot of work because it's really hard to dislodge them. But at the same time, it's like, what? Don't rush them into quad Axford crossfire and a beamstone that you know is there. Like,
It's the other thing to do with the maps, which is that when you push the ANS frontline back, you expose a lot of their other assets there because the destroyers can't really leave their cover that well. We saw in that Yukon game, there was a destroyer sitting wide out in the open, perfect target, but it still managed to deliver at least like 2 monitors worth of damage before it finally got took out.
Very much
Seeing the last of the teams getting readied up here, so we should be going shortly.
It's very much unexpected that ANS has an advantage here. The favorite faction is usually OSP, but like we were saying before, these tactics that ANS is bringing have just been constantly on point, whereas OSPs have just kind of suffered. All right, round 3.
We're going to see what happens in round 3 here, so... go back to the list. All right. Hopefully no disconnects. Fingers crossed. Let's make it happen.
Alrighty.
How do you say it again? GG, right? G-dry?
Close. 2 syllables. GG is honestly close enough, though. Ghyghry.
Ghyghry.
Ghyghry. Just look at the first, like, 7 characters in their name and pronounce that. G-Y... G-H-Y,
I'm sorry that I'm not good at...
G-H-R-Y. Ghyghry. It's that simple.
All right, so Ghyghry, got it.
That is not what I said. Not what I'm called.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NEBVEMBER tournament. We are into Game 8 today. This is between 5 Girls, 1 Grungler, and Team Ghyghry. I am Nekoboy Blue, and I'm joined in the co-casting booth by Scape GT.
Hello.
All right, so Team 1 is going to be 5 Girls, 1 Grungler, consisting of Nucleari, Mav625, Quinto Bean, and Cheese Slayer.
Team 2, we have Ghyghry here, the one that Neko can never pronounce, Davenant, Jeffreyism, Krulo, and Velocity. We are here on Gold Rush as the final game in this little matchup here. It is currently 1-1 winner-take-all in this last one. I am already noticing a very distinct strategy from what ANS appears to be doing.
I see something on ANS side. That's a sprinter ball.
That is a sprinter ball. Unfortunately, deploying on the same side as the monitor ball.
That said, though,
we'll see if
I
it's
think
the
ANS
monitor
might
ball.
have some tech here. Count those
CL
voxels.
Rush on
8
the other
voxes
side.
on the C side. Sprinter ball on the other. This is a lot of fast aggression from ANS. They are planning a
Right.
rush here.
If
contesting
OSP,
it, like
if
you said,
OSP
monitor
is not
ball.
able to dislodge that sprinter ball fast enough, those CLs are just going to wrap around C and just gut the back line. We will see how OSP responds to this all-in tactics from 5 Girls, 1 Grungler. Taking a look at who's actually deploying what, it appears 2 triple CL groups. Cheese Slayer is bringing their double CL cap fleet, and then we have the sprinter ball over on the other side. Gives all 4 players on ANS. OSP, we see the monitor ball, of course. I'm also noticing
Monitor ball, more line, 2-liners, 3-liners.
Look at the low liners, though, from someone there. Tasty.
That
now may my internet take me to the promised lands. Immediate DC. Thank you.
That'll do it. Yep. All right. Monitor ball versus sprinter ball. Monitor ball is slated to win that. That said, sprinter ball has the agency to just not go there.
Yep.
So,
and that's one of the complaints about sprinter ball balance right now is that monitor ball actually doesn't really have the tools it needs to pin down a sprinter ball if the sprinter ball is played right. Anyway, it's your turn on the ANS.
all right, I'm gonna read it off real quick. Cheese Slayer, double voxel. I think we saw these early in the tournament.
Yep.
One has ball jammer on the back, other one naked backpack. This is a cap fleet as we have 1 naked capper. Then we got 1 gun cap, 2 gun cap, 3 gun cap, 4 gun cap, and then lastly a naked capper for going on a day point and dying. Just double check, make sure that's not. Yep, so just 2 naked cappers. Mav comes in with the sprinter ball. There is 10 sprinters in this combination of 250 and 120. A bunch of these are going to have the gun setup. Some of them will be EWAR. We see these have some jammers of various sorts, radar and comms. And going to be 2 of those and then a lock vet in there. Nucleari coming in with a triple vox birch style. These are just going to deploy and destroy 3 of these. 2 of them have chaff box and 1 of them has BLS2 backpack. Active
No
decoys
comms jammer?
No comms jammer.
These
Quinto
two,
Bean, similar
Quinto and Ari's
story.
are identical, by the way, if you look at the call signs. They're just renamed. These are identical fleets. No comms jamming on the CLs.
All right. Well, the girls wear matching outfits as they're going to be pushing hard on the C side of the 6 Vox shove. What has OSP got to stop them?
All right. Krulo with the cap lead here. We have a 250 liner flanking low, probably trying to position itself at A for A denial from the low aspect there. We also have a early warning tugboat low. Ooh, that's kind of a nice tech for them to bring. This might actually lock in here as it could get angle on the voxels as they push around. Rounding out Krulo's fleet is a bunch, looks like a lot of Ruddles.
That is going to be
5 Ruddles and 2 gun cappers, it looks like, as Krulo's cap fleet. Davenant is bringing in the double 450 liner, as you do. 2 of them pretty standard. I'm seeing hangar banks and containers on the back, likely for some offset track halberds and containers. Supporting that is double sensor tugboat. Very, very excellent choice here.
Bloodhound early warn,
Those are going to provide
spot
some
and
really
search.
excellent cross tracks to deal with the jamming that ANS is investing a lot in. Jeffreyism with the carrier here. 3K more line carrier. Looks like a... Oh, all bombers. Bomber maxing carrier. Ooh.
Okay.
These going to be torpedoes? Yes. Lots of torpedoes in there. We also have some STM-200s for the little bit of ASF they have in their fighters. With no fighters to deal with on the opposing team, these bombers might actually have relatively free reign, assuming they can ambush those CLs at angles where the RPF doesn't shoot them down before. Velocity in the monitor ball already starting to move towards where the sprinter ball is. Sprinter ball is trying to be tracked on
Sprinter ball
early
kind of
warning,
ratting
but it
itself
is
out right now with that
stealthy.
fire.
Yep. It is also possible that the sprinter ball was detected on deployment, considering where it deployed. There was a lot of OSP holes in the position where they could have gotten a view of their dry flares, assuming that the player got lucky and was on the was looking at the ship that got the
Similar story as well from Mav. They may know that there's potential monitor ball. Both teams kick their jammers at the same second. Instantly, they know what's up.
Davenant gets spotted in the 450 liner by this massive CL rush, although crossfire track probably from below here is going to come in clutch, as one of these is going to start taking... That's fairly accurate 450 fire. What is providing that offset track? The capper at A? It was the capper at A! The capper at A provides offset track for a brief moment before ducking back into cover there. Both of these, looks like OSP is slated to
Quinto
win the
escapes
A-fight
for the
here.
better part of that.
They
Takes
do
a hit to the belly gun, but that's about it.
There. Lose a gun. That's going to be a restore that they're likely going to have to spend. Krullo steps onto
Ruddle strike
A
on
with
A point, cleans it up.
2 Ruddles, yep. Under CL fire to try and deny the A point, though, although that is 2 ships that those CLs are going to have to burn through. We will see if they are able to do it in time. A point is already 3/4 capped. I have a feeling OSP is going to take A here. On the side here, the sprinter ball is actually beginning to withdraw. They're spotted. Bombshells going into the sprinter ball. The monitors with perfect position. The monitor balls aren't even spotted right now, as those bombshells are going to start adding up, hitting those thrusters, reducing the maneuverability, although it looks like the sprinter ball is going to move out of range.
Take a bit of it. Davenant tries some 450 fire, but seems to think better of it or loses their target.
Much right now. Jeffreyism, for what it's worth, is actually flanking over the top here with multiple bomber squadrons trying to just dislodge that. The CLs... I think the CLs were expecting a lot less resistance here on the seaside push.
Yeah, the immediate 450 liner is a threat, but that is also under risk.
There's also Krullo's 250 liner low as well. That could pose a threat to them.
Krullo may be making a misplay here. They're poking out and going to try this.
Yep, they're going to try for some fire here. They throw out a decoy as well. Chaff out. What are they launching chaff for?
Might just be
inputs?
habits?
Who knows? 6 CLs, though.
That's a lot of firepower very quickly going to add up. That's 6,000 points of fire against the asset that doesn't even...
to push out with its 250s not reloaded. Going to be unfortunate for that liner, as it is just going to get gutted here. No amount of building up your liners is going to protect you from 6 CLs worth of 250 fire, as now the liners are pushing forward. They are being tracked on Davenant's Bloodhound here. The sprinter ball does manage to go dark. It gets out of arc. Multiple of the sprinters are already losing their thrusters with some heavy degrading here. They see Butcher Squadron, which is loitering behind this rock here. The RPF fire is going to discourage Butcher from pushing in, though. Just due
I'm going to say this was a little bit of a misplay on Mav's part. They figured out pretty quick what they were up against there, it seemed, but they still chose to loiter a little bit, taking bombshell hits they really didn't need to.
Look at the damage this liner took. Most of its guns down, storage down, basic CIC in the big slot. Why would you ever do that?
A little questionable as well, this center hole layout
Davenant knows he's going to peek over the top here. The Bloodhound's providing excellent track on those CLs. Trying to comms jam the Bloodhound, though. Comms jamming goes down, though, as Quinto is going to get fired on.
There's the comms jam kicked on again. Davenant really needs to lock in with these 450 liners and take out every single CL they can.
Quinto, yeah, I mean, Davenant's doing a relatively good job of keeping these CLs honest here with the cross-track Bloodhounded 450 liner here. They are continuously pushing out and then pushing back in, so it's not going to be like consistent damage they're doing. Krulo is still a wild card here. We'll see if that...
Davenant's wandered into gun range. CL's going to open up on the Nuclear, keeping the enemy honest down low. They're still firing at that line ship decoy, but they might have wisened up. Quinto's going to say go for Davenant here, and they're going to find them out in the open really far.
Cheeslayer cleans up Krulo's A-cappers. No surprise there that the A-cappers didn't survive. Mav detaches the damage sprinter from the rest of the ball.
Audio crunch, 1 second. Sorry, folks.
Recognizing that that thing is going to slow down the rest of the formation. ANS is really, like, collapsing here. E-Point's going to get retaken by OSP here. Really interesting situation to start things here, as both teams are kind of struggling to really gain ground on the other. The Sprinter Ball forced to withdraw due to the monitors.
This is kind of what we're talking about here with the relation between Sprinter Ball and Monitor Ball. Sprinter Ball took them a second to figure it out, but once they saw those bombshells, instantly we see just what happens. Whiplash drives kick these things at 60 kilometers an hour or meters a second, whatever, and they're just gone. The Monitor Ball, they can move up now, but they're stuck at 25 meters a second with their yard drives. They could go a little faster with Sun or Basic, but yeah.
Havoc Squadron.
Now we're seeing defeat in detail start happening.
Is trying to rush down the, looks like the Monitor Ball there.
100 mil.
Continuing to just kind of engage the CLs here. The CLs do flank upward wide. Davenant, what is the range bracket there? CLs currently at about their maximum range here. Davenant with a Sun Drive, Chi Drive might actually be able to outpace these CLs quite a lot.
Davenant needs to start moving back,
secondary one
now.
Oh, massive 100 mil bomber dump from Jeffreyism here, going into the one that's already dead. The actual healthy Sprinter Ball moves over the top here. You can see here why people say that Monitor Ball is not the counter to Sprinter Ball, as the Sprinters are just able to just leave, right?
Yeah.
The Monitor Ball
Sprinters in this case as well, like the Monitor Ball pushed to counter them. The Sprinters are gone. They are going over top of the map. They are looking to collapse on Davenant and help out their other very mobile flanking teammates right now. Monitor Ball will not reach there in time.
Krulo is losing a lot of ships here for really little gain, and considering that ANS doesn't actually have a proper cap fleet, that's not really a good situation to be in. If you can preserve your cap assets into late game here, especially against a enemy team that doesn't have a proper cap fleet, you're in a really good position late game. Davenant continuing just to try and engage these CLs here. Meanwhile, where's their other 450 liner doing? Looks like it's
taking a look at Davenant. They lost their Sun Drive. That's going to hurt their top speed running here. They're trying to get away, but 6 CLs pounce, and yeah.
ANS snags A. Cheeslayer sends in a capper while this massive light ship CL and Sprinter push from over the top manages to dislodge them. The Sprinter Ball firing at the correct ships, engaging Davenant's one of their Bloodhound tugs up top, as Davenant is going to quickly lose track on the Sprinter Ball. You can see how close the Sprinter Ball is to the top of Davenant's liners.
No damage control team on that early warning tug up top.
The monitors now collapsing.
Same for the other one, but it's
the monitors are collapsing at A. Looks like they're trying to get back into range of something, either the CL's low from Cheeslayer or the Sprinter Ball. Davenant does get a salvo into Nucleari from the broadside there. One of their 450 liners does manage to catch, although their other 450 liner has taken some pretty heavy damage here due to the CLs, although it's doing a decent job of staying alive. The CLs are going to clean up Krulo's liner under the map here. Actually, no, it looks like it's going to get back into cover. No restores means that this thing is going to be pretty gutted and not really able to do a whole lot for the rest of the game. Maybe if
structure break almost in. Oh no, the drive has been knocked out on that. You will not drift back into cover.
No, but the CLs are moving back into cover relative to the liner, so the liner will be okay. Although actually no, Nuclear Aria is getting into arc now.
Ruddle strike attempted on Cheeslayer below the map,
that
and
is from range, as Krulo was undetected doing that. Kind of gave the. No, one of them was detected. The one that they have really low under the map is not spotted right now. That's likely going to be their back cap attempt here, which OSP will start having to worry about in a moment here if they are unable to aggress back on the caps. Davenant now under fire from the Sprinter Ball here. The Sprinter Ball is being spotted. Their other Bloodhound Tug doing an excellent job of keeping that thing spotted. Keeping them honest, keeping them detected. The Monitor Ball is out of arc relative to the Sprinter Ball. That is what they want to be using to engage here. Instead, Davenant is forced to switch secondaries over.
Davenant is going to get jumped on as the Sprinters find another one of those Bloodhound early warning orbitals.
Yep, that is the last one that Davenant has left. I believe that was the tactic from ANS. Take out those offset tracks. Velocity now pushing low with the monitors.
found out why they see those. There is Pinard inside of this Sprinter Ball. They see the
Yep.
emissions from those early warns or Bloodhounds and are just chasing them down.
The Monitor Ball just kind of out of position to really deny the Sprinter Ball up top.
Got something more than twice its speed. They're burning towards the A point, trying to get themselves into this fight, maybe hold ground, but
Right.
ANS, on this current situation, they don't have to push.
ANS
They
does
have a
not
3
have
cap,
to
and they
push,
can
but
draw
are
them
in
anywhere
a
they want.
Really good position to prevent a repush out. Yeah, Crew's going to lose that 250 liner low. So far, Jeff Reesum's carrier unable to have much battle impact at all. The torpedoes going unwasted. Probably should prioritize the CLs would be my call. If you can just, the CLs will probably be easier to dislodge than
They
the,
need something,
the
at
Sprinter
least.
Ball. You can see the monitors appear to be trying to engage something here. Probably the CLs over A. The CLs have actually split, which means that this Monitor Ball might be able to take the engagement here, although Cheese Slayer on the flank with the other double CL is going to be a really nasty
Davin, it
pop-out
takes more
strike.
250 there. That's going to add up a little bit over
One of their
time.
liners, one of their liners in not a really good spot right now, being crossfired by the Sprinter Ball, and now the CL's pushing over the top of A. Their other one, relatively healthy. We'll see if they're able to do much at all. No fire orders, though, from the the healthy one, as it begins rolling its guns out of arc of the ships that are directly in front of it. Davenant likely trying to micro the other liner right now, trying to keep it alive for as long as possible. Not really paying attention to the other one. Ruddle
Rocket strike in the back of the map from Krulo. Gonna miss.
Krulo still has rockets left. Is just gonna close the gap and confirm the kill there. Monitor Ball continuing to do nothing. We're going to see another case of a Monitor Ball just YOLOing itself into the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Jeffrey isn't with Cleaver Squadron. That looks like it's going to commit onto the CLs above A, trying to relieve pressure on Davenant here, who is getting pretty heavily beat up. Davenant swaps.
CLs are vulnerable in this situation. These are CMD torpedoes, and there is no command
Sprinter Ball
jamming
now
there,
firing. Everyone's firing RPF at the bombers. You can see how much. Oh my god!
Oh
the
my
bomber squadron just
God.
gets just eviscerated.
Wait, hang on.
Jeffreys
No,
and
they split
splits.
formation.
Jeffreys and
They're still
splits.
intact, but that health bar is going down real fast.
RPF into the bomber. Oh my, that is a lot of the bombers dead already. As Jeffreyson's forced to engage out through the open there. Another one down. As
Every salvo kills a bomber, as Cleaver and Checkmate are. They're just getting removed.
I don't think they have
These
the
CLs
runoff
and
range.
with
I don't
the
think they have the
sprinters as
range,
well.
because they need to stay alive for the CMD.
These are not going to live to
One
get
squadron
anything done.
eviscerated. Checkmate here is likely going to follow suit as the CLs immediately swap over. RPF hits, two splashed. Oh my god. The RPF from the CLs just eviscerating.
Plasma will find Quinto here as the Monitor Ball has to recklessly charge. To their credit, there is no Beam Destroyer to punish this, but at the same time, CLs can pick their fight. They have the speed and the agency, and
Velocity,
at this distance, not really much
Velocity
happens.
Have jamming? No, they do not have. They should have jamming on these, right? They did before.
Somewhere. Yeah, they have Bellbird jammers, but are
They
not
need
using
to
them
be
for
firing-
some
They
reason.
need to be firing those in order to actually win this fight here, because those CLs are just going to pick them apart on the cover of jamming. At the very minimum, I guess they'll resecure A, but yeah, they're going to get gutted. And that is the counter to the Sprinter Ball being thrown away on A point.
Yeah. Monitor Ball commits and basically can't do anything.
Not really what
Ability
you
is
wanna be
going to
doing
win the
with
day
these.
here as Mav
is
continues to collect on
Nuclear is
Davenant.
going to get a crossfire there on the Monitor Ball. That Monitor Ball is really not going to survive. To be fair, Davenant is doing what they can to support these CLs, although to support the monitors, although CLs are really difficult to hit like this, as you can see the
You
monitors.
see the
are already
one
starting
that's
to
being
take some
focused down,
withering
the
damage
first in the
here.
formation of the monitors. That's just going to take a stupid amount of damage from all this 250. Yep, Nuclear is committing
Mav-
onto target now.
Mav is going to
That's-
have nothing stopping her from just stepping onto Dagger. Boxer's actually still relatively well
Cheese Slayer wants a piece of the action from below as well. They're going to start getting on target. Crossfire on the middle of the map.
Once again, OSP throws away their Monitor Ball. They really needed to not throw away this Monitor Ball this game, considering the fleet comp that ANS brought. Without any way to deal with that Sprinter Ball, it's going to be
Mav
a world
caps
of hurt for
D point
OSP.
here. 450 liner ineffective at countering that. 450 does nothing to sprinters.
The sacrifice-
P20 secondaries can poke it, but that's all.
The sacrifice on A is going to be in vain, as ANS is just going to resecure that 3-cap with Dagger. Quinto is relatively undamaged too, able to expertly hide behind this rock, preventing Davenant from getting crossfires, as that Sprinter Ball is just going to be in the back line now. Nuclear Ari is going to get crossfires here with the CLs as the Sprinter Balls is going to get gutted by both the 3 CL crossfire there, 3 CL group crossfire there onto A.
Yeah, Monitor Ball.
What is happening with the Monitor Balls in this tournament? I genuinely have no idea why people keep sacrificing their Monitor Balls like this, considering
I legitimately think that people would be better if they just stopped bringing Monitor Ball, took a fleet that they're familiar or can recognize, because as we see here, anyone with agency in a Sprinter Ball just leaves.
Right.
And then the Monitor Ball is stuck. So if they just went with something else instead, like a missile-heavy build or something to kill off these CLs with 450 or anything else.
Jeffreyism is probably OSP's best bet against that Monitor Ball, but they are not really having any battle impact with that carrier at all.
No, I cannot think of a single thing the carrier has done, and that's not to knock the carrier. They attempted, but
they knocked out. They got the K kill on one of the already damaged sprinters, but that was not worth it. Boxer is probably gonna be attempted here as Krulo is gonna step onto the point with this Ruddle. Still has rockets left. Cheese Slayer does have some ships in the area to try and deny that. The CLs. Looks like the CLs
that's a bloom on the A point area. Doesn't catch any of the monitors. They stepped off in time, but
Arc. Yep.
Quinto's engaged here.
You can see how excellent Quinto's playing here, doing their best to make sure that Davenant cannot get crossfires on them. Davenant's liners are they're okay. They've taken some damage. One of them is really injured, but the other one is pretty much intact. Getting crossfires into the CL here, although you can see how effective these CLs are dodging at this range. Torpedo strikes against them did not work from the carrier, which means that that's also now target lock. That's a Hunter strike they're firing on that CL.
They're trying their best, but they lost all their long-range trackers.
The Sprinter Ball with the very excellent snipe of all of the sensor assets in the back.
I think the Sprinter Ball might just dive on the carrier in a second.
Yeah,
they probably deplane Malice here.
They know where it is. Malice is going to attempt with torpedoes. Malice is not on high burn. Jeffreyism's not paying attention to Malice and is instead microing the cap attempt on E. They need to split to Malice immediately and begin an aggressive play against that Sprinter Ball, or else it's all going to die.
Torps miss on the capper on...
Those were commands! Any deck guns on the carrier? The carrier does have a deck gun, so it probably will be able to
Might have been they fired the torps and didn't say to hold lock or something. Defender cleans it.
High burn.
The carrier is soft locked. There is a defender in arc overwatching it right now.
That's going to be the torps are back. Were those were not Dragon Bender's torpedoes, right? Surely not.
Hard to say.
No,
currently the Monitor Ball continues to just get degraded by Voxels from 2 different angles.
Right.
Monitors, they can tank a hit or 2, but not this much fire from 2 angles.
The 450 liners do manage to gut one of Quinto's CLs here, although it is... For how much has already been done to OSP, I don't think it really matters. These trades are not... Yeah.
Losing one of your 8 CLs, realistically in this setup, you can afford that.
Right.
They have already effectively dealt with, like, an entire fleet of OSP,
Boxer goes to OSP. Currently, OSP does have points advantage for the moment, although there's so much time left on the board right now, and ANS has preserved basically their entire fleet into late game here. Davenant doing what they can with the 450 liners. It's very difficult to pin down the Sprinter Ball, and this is I would like to make the argument right now where I say that Sprinter Ball is not the counter, or sorry, Monitor Ball is not the counter to Sprinter Ball. You can see how easily the Sprinter Ball plays around the monitors, even though the monitors do throw themselves away there. Even if they had hunted in the backline for the Sprinter Ball, like, it doesn't matter. The Sprinter Ball just leaves.
Yeah. The Sprinter Ball had the speed and agency to, after doing their initial engagement, just simply rotate the entire map away. Had the Monitor Ball, like, immediately somehow seen that and then crossed the map over, maybe they could interdict, but still just... That's a hard sell, like...
Right.
Especially with jamming and maneuverability involved. Like, trying to catch something twice your speed like that with a very low radar return on top of everything else happening in this match.
The liners now doing their best to try and kill the CLs, although they're at this range, they're not really going to get much bite. They are still they are doing quite a lot of damage to one of them, although that is the healthy liner.
Quinto's down to like 1.5 CLs, but still, for the damage they've dealt, they're taking the better part of this engagement. David now gets lit up.
Yeah, with the loss of OSP's carrier, I don't think there's really anything that can deal with that Sprinter Ball. The carrier was genuinely the best bet OSP had against the Sprinter Ball once the Monitor Ball sacrificed itself.
Yep. Torp Strike on that capper. These are going to miss.
Once again, a miss from these torpedoes as...
The Ghost of Tasty passed as all the Torps proceed to swing into a whip. Cheese Slayer is speechless as somehow all of those miss. A bomb maybe finds it.
KBU 22s with more accuracy than the torpedoes. What is going on with the torpedoes on this team? They're just not on point.
Okay.
The carrier is just going to get gutted, though, by the Sprinter Ball, though.
Yeah, the carrier is soft-locked at this stage
no
between...
to do anything right now. Malice is still in the area, might be able to get a couple kills, although they're going to have to rush through open space against RPF to get the strike through. For what it's worth, OSP actually managing to hang in there relatively.
They're trying, despite the
loss,
incidents.
I still can't get over the Monitor Ball rushing like that. Like...
It proceeds to be like
thing that's been happening in this tournament where people just throw away their Monitor Ball for no gain. Quinto Bean does get found out.
We heard the
here with
discussion from
Monitor Ball,
SANDJOVER in a previous match saying that they brought Monitor Ball as a screening asset to defend 2 carriers, and they did use it as such. It kept space there, allowing carriers to add up value over the course of the game.
I genuinely think that the only team that's been able to use Monitor Ball correctly is Team SANDJOVER in that first one. Like, I don't think I've seen a single Monitor Ball in this tournament that's been able to operate effectively other than that one.
No. Davenant's putting in all the work they can with their wounded 450 liners. Shows that CLs, again, once you start getting like some shots into them, they do fall apart. But
down. Quinto is also going to get struck here by, it looks like Malice. Not a lot of 250 cover fire for that Voxel. It means that Malice is probably going to get at least something through here. They are heavily damaged, though. The 250 might actually clean these up. There go the torpedoes. Axe Thermval, CMD Hodge, no comms jammer on the CL here, as those are going to acquire.
Quinto with the panic dump.
With the
not gonna
thrusters
matter.
kicking on at the last moment, the torpedoes are going to hit.
Or
the thrusters kick on at the last moment. Some of them miss. What is...
Escape, you good? Hang on. Whoa. Connection? Hello?
Am I disconnecting? I should...
You were a robot there for a second.
God. Hang on, give me a second.
What the heck are these torpedoes?
Gonna quickly leave and
Packed on your side?
VC. Okay, leaved and rejoined. Better?
Okay, you sound fine, yeah.
Discord was having a moment. Anyway, yeah, the torpedoes once again miss on this target here.
How?
What is going on with the torpedoes on this team? They have been consistently built completely incorrectly.
CCAP attempted, Curlo tries to step on, but immediately faced by 3 voxels of RPF as Nucleari says no.
Chi is now free to move across towards the E flank here, although there's nothing left. A is going to be relatively open here as everyone on... there's KBU 22 still in Malice Squadron. Quinto is still maxed down on that. Quinto is still maxed down on that CL, although we'll be getting it back soon. Will be restored in time. It looks like there's a fire in the mag that they had to fix first. Yep. Malice is just going to come in with the bombs. They are in combat throttle mode. CL pivoting bow on towards the incoming bombers here.
Trying for the point-blank dump, see if they have space.
The CLs overshoot! The bombers overshoot! Too late on the bomb deployment here.
And they're out of fuel.
Are they RTBing? Oh,
they're out of fuel.
Oh, no. Jeffrey is, Oh, no.
What is this game right now? Like, actually?
I feel like this whole tournament can be summarized by just saying which team throws the hardest, as we've seen some really... These are tournament-level teams, insanely skilled players, and we've seen some fascinatingly baffling plays from almost everyone.
Well, I will point out that the pre-game lobby greeting message was happy throwing, and apparently OSP takes that to heart.
OSP? Oh my god. Nuclear R is starting to take some damage here from the liner from Davenant, although this liner is going to get chewed up really quickly. It's already heavily damaged against 3 fully functional CLs.
Yeah.
Davenant's other 450 liner doing its best to support the other one. It's facing constantly in the wrong direction.
Fuel line fire on the one liner. The other one
drives
attempting
down,
to get into arc.
One liner drives down. MC is just going to be out in the open. Although the other liner does successfully take fire off of it for the time being, it's possible that it gets its drive back online and gets into cover. Although these are little wins for OSP in a game that's already mostly decided.
5 cap on the way as Cheese Slayer steps onto A point. Velocity's wounded monitor trying to survive as Mav just bears down on it. It's going to rip that thing apart like a chew toy.
Is still alive enough on Dagger to just hold the point pretty much indefinitely against everything that OSP has in the area.
Yep. Nucleari having honestly a good time fighting 2 of these 450 liners.
Doing a really good job.
I'm
of
not
keeping
sure if
them at
they've
bay,
taken
yeah.
like more than a glancing blow here.
Yep. My life for the 5 cap says Cheese Slayer as they throw themselves onto A, I believe.
Not much to really say about the battle space right now, as the last dregs of OSP are getting... They're getting wiped.
One other thing I'd like to talk about here is that Krulo played absurdly aggressive on the cap war, despite the enemy not having a cap fleet. Probably in the enemy brought all CLs, bunch of RPF. Probably was in their best interest to sort of preserve assets to the late game here. That many rolls, as long as the 250 liner could have come in clutch here if OSP decided to try and win on the cap war. Right now...
Honestly, overcommitment like that and just hemorrhaging assets to a known like sweeper comp, this is entirely punch-down compatible.
Davenant's doing everything that they can, everything in their power to try and hold them in the
Finally
fight
lose their liner there with a structure
break. One of them
break,
goes down
but...
as the other one desperately tries to engage these CLs. These CLs doing an excellent job of dodging all of the fire. I'd also like to give credit for Mav here, able to spot those early warning sensors up top and destroy the crossfire, the cross-track capability.
Yep. Pinard is good.
Yep. As, yeah, that's going to be, once again, another Aina sweep as 5 girls, 1 Grungler is going to take this 2-1. As, once again...
That will, yeah.
The monitors throw themselves away for nothing. Why does this keep happening?
This is like the 5th game in a row or such we've seen that.
Right. Honestly, it was pretty... It was pretty back and forth there up until the monitors decided to charge A. After the monitors threw themselves away at A, it was kind of over for OSP. ANS had everything in their power to just kind of move around the map freely once the monitors would dislodge. The Sprinter Ball doing an excellent job of destroying those early warning and sensor assets up top, allowed these, the CLs and the Sprinter Ball, which very much live and die by their ability to avoid getting cross-tracked, to just kind of roam around the map freely, mopping up what was left of OSP. Jeffreyism with absolutely no bite on that carrier. The torpedoes perhaps, once again, tuned wrong for this team as most of them miss. And unfortunately, not a lot of light strike in that carrier means that they're going to be unable to really pin down that Sprinter Ball. The 250 RPF we saw here does an absurd amount of damage when you're forced to flank through open space and craft, and we all know what happened to the Monitor Ball. Meanwhile, the CLs and the Sprinter Ball on ANS played excellently
Every
there.
CL in this game, like, pulling on average, what, 10k?
Yeah, excellent damage numbers across the board for ANS there. Able to just keep the entire OSP team at bay once those monitors went down. And yeah, the triple CL group crossfire onto the monitors, you saw how fast those died on A. Like, that was ridiculously quick.
It's a good zoning tool. Like, we saw Mav instantly hit the reverse once those bombshells started landing, but then the monitors just proceeded to lose the plot. I think there's something with this fleet and turning off players' brains. I don't know how else to describe it.
I'm, like, genuinely in disbelief. Like, I know I keep repeating this, but, like, what are we doing with our monitor balls? Like, huh? What is the thought process behind constantly throwing these things away just over and over and over again, as everyone seems to be making the same mistake? Anyway, awarding
repeatedly,
points,
we just
once again
see that happen.
We'll
do some post game, so give us a second while we hop down a channel into the NEBDIS. Where is that? There we are.
There's pointed the wrong way. It's over. And then I stand still and watch all 6 torpedoes miss.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how, because they normally hit cappers as well, so...
You fired them from too close.
Minimum distance,
Pylon,
if we had to guess there.
Pylon
How you
have
feel.
inaccuracy, and your torpedoes aren't maneuverable enough to counter that inaccuracy at such a short range. Try and launch from, like, 3 kilometers to 3.5 kilometers.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like the main, like, name of the game for this entire tournament has been, why do people keep throwing away monitor balls for free?
Asking the real questions.
It's been such a consistent thing that we've been seeing in this this tournament so far. I think the only team that really played a monitor ball well was SANDJOVER on that first Gold Rush match.
Yeah,
You
we
mean the
probably
one-
shouldn't have pushed last match.
That
We
was
should've
an
just
bad
held
call on my
space.
part. I should have stayed behind the rock.
You mean the SANDJOVER MN ball that pushed into the orbit?
No, that was 120 SPM that pushed into orbit against the battleship against Freakbob. The one that
was the
SANDJOVER
honeycomb map.
The one that
not
SANDJOVER
the-
brought was the one that was the only frontline screening for the 2 carriers, and it just kind of kept the frontline at bay, and that's all it did. But it did it well.
Skate,
Yeah, we
can
were
I say
really
something
struggling from
cringe?
sensors though, because the monitors were the only ones with Huntress, and our carrier didn't have any
Yeah,
EO
okay.
pike. So it was like we were like, we need some way to get tracks, and so it was a team call to have the monitors push, because otherwise we
mean,
were just getting picked apart.
It was also a really good play from the Sprinter Ball. They had integrated ELINT stuff on the Sprinter Ball, and they just hunted down your Bloodhounds that were providing offset
Yeah.
track. Very excellent
Yeah,
play
that was
from
very.
the Sprinter Ball there.
That was
Isn't
very
it
lucky
so
that I got to
convenient?
find them.
I mean, like
Yeah, I was trying to
that's one
find
of the
more
main
than
like.
just basic drives, and so those sprinters go whoosh.
Yeah, that's one of the really good things about that build is that.
Yeah, I mean, when you got like 40 mounts to pick from your arsenal, you can fit a pin or two in there, right?
You might as well spend like 30, 35 points, I forget the actual point cost, to just remove your counter.
You see, but that removes a Mark 62. You have one less Mark 62. That's
Oh
untenable.
no.
Horrors.
How horrible.
Skate, may I say something really stupid here?
If it doesn't get me banned from Twitch, sure.
What?
Now I need to think about that.
Okay, then
For
don't
the
say
honor
it.
of my girlfriend's cat.
We did unfortunately
mean-
see that cat lose to the
Actually, no,
laser pointer in
I
game
can
2.
say this without getting you banned from Twitch.
True,
Skate. It's November, which means that people don't know what to do with their fucking monitor balls.
I kind of get it.
Yeah, all right, we'll let that joke fly. Speaking of such, for the CLs we saw, was there a reason where you were electing to not bother with command
Okay,
jammers?
no.
Do you just not consider it a threat, or what's the tech there?
Wait, sorry, for the CLs?
Yeah, the triple CLs, we saw there was no interrupt jammers on those trios in the last game.
I mean,
It didn't matter. You had so much 250 RPF,
so-
you just killed all the fighters before they got
so
close.
they didn't have Tasty, so they didn't have a CLN player. And
Would have been a good game
RPF.
for Command Saw CLN.
Well, hang on, no, because you brought
Can't argue.
you brought that triple CL creep in the first one on Blood Moon, and Tasty was there with the command CLN.
Well, yeah, but I trust my skills with it.
Briefly.
It depends
Briefly.
on what. It depends on what CL. Like the Tri CL I run has a interrupt and a hang up on it.
Oh, that's...
I don't usually run one because, like, I mean, in the
Hang-ups are
first
so nice
game
with
you
CLs.
saw like, yeah, hang-ups are great for isolating opponents, in a way that
Right.
E70s aren't. Like in the first game you saw how I like went and took out the. Was that an E?
Yeah, the first one,
an
the first
EWR?
one on Blood
Or
Moon,
an
you did
EWR?
actually find. You found a couple of them. Actually, no. It
Yeah.
was Mav with the missile axe managed to kill one of them, and then you got the other one with the CLs. So yeah.
Dragon
Yeah,
Benders,
so I
Bloodhound
went
you
after
swept.
their sensor assets first, and then moved on to their LNs.
Very strong tactic.
Yeah, the issue with the Bloodhound tugs is if you have 2 track correlators and you don't have an adaptive, trying to trace those sprinter balls is such a pain in the ass.
This is partially why the double up Bloodhound is. It's got some trade offs there. You don't get the adaptive, but you do get the 2 tracks. You can do separate early warning tugs, although that does get more expensive hull count wise. There's trade offs for it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I do
Or sensor
ARR
and then-
plus track correlator on a tug so that you can actually spot sprinters outside of blanket range with your EWR.
Oh, fair enough.
Yep, that's one of the very common things you'll see with the early warning adaptive radar. Some people put Scryer on for intel.
I mean, for most cases, I'm a very big fan of that 450 liner fleet. 2 450 liners with excellent backpack and soft kill capabilities with 2 tugboats with both EWR and Bloodhound on them is very strong.
Yeah, I love it. It's just when they're able to hunt it down and you can't actually stop them.
Right. That was more.
Yeah,
that
450
was
is not
more-
your counter there.
That was more ANS just had an answer rather than building it wrong.
Yeah, it's only fair. It's this was karma. After we played spinner balls, getting hit with spinners and CLs, fair enough.
Can we talk about that game too? The torpedo liner.
Yeah,
Marion,
what's up
hilarious.
with the torpedo liner?
The
That
less said about that
thing-
game, the better.
No, that I want to talk about that torpedo liner, like Neko said. That thing was brilliant. No notes on that.
No, I agree.
We
If you're
still lost because we rapidly changed our comp around it, even if the torpedo liner actually ended up pretty well.
Yeah, so we were originally going to run a...
Two of those torpedoes sideswiped through a chaff cloud and then took out the chaff launcher on one of my CLs, and I was so sad afterwards.
They just do that. I love how they do that. They have a knack for sniping all of the soft kill and hard kill immediately.
Our original comp was basically the same, except Marion was running a cap fleet, and then Cheese was still on monitors. I was going to do a CC plus LN plus EWAR LRT tug, and then Ari was on CLN.
On the front line that was doing the high push. The cruise torps though kind of threw us for a moment, and so we all started like backing up and moving away.
Right.
But then afterwards, the collapse onto the monitors was really solid. We had enough front line to actually execute it.
Two things in that one that kind of decided that is the voxels low from Davenant. Absolutely nothing just stopping them on the E-poke there. They were able to deny it and then cap it, and then they just looped back up, got excellent broadside shots into the Acello and the two liners there, which allowed... It kind of like cascaded into those liners in the Acello not being able to support the monitors plus Acello in the frontline engagement, which left the Axfords just at free reign to pick apart the monitor ball in Acello. And then Jeffreyism had some really excellent plays with the Beamstones there. Doing what you don't really expect with Beamstones, that being rushing up closer, was able to get some pretty good broadside hits into the frontline when they least expected it.
Yeah, I didn't take much damage to those, but the Ocello, at least one of the Ocello's dead, and of course the monitor's dead. The
Right.
Ocello,
Yeah, I did
Next
throw a
prompt,
lot of
going
money
back
at
to game one here. Who was it that inherited the container liner?
Velocity.
Velocity. Thoughts on suddenly being handed that?
They're in side chat right now.
All right. Hang on, I'll find that.
It was me, bad, not good. Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like that kind of summarizes the thought process of getting handed a tasty CLN halfway through a game.
Yeah. It was
What a
very
glorious
interesting
tier,
seeing game
you know.
one, how both teams essentially brought the same comp of a heavy metal, kind of slower asset, something lighter, able to kind of get around the map a bit more, and then a backline fleet. But then just the difference in execution that went through with it. Right. So we're kind of wrapping up the recordings and stuff for the day. Does anyone have anything else they would like to tack on to this post game?
Cap gameplay.
Good games all.
or lack thereof. But
GG.
yeah, no, those were some tough
What do you
games.
mean?
But
Round 1 and
well
3
played.
were great for Caps for absolutely no reason.
Namely because we actually had them.
For the glory of preliminary.
Yeah, we were wondering on game 2. It was like, where are all their small ships here? It was like maybe 4.
As I said, our comp got fucked when Marion insisted that she take the cruise torps instead of me on container liner on her own.
It was really funny though.
No, the cruise torpedo liner
I
was
hated
really
it.
good. Its positioning at that sea rock in that really forward position was really excellent. ANS really loves to play around that rock there really close. And so putting a cruise torpedo liner there is pretty devastating. ANS did play really well, though, to counter it, though. They moved back, they repositioned.
I will give you credit for managing to, with the Torp liner, remove one of the destroyers guarding C, proceed to step onto C, and just cycle constantly torpedoes to prevent the Axfords shooting you until you got the cap and then step back.
Yeah, forcing them to MCon the whole time was very fun.
I do think the issue there was that, like, Cheese and
We
I
had
kept
no comp.
pushing.
Well, yeah, you two
Definite
overcommitted. There were
overextension that was
several-
punished.
Yeah.
There were
And we
several
didn't have any
unforced errors.
cappers to
Yeah, there were
hold things
several
down.
unforced. Yeah, There were several unforced errors on the part of frontline. Torpliner couldn't really play the cap game, and we had no cappers. If we're Cruise Torps, like, Marion played them very well, but essentially having no... It completely rat-fucked our comp because we did it all of a sudden, and had no complementary builds.
I mean,
there is a reason
cap
you
fleet
bring
would have
small
been
ships.
fine.
Yes.
I mean, I was the only frontline that didn't immediately explode.
Torpliner is exceptionally good at zoning out a single point because it's so hard to push into it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that combined with the very aggressive all-in frontline push from OSP just left every single other cap point open.
I was very surprised to be able to go and take a low point and have no contest at all.
Yeah, when you took E, there was no enemy ships within like 10 kilometers of you.
I did it because we saw so many deploy flares, and so I figured it was at least a decent chance, but it was definitely risky.
Definitely risky. You have options to punish you: rocket shuttles, 215-liner around the corner, container strike potentially because you pinged. All right, though. Unless we have anything else, I think we're going to wrap up recordings and streams there. Thank you all the players who have participated in this weekend of the tournament. Dramus, do you have anything else you'd like to tack on here?
No, other than I'll sort out the schedule for a couple weekends from now soon. I might also see what people think about adding a couple more maps to the map list rotation. I am starting to get bored of seeing Gold Rush, Yukon, and Blood Moon every single time.
Well, we've got the Tombstones and silly things have happened there, so...
yeah, we've had like 3 games on not those 3 maps that I just listed.
Barbie
Didn't
House.
Valley and
Barbie House.
Didn't Valley and Breach just get updated? Those could be
yeah, a few of those got bumped up to 7 cap points, so I'm not sure how. I might I'll see what players think about adding more maps to the list. I think even if I do add maps to the list, I'll actually just let teams full out just veto like those maps being legal in the games that they play for round 3. So I am adding these last minute. We'll see what people think.
All right. Well, unless there's anything else anyone would like to add, I think that's where we wrap up the event for this fine afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. Thank you all the teams who played. Thank you to the organizers and everyone else who has tuned into view. And yeah, we'll be back hopefully for next week or weekend after.
Not next week. It's the weekend after next because there's the Americans have Thanksgiving a month and a half late.
Ah, right.
Yes,
they're weird like that.
us weird Americans with our holiday on the correct date.
Hey, like, if you guys had your holiday in October, if your holiday was on October, I wouldn't have to have last minute rescheduled the last week of this tournament. That's all I'm going to say.
Who has Thanksgiving in October? That doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, like, when it's cold, your harvest season gets moved up a little bit.
Well, no, like, what do you do after Thanksgiving? There's no Black Friday to shop for. You can't do any of that. It's craziness.
No, we still have Black Friday when you do. It's just that we don't have we don't get shit faced and eat a ton of turkey first.
No, you're supposed to eat the turkey and then immediately go shopping. That's what you're supposed to do. Everyone knows that.
All right. Well, either way, I think that I'm going to wrap up my stream here, folks. So, like I said, thank you, everyone.
All right,
Escape, I think that we have, like... How many? Yeah, we've got a decent. Do we want to raid anyone, Dendoff, or?
Yeah, we can see who we can raid. I'm also gonna call it here. Once again, I'd like to reiterate what Neko said. Thank you for the not casters. Oh my God. Yeah, thank you for myself.
Self-congratulate.
Good job. Thank you for the organizers, is what I meant to say, and all the players who've played in this tournament so far. It has been a very interesting experience so far. I'm gonna call stream here. I do have some things to do after stream, so I will probably end this a bit earlier than I did last week. But yeah, I'll see y'all when I see y'all.
Yeah, thanks for casting as well. Actually, it's been good.
Yep.
We'll
it's
try and
been
get those
fun.
uploaded as soon as we can. Most of the games should be up from the past week, so see where we go from there.
I believe my 5 Girls 1 Grungler, Collapse the Electron ones are going live today, which should be all the ones from last weekend. I'll likely stick to the same upload schedule I did for them for next week. One on Wednesday, one on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday for the other 2. Just to be consistent, I guess, just to fit around my already existing upload schedule.
My uploads will get there when they get there, so be appreciative of them.
Thank you, Neko. You still need to send me match 1 of
Yes, I'll get you
Freakbob
match 1 cut up
and-
shortly.
yeah,
Anyways,
just so I have
Max
something.
is a member of the Neb community and is live. Want to go raid them?
Yes. Remind me of their Twitch name.
I just sent it to you.
Yes. Nice, thank you.
All right. Supposed to just do outros here. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you, everyone, for watching, contributing, chatting, playing, etc. This is a blast to cast. It's a blast to see plays made that I would never think of.
Such
we
as
will
sacrificing the monitor balls for 0 gain consistently every
okay,
single time.
I'm just saying I would probably do that myself. I know my plays. All right. Anyways, yeah, I'm good to go when you are, Escape, shall we?
All right, my raid is
Hitting
ready.
the monitor
I
balls
will,
is
All right.
I will see you
Good night, everyone.
all later.